His shop was a gathering place for all the young boys. Many of them wanted to be blacksmiths, for this was a job for strength and muscle. But first, the smith would always tell them, go to school. Everyone should learn how to read and write. The smith was sorry he never did, but when he was a boy, there were only few schools. Since the war, since the country had become independent, there were schools everywhere.
Anyway. Okay, so I actually don't have any quests here. So, let me look something up. Oh shit. Um, hmm. Oh, there's my puppy. I hear a puppy. Yes, she is. Alright. Uh. Pretty sure I did most of these. Let's find something my level. Already did that one.
Raw. May your blades never dull.
There's no quests in here. Oh, wait, here's one.
Strength and honor. Dabu.
This sounds good.
blood and thunder.
Leveling in vanilla WoW was very unique when compared to how we do things in the modern game.
You could say that.
See, leveling in vanilla WoW was the game. So you
Yep.
spent a long
Sure
time
fucking
doing
was.
it. And MMOs were just played differently back then. So as I progress through this video, you will notice a lot more differences than similarities to
Yep.
how questing is done today. First off, your character was weak. Very weak for the first 1 to 10 levels. Rogues, for example, didn't start off with dual wielding. The iconic ability of the class was all could only run one weapon for the first 10 levels. Also, that one
Damn.
weapon was because you couldn't learn how to use other weapons until level 10.
Damn,
And
I didn't even
daggers,
know that.
Back then and even today, do
What
not
in
hit
the
very
fuck?
hard. They're meant to attack fast and quickly,
What in the
but not
fuck?
do a lot of high-end damage.
God
which
damn.
is fine if it wasn't for the fact that the main ability early rogues could use was Sinister Strike, an ability that wants the slowest, highest hit in hand. Hunters started off with and instead had Raptor Strike. Raptor Strike was a melee ability that added bonus damage to your next melee attack, and wasn't very good. Also, Hunters started off with a weak one-handed weapon too.
Because you were fucking garbage. That's the thing, is you would build this up, and
It's just a chain
you
quest.
started off in the game and you were shitty. You were fucking shitty. Everything about your character sucked dick. Like, everything about it was bad.
Yes, I should
Watch
get my
Travis,
homies
do you
over
want me to
here.
Watch your video after this? Okay, hopefully I won't have to because the servers will be up, but the odds are I probably will. Yeah, it was a complete fucking terrible thing. And so it's very true. Okay, let's go.
But at least it was better than a dagger. Early Hunters could easily be mistaken as a melee class if you didn't know any better because of just how much melee damage you had to do. The ability to auto-shoot while moving wasn't added to the game until Cataclysm, so you had to stutter step auto-shoot kite every mob if you wanted to use your ranged weapon, until you got your pet at level 10 of course. Now, let's look at the quests themselves for a bit.
our group.
Lots and lots of quests, where of the go collect this item from mobs that have a small chance to drop variety. This was to force players to have to kill a ton of mobs all the time for nearly half of the quests you did. That way, you'd get that sweet monster kill experience, which was crucial to leveling up in an efficient manner. Most vanilla quest guides would even tell you to kill as many mobs as you could, on your way to the next quest giver and on your way to quests. Gather quests all had really long cast times. If you got a rare quest that wasn't telling you to go commit mass genocide on wolves to get 4 paws, you'd sometimes get lucky and have a nice and easy gather quest. Although, they weren't really all that easy. Most of the things you had to collect had moderately long respawn timers. So if there were other players in the area, that made them take a lot longer to do. Most items were swarming with mobs that had to be cleared out first. Most of them were very far apart from each other and forced you to have to hunt them down for a long time. And also, they would take about 5 seconds on average to collect each one. Same with gathering herbs and mining, about 5-second cast times for each, with the chance of failing and having to do it again. Everything in vanilla WoW had incredibly long cast times to collect, whereas today it's almost instant, if not collected in 2 seconds at the most. And for quests, that necessarily wasn't just about going out and killing or collecting stuff. You had to read them very carefully to make sure you understood what to do.
That's true. That's whenever I really fucked up. Like, you guys ever read a quest, and it's like 4 paragraphs, and you read the first, third, and fourth paragraph, and it's like, okay, I go here, and then the second paragraph says, first go here? Like, I don't know how many times it's fucking happened. Except for in vanilla WoW, whenever that happens, you don't waste like, oh shit, I've got to go use my 14th Dalaran Hearthstone, or take one of my 8 different portal items over to, you know, 4 of this other continents, so it'll take me over the area within 10 seconds. No, you just wasted 35 fucking minutes. You just wasted 35 fucking minutes just for that one goddamn motherfucking thing.
Information was kind of sparse back then, so you had to pay close attention to the quest text to understand what exactly you needed to do. Because obviously, there were no quest markers in the game. Items didn't glow if you needed them, and mobs didn't even tell you if they dropped anything you needed for your quest either. Killing mobs was hard. Your character was weak. Even after hitting level 10, mobs were powerful. On average, it might take you 20 to 30 seconds to kill one normal, non-elite, level-appropriate mob. Fighting 2 at once was nearly death, but could be handled if you popped cooldowns, or if your class had a way to handle it. Good AoE in vanilla WoW was the exception, not the norm. So, not many classes could deal with 2 mobs at once on a regular basis, and getting 3 mobs was almost guaranteed death unless you had a way to leave combat or escape. Killing large groups of mobs took
it's very
planning
fucking
and
annoying
strategy,
too. I hated it so much,
because they were usually
man.
clumped up together, and you didn't want to accidentally pull more than 1 mob at a
Most
time.
annoying motherfucking
Also,
bullshit there is.
mobs respawning on top of you usually also meant death, and going into a cave for a quest item usually meant that the mobs at the entrance would respawn before you were finished. Because of how long it took to kill everything. And it was most times easier to just die and res outside rather than deal with trying to re-clear it, as you were probably going to die anyway. Combat was a little harder too. Today, we have inherent hit chance and expertise, but in vanilla WoW, weapon-based classes had to deal with parries, dodges, glancing blows, blocks. All mobs could block, not just mobs with shields, and misses. Half of the time you attacked a mob on a melee character, you would miss the attack in some way, shape, or form. Because getting the stats needed to attack
Dodge, overpower, miss. That's like the perfect fucking trifecta for why warriors have rage as a resource. That's why warriors have rage right there. That one fucking thing.
through those was on gear that you had no control over while leveling. But luckily, casters and hunters didn't have to deal with this as much. In vanilla, the only thing a ranged attack could do was miss, and maybe be blocked. Plus, spells only had to worry about misses and being partially resisted. But because you were so weak, gear felt better and more meaningful.
That's not why it felt better. The reason why it felt better is because literally back in vanilla WoW, over half of your questing, over half of your character's experience was obtained through killing mobs. In retail WoW, 20% of it is killing mobs, 80% of it is questing. Whereas in vanilla, 20% of it is questing, and 80% of it is killing mobs. So you're spending all of your fucking time killing mobs. So if you get an upgrade, it matters a lot more, because you spend way more time killing mobs. And, you know, people might not remember this or think this is true, but that's absolutely the fucking case. That's how it's always been, man.
Finding a treasure chest in vanilla WoW was infinitely more valuable than finding one in the more modern versions of the game, as it was almost guaranteed to have a green item in it. Getting a green item that you could use and had stats that you needed just felt better because of how hard everything was and how rare good pieces of gear
how
were.
meaningful it was, yeah.
Being so weak also forced cooperation.
One spirit.
Quests with hard to kill bosses or lots of ads
never
required
died.
a group. And since everyone was used to dying to more than 2 mobs at once, they were much more willing to join groups and look for them in kind.
Yeah.
Speaking of boss
you
mobs,
make friends.
vanilla WoW had this really unfair way of making boss-like mobs harder to kill.
Higher level.
You see, what they would do is just make them a higher level than everything else in the zone.
Yep.
And they did this with dungeon bosses too.
This was such a dick-sucking move. This was literally such a dick-sucking move. Because hunters have no problem with that. They just, you know, what do you mean? What do you mean high level? You just shoot them. It's easy. Just shoot. Just shoot. Meanwhile, if you're a warrior, you're hitting them, and because your energy is based off of how much damage you're dealing, you're not dealing any fucking damage. You're just sitting there with your big two-handed weapon. Where's my tennis racket? That's the best. And then you're fucking dead. That's the whole goddamn thing, man. I'm so sick of this shit, man. Like, I was happy whenever they changed that in Reset, honestly. I was happy whenever they just made them elites and shit, and not just high level, because it was so goddamn annoying. Full dead? Yeah, exactly, full dead. Oh, we hit 100,000 viewers, thank God.
If you were doing a quest in the starting zone,
Yep.
and killing mobs level 7 and 8 for most of the quest, you finally get to the final one,
Yep.
which has you kill one mob.
He's level 12.
And then when you get to it, you'll find out that it's level 12 and destroys you for being 4 levels higher than you.
See
As
that?
a level difference
See that?
makes it harder to hit and gives it crushing blows if the gap is big enough.
Yep.
Over time, Blizzard just
So
completely
fucking
removed
annoying.
this mechanic from the game. And for good reasons. Making mobs harder by just making them a higher level was kind of unfair.
Well, it was. It's
There
completely
was no
unfair.
auto loot. You had to hold shift with each pickup in order to manually activate auto loot.
That was so
And
fun.
you had to loot each mob one at a time.
That was so
None
fun.
of that AoE loot. Also, you couldn't see the sell price of an item unless you were at a vendor. So, if you completed a quest and got a reward that you didn't need, there wasn't really a way to know which item gave more gold.
No.
Outside of prior knowledge of which items sell for more, usually.
You just buy, if you don't know which one to get, you just download the add-on, and if you download the add-on, just get the weapon. If it's like a pair of boots or a weapon, just get the weapon every time it's goes on. It's like, generally, like, the bigger the item would be, or the heavier it would be in real life, the more it will vendor for. You just use that logic, and you will be right in terms of picking the right quest rewards vendor 9 times out of 10.
Travel time was what you spent half your time doing. Flight points were very sparse, and it was rare
Yep.
for towns to have one. It was entirely normal to have to run to every single
Actually
point
true.
in a questing zone without ever flying, as flying was usually reserved for going to other zones in major cities, not the conveniences of going from one quest hub to the other.
Yep, not like WoW
Most
now.
quests were far apart from each other, and not many of them could be done side by side like today, where maybe 3 quests could be completed in the same area at the same time. So most of the time, you were traveling slowly to a questing spot to finish 1, maybe 2 quests at the same time before running to a new place or a different quest.
And then you have
And
to go
most
back to the
classes
first
were slow. Priests had absolutely no movement speed increases. Rogues had a sprint once every 5 minutes. And you didn't get the opportunity to get a mount until level 40, where most players couldn't even afford it on their first character for the high price. So it wasn't unusual for players just to run on foot, slowly, everywhere, to do everything. Because
Yep.
Vanilla WoW loved to have quests that made you complex. The other
Yep.
vast amounts of your time were spent on downtime. Downtime was the name of the game. Killing a few mobs or one especially
That's what makes WoW such a great streaming game. Is I'm literally sitting around reading chat over half the time. I'm not even playing the game. I don't even play the game. That's the best part about it. It's not like, oh, I've got to worry about, you know, all this other bullshit. I don't even play the fucking game, dude. I'm just having fun. And, yeah, this is amazing. Fuck yeah. All right, let's go. We're going to look at the rest of these. All right, I'll hopefully be able to log back on now. What's going on? Why is WoW down? Blizzard and, listen, sometimes, you know how, like, there's, like, an eclipse? You know, like, an eclipse is, like, the planets and all that? Well, There's been a clips of like every fucking planet in the solar system today, and it's created an intergalactic dildo to fuck me in the ass. I'm level 59. 50 fucking 9. And I can't get this shit to work. 50 fucking 9.
Would mean having to sit down and eat to get your health back, or bandage. First aid was very valuable for leveling, as most classes did not have self-heals, like they do today, and you got the materials for bandages from killing humanoid mobs. Mana classes ran out of mana constantly, and had to sit down to drink all the time as well. Out-of-combat regeneration is so high today that it's not a problem, like,
Yeah, it
at
doesn't
all,
matter.
until maybe max level Mythic Plus dungeons.
Yeah, maybe.
With all these hurdles to leveling and all the time spent running everywhere, it did make a few things more meaningful. The world felt bigger because you spent so much time on the ground having to slowly run everywhere. Also, reaching a new level felt more rewarding. Every 2 levels you got new abilities or ranks to train, and every single level after 10 gave a new talent point. So getting a new rank of one of your damaging moves could sometimes double its power, which gave a very drastic and fun power climb. Whereas killing a mob may have taken 30 seconds before,
Now it's 15.
now it only took 20 seconds. A new
Okay.
talent every
Not
level
quite
meant
as good.
slowly getting stronger and stronger, with the same periodic power climbs, as sometimes hitting a new row of talents could give you an ability to double your damage output. Because the baseline was so incredibly weak, the additions and power-ups you got along the way were much more noticeable. This also made class quests more meaningful. Most class quests in vanilla WoW gave you either a much needed or crucial ability, like shaman totems and hunter and warlock pets, or gave a piece of gear guaranteed to be useful for your class, and were generally worth doing, as well as usually pretty difficult and annoying. Some
Especially
infamously
annoying.
so.
Especially the
The
annoying
Water
part.
Totem quest chain, or the Druid Seal form quest.
Oh, wow.
But having to work hard to get an ability or
The
a good
fuck?
piece of gear did give a good feeling afterwards.
Of course it did.
So to sum things up, everything
It took
hit
you
hard.
forever to fucking get
Your
it.
character was weak. Everything took forever to complete. Everything took forever to travel to.
Everything took
Level
forever.
up rewards were on point and felt genuinely rewarding. The low lows made the highs a lot more enjoyable.
That's true.
And I think that's why vanilla questing is remembered. With heirlooms, much better resource management, higher numbers at lower levels.
Look how fast.
and the
Look
ease-
how fast they kill the mobs, dude. Like this dude is like literally fucking level 20, and he's just auto attacking and killing everything that easily. It's actually insane to go from BFA everything.
a lot more enjoyable.
That's true.
And I think that's why vanilla questing is remembered. With heirlooms, much better resource management, higher numbers at lower levels.
Look how fast.
and the
Look
ease-
how fast they kill the mobs, dude. Like this dude is like literally fucking level 20, and he's just auto tier 3, and you're dual wielding Ashbringers. That's how powerful you feel.
of getting new gear in general, the game has just evolved so far past the point of vanilla WoW's harder leveling that it's basically an entirely different game. Quests nowadays are a lot more sane and reasonable. Pumped up levels of access. At level 1. And there's more ways to get XP outside of just grinding on. I personally think
I don't think it's better. Because ultimately, like, what is really better? How do you define better? In my mind, better means it's more enjoyable. And you have an experience that's good. It doesn't really matter about like, oh, is this objectively better? Yeah, any game designer is going to tell you that, yeah, BFA is better than Ultra WoW, or sorry, than Classic WoW. But that doesn't make it better. Just because you see something that, you know, makes sense that it's better, doesn't mean that it's better. Like, whenever you're trying to engage people's emotions, sometimes you have to think beyond logic.
really an argument of which is better when they're both so fundamentally different, because the vanilla model is also enjoyable in its own way.
It is.
And I kind of miss talent points and new ranks with leveling. So what do you guys think? Is there even a comparison to make when they're both so fundamentally different? I'm interested in other opinions on the matter. Lovely. The only way to efficiently get
I feel gaming.
XP
Thanks for the
was
10
to
subs,
grind
man. Appreciate
mobs
that.
or
Thank you,
quests,
thank you.
paths, and even less graveyards.
Yep.
One flight path in Ratchet, one at the Crossroads, and a third at Camp Tarajo. The reason Vanilla Barons, and to a lesser extent TBC and Wrath Barons,
Yeah.
remembered so fondly by Horde players and was so popular was because of a combination of bad planning and
Yes.
If you look at some of the earliest screenshots
That's
of
true.
WoW, you'll notice that almost all of it is Alliance zones and cities.
Yeah.
And pretty much all Alliance zones were created
They focused on what mattered, is what they're saying.
Graw.
They focused on what mattered. There was like, you know, should we
Be
focus
safe.
on the Alliance or, you know, like the Horde? Like, well, we're obviously going to focus on the Alliance. She is hot.
Zug zug.
Like, is that just me? But I
Straight.
she's hot.
before they worked on the Horde zones, leading many
Yeah.
people to speculate that
True.
Blizzard
Okay,
just
good.
kind of ran out of time when it came to the Horde zones.
Yeah, of course
And
they did.
because of this,
It's
or
obvious.
maybe not. After all, there is no
It's
concrete
obvious.
proof. But what is
Oh, it is. There is proof. You know what the proof is? Go to Thunderbluff, dude. It's literally a fucking hill. There's a series of hills. Like all the hordes that say hills is like, oh, Orgrimmar. What is Orgrimmar? It's just put some huts around. What do you want to put next to the huts? Put another hut next to it. Yeah, duh. Yeah, it tails. No, listen. Horde zones are a fucking joke.
undeniable that for a lot of various different reasons,
Yep.
if you were Horde, you were going to end up in the Barrens eventually.
You sure were.
In vanilla, there was no dungeon fight. The level dungeons themselves could take anywhere from 1 to 2 complete if you did manage to get a group together. So those were out of the question. Quick level. Battlegrounds did not start giving experience until late in Wrath of the Lich King. Mining and herbalism
Really?
didn't give experience either, and obviously pet battles weren't a thing back then.
Really?
So
That's
all the
wow.
alternative routes that
I thought they
exist
added
today to
experience way
leveling
earlier.
just weren't there. The only way to efficiently get
I feel
XP
gaming. Thanks for the
was
10
to
subs,
grind
man. Appreciate
mobs
that.
or
Thank you.
quests.
Thank you.
The Barrens was basically a funnel point for 3 of the 4 playable races in Horde.
Yep.
After their starting zone, Tauren, Trolls, and Orcs were naturally led
I went
through
over
the
there as
Barrens.
undead too.
And even undead would travel there sometimes rather than deal with Silver Pine Forest or Terran Mill.
It was fucking
The
terrible.
zone itself was massive, probably one of the biggest zones ever in the entire game. It also had only 3 flight paths, and even less graveyards.
Yep.
1 flight path in Ratchet, 1 at the Crossroads, and a 3rd at Camp Tarajo. The flight path from Ratchet to the Crossroads was
Haro.
an extremely
That's what I used to
short
call
flight.
it. Tasha
But the one
Haro.
from the Crossroads to Camp Tarajo was the most useful one. And even then, those 3 flight paths covered only a very small portion of the map. So you had to run everywhere. At that time, you didn't get a mount until level 40, and Old Barrens was notorious for sending you to all the very far corners of the zone for questing.
That was the worst.
So you were
dude.
running marathons for everything.
Actually the fucking
In
worst. dude.
addition, it also had the largest level range of any zone, spanning 15 levels. So you pretty much had to go to the Barrens. You stayed there for a long time, and you had to do very long boring runs of quests. On top of the quest being infamous for being awful, Mantrix might be one, and probably the most known quest in WoW. The Venture Coast Amaflange quest, the terrible
That's actually a good question. What do you guys think is the most known quest in WoW? Like that everybody knows? Is it Hogger? I feel like it's probably Hogger, to kill Hogger. Old Blanchie? No, nobody gives a fuck about Old Blanchie. Wrathgate? No, there's no way it's Wrathgate. Okay, I'd say like Manric or Hogger. Stalvin? No, there's no way. Like, yeah, because like the thing is, like, literally anybody that plays WoW would probably know about fucking Hogger. Let's see, Stolen Silver? No, yeah, it's Hogger, 100% Hogger.
escort quest free from the hold,
Yep.
and collecting 4 zebra hooves with a very low drop chance, and various other similar low drop chance gathering quests. The Zebra, a quest that required you to do one simple little task.
The zebra.
Go out
Zebra
into the
hoofs.
barrens and kill zebra for 4 hoofs. Not so bad, right? I mean,
They
each
don't
zebra
drop
has
hoofs.
4 hoofs, don't they?
No, they don't.
Well, actually,
they don't have any.
no, because this quest, if you focused on it, and only it, would take you about an hour to complete.
Imagine that. Literally 1 hour. You spend 1 hour in the game to get 4 zebra hooves. That after all of that time, you come back and you turn it in, and you know what you get? A pair of white leggings that have less stamina, or sorry, that have no stats and less armor than what you already had. It's great. Absolutely amazing.
The problem with the quest was twofold. One, there were not a lot of zebras, and they like to roam alone. And 2, they had a really low chance to drop the hoofs. So you had to go around and hunt down these little bastards, and then hope the RNG gods were on your side when you finally found one. Lost in Battle, one of the most infamous quests ever. The objective was simple, find out what happened to Mancrick's wife. Only this was in the time before there was a vast, readily available database.
Nobody knew where the fuck it was.
So in order to find
I
his
never
wife,
completed this.
you'd have to dig through pages of comments and message boards or forums, since her body was not in an obvious location.
Yep.
Mancrick gave you the quest here, and his wife's body is over here. Just
Right.
randomly to the side of the road, not near any other quests, and very far away from Mancrick. The easiest way to find out where Mancrick's wife was to simply ask in chat. And Barrens being the most populated zone in those days, you had plenty of people more than willing to help you locate Mancrick's wife.
Yep.
But after the question has been asked for maybe the 10th time in the past 30 minutes, people would start giving not so serious answers, which would then devolve into more off-topic discussions, most of which involving various links to certain legendary weapons.
Donald Trump.
And the tales and exploits of one known as Chuck Norris.
And more importantly, Donald
Barron's
Trump.
chat.
All about him now.
If Barrens isn't remembered for its terrible questing experience, because really I could go on and on about some of the other really terrible quests in the zone, the Barrens chat is what Trey Chat started out as.
Yep.
Random trolling, anal theory, blessed blade of the Windseeker,
Dumbass motherfuckers.
and other various
is what he's
jokes
saying.
and memes.
Dumbass
And since
motherfuckers.
so many Horde players spent so long in this one zone, running very slowly all over the place because it was massive, and only had 2 relevant flight points, you had a lot of free time to chat while auto-running to the crossroads.
Look at the fucking gun next to the zebra. Oh no. LFG your mom. Where's Azeroth? That's... Jesus Christ.
And that is why Barrens is remembered, for Barrens chat, and its incredible leveling experience. Oh, and also Alliance raids. The Barrens chat might have been full of memes and childish trolling, but it was also full of the Crossroads is under attack.
Yep.
Since it seemed like the Crossroads
we did that
were
shit too. That was
always
really
under
fucking
attack.
fun, man. That was
why
so
were the
fucking fun.
Crossroads always under attack? Well, for a number of reasons.
They only had level 40
For
guards.
one, the Alliance knew that there were a lot of Horde players in the Barrens.
Yep.
And not only that, but low-level Horde players. The Barrens also had a very crucial geographical flaw that Alliance zones of similar level did not have. Ratchet. This little city was neutral, had a boat to the Eastern Kingdoms, and a very short run to the Crossroads, which was nearby. The Crossroads is also where a majority of the quest givers were located, so just simply taking the easy and convenient boat to Ratchet and running leisurely into the Crossroads and pulling the guards one by one, since at this time guards did not all Zerg attackers like they do today, a small group of max-level Alliance players could hold the Crossroads hostage for quite some time.
You guys remember whenever we did this shit? And then we just basically completely took over? And then we had to leave because it was honestly getting sad. It was honestly getting fucking sad. That the Horde just they couldn't get anybody over there. It was just pathetic. And so they eventually, they had to stop playing. And we just had to go over to Orgrimmar or something like that. It was just so fucking embarrassing, man.
And why not? It was easy to do. and you were almost guaranteed to get a few lowbie trolls, orcs, or taurens try and fight you because they didn't know any better. So it was easy pickings, until the max level horde players came into play. The Crossroads was a site of constant world PvP. Depending on your server, there could be a couple of small-scale battles taking place every day. The only reason the Barrens isn't more well known for its world PvP is because it's already infamous for a whole host of other things.
Well, because what the Barrens wasn't contested, was it? Like, I'm like 90% sure it wasn't contested. So of course they're not gonna have like, oh yeah, I remember the Barrens PvP. Yeah, it wasn't contested. Of course there's not gonna be a lot of PvP there. Like, here's where PvP happens. It's fucking like South Shore and Terran Mill, in front of, like, let me think, where else is there? There's that's the number one place. STV, yeah, STV is probably the main place that there's a lot of fucking PvP. And then maybe a little bit beyond that, like maybe like Western Plaguelands or something, like high levels, because people are like competing for like grinding spots.
Aspect of it,
and BRD, yeah.
And don't get me started on the landscape. The landscape of the zone. It's alright, actually. Landscapes are a very subjective thing to discuss, and many people have fond memories of the barren wasteland that they spent weeks, maybe even months leveling through. Personally, I was never the biggest fan of the zone's aesthetics, but it could look very cool at times. In Cataclysm, with the remake of the old world, the Barrens was cut in half and turned into 2 leveling zones, and each zone is about the same size as other regular size zones, which should tell you something about just how huge the old Barrens was, if splitting it in half made each new zone only normal sized.
Okay.
And with the splitting of the zone, most of the old qualities of vanilla Barrens are gone. You no longer...
I never liked that. Like, Blizzard totally fucked up by letting this shit happen before they had the technology to have the 2 separate zones at the same time. They totally fucked up by not doing that.
You need to stay in any zone for very long with all the alternative ways to level. And with Dungeon Finder being available at level 15, most players totally skip it altogether. So Barrens chat isn't even a thing anymore. Blizzard fixed pretty much all of the old quests to no longer be absolutely terrible. So no more spending an hour killing zebras for 4 hoofs. And guards in low-level towns aren't actually threatened. So it's not as easy to take the consequences as it was. So world PvP is almost non-existent. With Blizzard making changes to the zone to fix its many problems, they got rid of what they did. But sure, we'll never have the old Barrens again, because most of the things that made it such a heavily copied zone zone design. So would you want that again? Is it better to have a good zone that's kind of forgettable that hardly anyone goes to, or a bad zone that everyone's forced to go to? Because that's what it is.
It's better to have a bad zone that everybody is forced to go to. That's what it is. That's honestly the truth. Is it so much better to have a shit-ass zone, a shit-ass garbage zone with everybody fucking like Timeless Island. Is Timeless Island really that great? Timeless Island was good. But you know what sucked is the way...
You know, I probably should have shat while I was in there.
People with the sensor on constantly, and everybody fucking remembers it because everybody was there. And you were sitting there with everybody else and you had to deal with it. And that kind of shit was what mattered. When you go on YouTube...
Lovely.
Alright guys, today I'm making a very different video talking about why I am playing vanilla World of Warcraft yet again. And just to clarify guys, this does not mean that I've quit Wrath of the Lich King or anything like that, because for some reason people automatically think that when a World of Warcraft YouTuber or Twitch streamer plays any game other than World of Warcraft.
You hear that?
Oh, and I'm playing vanilla World of Warcraft on Classic Era Realms, of course. Now, honestly, I just ran into this to mess around and play the launch day of this community project, but what I quickly found is the more
Community projects are private servers?
I'm playing vanilla World of Warcraft again, very strangely, I'm becoming more and more addicted to it. Which, if it doesn't make sense to you, then don't worry, because it barely even makes sense
Makes
to
no
me.
sense to
I've
me.
been
Like, why would
knowing
you
about
play
some
that
of the
game? I'm so
limitations and
confused.
problems of vanilla World of Warcraft. You know, big one being there being no dual spec, for instance. But despite all the
Of
problems
course
that
he's having fun. He's playing a hunter.
vanilla WoW has, for some reason, I'm just enjoying it. I think there's certain aspects of vanilla that King Classic simply does not have.
I think also, like, everybody likes the fresh experience. You know, new server comes out, everybody's like, oh, fuck yeah, this is awesome, we're all playing together, everybody's leveling together, like, it's all happening. And then everybody hits 60, and then the Molten Core grind starts up, and then people leave.
Don't get me wrong, Red King is a good game. Pretty much the peak of World of Warcraft when it comes to the raiding scene, and there's loads of great extra features like more classes being viable, multiple raid difficulties, and the leveling is much faster, but what it really doesn't have is world content outside of leveling your character.
World content outside of leveling your character, I do think that vanilla probably is best in slot for this. Yeah, I would agree with this.
And this is where I think vanilla excels over any other expansion. The world of World of Warcraft is much more alive, because it's designed in a way to keep the world as relevant, challenging, and interesting content. By the way, guys,
I don't necessarily think that's entirely true. I think that the reason why the world is relevant is because of world buffs. If you took world buffs out of WoW, out of raids, I bet the world would become a lot less relevant really fast. That's the biggest reason.
if you haven't already, please do subscribe to the channel. My subscriber only video, I've got this really great gold making guide, how you can flip about 500 gold per day in about 20 minutes. It's really, really easy. We've also got...
Yeah, the way you do that is you go to a website called G2G, you flip your $20 and then you flip it into 500 gold. That's how it works. A little spoiler there.
It's not flipping, you're literally just buying.
Guide for you to check out.
Any GDKP
So I've spent over 30 hours...
Flipping is like when you flip a house.
And most of that has been spent
Or a car.
in huge raid PvP battles in Westfall. Because the Horde, for some reason, thought it would be a good idea to grief the Alliance at Deadmines by preventing us from going inside of the instance and constantly killing the escort quest for the Defiance traitor. And this has caused absolute chaos and deep faction rivalry on my server. The amount of drama that has stemmed from this situation is absolutely insane.
Oh yeah.
The guy who organised these griefing events has actually been banned and apparently had a mental breakdown and his guild disbanded.
It's classic WoW. Yep. That's about right. I'd expect that.
But despite all that, the whole event has been extremely fun. You know, as irritating as it was to get that escort quest griefed multiple times in a row, I joined a raid that made a counter-griefing group to get some payback by fighting back the Horde and getting them out of Westfall, but then we journeyed around all of the major Horde locations, ganking people in the open world and preventing people from doing group quests and even basic quests, to be honest.
Yeah, I think that's really cool. I think all of that stuff is really fun. I remember whenever they added cross-realm zones and, like, you know, they had cross-realm in WoW for the first time. We did this all the time.
I have never been in here
It was
before.
actually, like, some of the most fun I ever had in WoW. But the problem is that, like, it's fun for, like, a small period of time, and then it becomes not fun. And then that's like what the whole game is.
I don't even think
It's
I
like,
need
this
to be
is
in
fun
here for
a week,
anything.
or it's fun for a month, and then it's not fun
I need to
anymore.
go this way. Pretty sure.
Oh, yeah, the dark portal. Yeah. You remember people would spawn at the dark portal and they'd get death gripped like 6 times, then die? Oh my god, that was me.
It was basically a big payback raid, and we actually totally dominated the Stone Talon Mountains area and prevented anyone from questing in the zone for quite a while.
I do think that, like, vanilla WoW's world building is superior to pretty much all other expansions. Like the world building and the amount of travel that the player does around the world in Classic WoW is superior to pretty much every other expansion.
Also forgot to mention that as part of our Dead Mines, someone went all the way to Duskwood to pull Stitches, and then Stitches started one-shotting and totally owning the Horde in Dead Mines. And then we finally actually got Dead Mines back under Alliance control. And this kind of stuff can only happen in a world-driven endgame focus.
You remember whenever we did this same shit, and it was like Sony and like all the Horde boys, and then we were trying to bring Tiramis and Devourer over to the Undercity? Back in the Classic WoW beta?
Focused MMO.
Yeah, that shit was fun.
Because obviously Wrath of the Lich King has turned into that. I mean, it turned into that in TBC, to be honest. But this is something that Vanilla doesn't have. And the point I'm trying to make is Vanilla is more of an MMO than the following expansions ever will be. The world is a thriving and social environment. You don't just log on and raid log and then log out for a week like you do on retail and...
I feel like this guy, I mean, like, to say something like that, I feel like this is rose-tinted glasses. Because I remember this is exactly what happened. People got their world buffs and they logged out for the whole week. That was the whole problem with world buffs in the first place.
Classic. And to be honest, this element is kind of killed off once it got to max level in Classic WoW.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah, sure. Before max level, yes, he's right about this. Okay.
However, in Classic, there were incentives to go back into the open world. Like, for instance, world buffs and the AQ opening event.
Which, by the way, everybody hated world buffs. It's important to keep that in mind.
In Vanilla, there's always going to be world PvP situations for a big part of the leveling experience, as the Horde and the Alliance quests are in the same areas, round about the ballpark of, well, over level 20. And there's even endgame open world content like world bosses, which, again, we had a little bit of world boss action in TBC, but it's just totally gone by the time Wrath of the Lich King turns up. Whether guilds fight over world boss kills or organize a router for world boss kills.
This mage has no fucking idea what he's doing. Like, this rogue should have been dead like 30 seconds.
The point is, the whole process involved.
Like he stood too close for blind, and it's like the GCDs. It's like every GCD is like 3 seconds. Like he didn't do a rank 1 frostbolt there. Like, what's going on here? Like that arcane explosion, like what's this? Come on, you better not lose this.
Players from the server interacting with each other. Whereas in Classic, on a majority, you only socialize with your guild. You don't really interact with other people on your server. So it's almost like the other guilds on your server may as well not exist by the point of Wrath of the Lich King Classic. Because your social bubble in Wrath becomes smaller than it did in Vanilla.
I do think that like GDKPs and like pug culture did stem some of this, and it made it better.
I know that people who played Vanilla were actually friends with people on the opposite faction because, again, like organizing world boss kills and stuff like that. I know people cringe.
Organizing world boss kills. Most importantly, reporting everybody on that's not part of the coalition talking in general chat at the same time to get them automatically silenced and suspended from the game. That's right. That's the good shit. Oh yeah.
The word social. Like, when I say social, I'm not saying, oh, you join a dungeon group and you make friends of them and, you know, they become your best man at your wedding or something. I'm not talking about that. And I'm not talking about, oh, Vanilla makes you make friends. And then people will be like, oh, well, why not go on and I've got friends in the world or whatever. It's the fact that the social experiences exist. I'm not saying every social experience has to turn into some kind of online friendship. I just personally find these social elements of gameplay in MMOs to be fun.
That's one of the reasons why I had a lot of fun in Liverpool back in the day, is because, like, I just started the game, and it's like, yeah, I had, like, viewers on the server, but, like, I made my own friends, too. And I think that like being able to make your own friends and exist in a world where like everybody starts off in the same spot. That's a while ago, man. Shit.
And the smaller. I need more mana.
Oh, the rest. Here, let's get the fuck out of here before they res again. A lot of alliance over here. I'm gonna try to find the flight path that's here for Horde.
Bubbled social elements of, you know, classic WoW as it is now.
Yeah.
And I know people are going to be saying, well, I don't like PvP, and honestly, open world PvP is very boring. Well, it's not all about open world PvP. The open world itself is more challenging. There's open world challenging elite group content. I have no idea why.
I would say it is open world high level elite content. But look at this dude. He's level 48. Is he 48? Like, what do you mean? How's he 48? Oh, no, it's a mage. Like, what level is he? What level is he? I don't even know what level he is. It doesn't even say. Where does it say what his level is? The fuck? He's 40? He's too... No, he wouldn't be 40, because if he was 40, it would be a skull. He's 51? Nah, bro, that's Artem. That's a pet. Or that's another guy in his party or some shit.
Either remove the elite quests in TVC. I mean, they kept a few, but we're normally only like kill this beast or this boss, and that's it. So, you know, I'm talking about things like Dungarok, Stormguard Keep, Pile Village, Stonewatch Keep, these castles, these haunted villages, which are dominated by elite enemies. You very simply cannot solo these quests.
No.
These quests require at least 3 to 5 players, preferably 5, since the content is very, very challenging. These quests provide a stopping block for a solo player. A solo player can progress on these quests. If you want really good XP rewards and good loot, you have to either make a
Grief.
to complete the content.
The hell are these guys fighting? Oh, another alliance.
Preferably some elite quests and group quests remained out of TBC. There's a really small one, so then a retail non-existent to the point where you can very easily level to max level entirely on your own. Actually,
I don't think that's a bad thing. I do think that you should have to, like, leveling with people in a group in an probably should be. I like how there were things that if you got together in a group, you could do them in a group, but not solo. Yeah, I don't think that having to group up is a bad is a like having it's advantageous.
at this point, you can actually solo dungeons because there's so many heirlooms in the game. These elite areas were essentially open world dungeons. They could sometimes take a good hour or two to complete and get all the quests done. It felt like a proper adventure, and for me personally, it's one of the most fun things you can do in World of Warcraft. Because it's fun doing a dungeon, obviously, and then add to the mix of that the potential for PvP skirmishes along the way, especially in that Stormguard keep in Arathi Highlands. I mean, I have very fond memories of getting into loads of scraps in that area, and obviously there's an area where the Alliance are kind of...
I think that, like, getting into scraps is always fun, right? I mean, like, you go in there, you get your ass beat, you go back, you beat their ass, maybe you get your ass beat again, maybe you have to wait, you know, it is what it is. I think that's good. It's a rough and tumble life. The problem is whenever, like, the game gets played out to the point where people are just camping dead mines. They're just, like, they're sitting there camping dead mines and they're level 60 and they have Bloodfang. It's like, okay. Okay, so this is the game now. This is what you do. So that's what the problem is like, it's like most of the spontaneous world PvP.
Oh, those ugly ass old vanilla blood elves.
But the problem is that there's a lot of griefing that happens that makes it unfun for casual players that have limited time to play the game.
Because we have mobs that are neutral to them, and we have to, as a whole, go into that area.
Like, as a streamer, I cannot enjoy this. Because everybody's like, oh, that's Ashley girl! Sweet, let's go get it! You know, they're gonna see me, oh, it's me, gonna go kill me, right? But I think for an average player, it can add a lot of flavor.
Quests in that area, so it's very, very challenging quest for the Horde to do when there's Alliance knocking about, so you actually have to make the effort to, well, kill the Alliance.
Yeah, it's kind of like, you know how I always use, like, Sword Art Online, like, fucking, you know, like, Overlord, like, games, it's like animes about video games as, like, a look at what people really want out of the game. Every single one of those games has open world PvP. Keep that in mind. Sword Art Online, open world PvP. Log Horizon, open world PvP. Open world PvP. So yes, I do think that this is something that people like. It's just that no game has been able to break the problem of a handful of players ruining the experience of the rest of the player base.
Honestly, back in the day, when Season of Mastery launched, that's probably the most fun I've ever had in World of Warcraft. Partly because level is infinitely superior, but
yes, it is.
It's too long. The average player is going to spend 7
It's too long to do it twice. It's not too long to do it once.
days playtime getting to max level, and this was much better than Season 40%. I'd even... I personally just think it's a bit too long for the leveling experience in this game, and I think it should be a little bit shorter because, like, leveling in vanilla feels really fun 1 to 30, and then after that, because the questing zones do drop in quality, it does start to feel much like a drag. And this is the reason why this time round I'm actually playing vanilla differently. I'm not going to rush to level 60. In fact, I don't actually care about getting to level 60 at all. I don't want to do the endgame content because I don't really like the endgame content of vanilla that much, to be honest. I'll be happy sticking around level 30 to 40, getting the best gear that I possibly can, and then focus on just enjoying this open world content, the elite questing areas, but mainly, obviously when I run out of those quests to do, it's going to be the open world PvP. I am going to be really, really happy just running around a contested area, getting into 1v1 fights on my hunter. Because for me personally, I think this
is gonna like that, so it goes up against like a warlock or some shit. Then we're gonna see what's gonna really happen. Yeah.
what I enjoy the most about vanilla WoW. Because, like I said, I'm not a huge fan of vanilla endgame. I don't think the raiding is the strongest elements. So I'm going to play it.
I think that the social aspect of raiding is the strongest. Raiding itself, Star, no.
Do I have 2 healers? No, that the druid's pounce. Never mind.
Lich King, you know, because
Never
it's better.
mind.
But Vanilla WoW has the better low-level open-world content, so I can peacefully enjoy both of these MMO aspects by playing both versions of the game at my own pace. I feel like World of Warcraft players have too much of a conforming and future-obsessive mindset. Okay, what I mean by that is, first of all, WoW players, they obsess over what most players are doing.
This is very true. Like what he's saying, this is 100% facts.
Players are playing. And what is the point of playing my character if I won't start playing it in 20 minutes? Instead of just chilling and enjoying the moment and enjoying how you like to play the game.
That's why, like, whenever I was playing on the fresh server, I didn't really go super hard. I leveled pretty fast, but I just pretty much leveled at my own pace. Through it, had fun, it was good.
Anyway guys, that's going to end it there. Be sure to check out my second channel. I'm going to do some news updates and just basically cover the new Harry Potter game because I'm very, very interested in.
Oh, you lost me. Harry Potter. No, it's no good.
When you go on YouTube, there we go. Top 10 myths in Warcraft.
Is 15 years old, and over the years, many legends have been.
Keep going the wrong fucking way.
Some are true, and some are half true, and others downright ridiculous.
Yep.
It's a tale as old as time, going back to the days of the Loch Ness Monster.
Oh, that one's
or
real.
Bigfoot,
I know him.
You can save Eris in Final Fantasy VII. There's a nudity code for Tomb Raider.
Yeah, there is.
Ermac in the first Mortal
It's called
Kombat
4chan.
game. All because the phrase Ermax, which truncates error macros, appears in the diagnostics menu of the arcade copy of the game. As you'd imagine, the World of Warcraft has had its fair share of myths created throughout the years.
Yep.
Most of these I'll be covering will be from Classic. Not really intentional, it's just
Bengal
that back then,
Tiger.
with the game being new and everything, it was much easier to believe all of this stuff.
Yeah.
And also MMOs just being
I
new to
believed a
everyone
lot of
in
stupid
general,
shit
I
back
think.
then, too.
You're more likely to believe that there are these super hidden secrets to be discovered, since the genre as a whole is on such a massive scale. Today, it's easy to say that, oh, that's stupid. Who would believe that?
Yeah, it is easy to say
back
that.
Before everything was gone over 4,000 times with a fine-tooth comb, this stuff was actually believable.
Yeah.
But without any further delay, these are the top 10 myths of World of Warcraft.
I used to swim out.
Starting small and working our way up, number 10 on our list is that the Molten Core was made in 1 week.
Wait, I actually thought that was true.
Well, this is partly true. The
Wait,
environment
yeah, it
was
was
created in 1 week by the great John Statz. From the World of Warcraft diary, he describes his 1 week escapade in making the iconic cavern.
Yeah, I thought that was true.
Did you know that there was originally a path from Golemag's room to Magmadar? It was only taken out after Jeff Kaplan deemed that it would make the raid too circular, preferring instead a more linear layout.
Wow.
So the environment was created in 1 week.
That could have been
which
the little
eventually
tunnel there.
turned into the raid. was
Holy
created
shit,
in
I
1
didn't know
week.
that.
Something I'm guilty of spreading myself.
So
this
Jeff
is
made the
partly me
raid take
correcting my
longer.
errors. In the
Okay.
following weeks, Jeff Kaplan did all of the spawning and creature placement.
Oh shit.
Wait a
Scott Mercer
second.
designed-
That means
Oh,
that
that's a
every
48.
single fucking time that I have to deal with those respawning lava elementals and the fucking flame walkers every week, that's because of Jeff. Every week, Jeff fucks me in the ass.
All of the boss fights. Bob Fitch set up all of the loot, and Pat Nagel and Alex Afrasiabi handled the quests and attunement to the raid. It was impressive, though.
It must be close. It was a poor dude that just came walking from that way.
Right up the tight windows.
It's pretty fucking dangerous to get from get to the Horde hub in Hinterlands.
The glaive type.
Rewind this a little bit. I don't really get to fucking hear it.
I need a target.
Too much. It's my 1-button rotation. If I get closer, I can add in 2 buttons. Which just gotta keep resisting anyway, so I might as well use the like least costing spells. Oh my goodness. Oh, I actually pissed him off.
Elementals and the fucking flame walkers every week. That's because of Jeff. Every week, Jeff fucks me in the ass.
I keep thinking I'm not gonna drink because I'm not gonna run into any more shit, but apparently that's just a lie. Wow, everybody's fucking greeting that. Nobody needs that? Okay. I'm not gonna keep going that way.
boss fights. Bob Fitch set up all of the loot, and Pat Nagel and Alex Afrasiabi handled the quests and attunement to the raid.
Wow.
All this doesn't make it any less impressive, though. The raid as a whole deserves a spot in the Hall of Fame, taking into account the growth in spite of the great As you know, ever since the Legion expansion and the release of the Demon Hunter class, the
I
growth
think the
weapon
bots
is now
have like a
attainable.
higher
And before that, in the Burning Crusade,
chance to hit.
Yeah, the Warguard, that was it though.
Even prior to that,
Well, there was
actual
an artifact weapon in the game.
players too.
Weapons.
Yeah.
Why?
It just wasn't
Well, just look
wasn't
at it.
usable by
That's
players.
some ninja stuff right there. It just
Yeah,
doesn't
that's
get
all.
any cooler than that. My character's some variation of Legolas, Sasuke, and these puppies. Like I said, it started all the way back.
Yep.
There were a handful of classes who held these fabled weapons, typically night elves, such as the Darnassus guards or the
This piece of shit just dropped my life.
over and over in hopes of them. All for now. It didn't know that they were indeed weapons.
What a fucking idiot. Who the fuck would do that? You know, I wonder, like, back in the day, I wonder if people thought Inventor's Death Charger was one of these things. Because it was just so ridiculously rare that there were probably servers that didn't even have it. And that might have actually happened. Like, yeah, they didn't even, yeah, what are the stats? Yeah, those are really, really good stats, especially for vanilla WoW, you know? And yeah, people might have actually thoughten. Is thoughten a word? Thoughten? No, it's not. Okay, I didn't think so.
This is part of the
Anyway, so,
hinterlands I
they
never
might have
even go
thoughten
to, like
that,
ever.
It is now.
There's no point in questing
the
as far as
Rivenger's
an
Death
alliance.
Charger actually wasn't even a real mount.
These
It's crazy to think that, too.
And you could even combine them together to form a twin beast as an
It's a portal icon.
Consumed by the fury of Illidan, and she gained 1400 attack power against demons, and 20% more hit chance, and 30% more haste. There is also the Glaive of the Defender, a legendary quality item, more designed for tanking, and having a proc that reduces damage by 75%
What the
for 10
fuck?
seconds. As you'd imagine, these items became the 10 seconds.
What the fuck? That's insanely good. Oh my god. It has armor, agility. Like, this is... If they add Classic Plus content, I want to see this fucking sword in the game, man. I want to use it. Like, increase reduce damage taken by melee attacks, range attacks, and spells by 75%. That's a fucking proc shield wall. A proc shield wall? Holy shit, dude. That's so good.
As you'd imagine, these items became just a scavenger hunt. Players turned
Yeah,
over every rock
I'll bet.
and even explored the dormant dark portal found in the Blasted Lands
I did
in
that
search
too.
of Illidan. You name it, people have
Walk
tried
through
it,
the portal.
but it was never meant to be, as these items were indeed only found in the game files.
Do you know which one I really hope that he adds? If you go through, if you go stand in the thing right behind Golomag, you can see Ragnaros. You just have to go right up in there and look right in the cracks and you can see Ragnaros. And then, you know, you'd have people run up there and it takes like 3,000 damage every quarter second. So it just immediately fucking deletes you.
And at number 8, Classic World of Warcraft. Every myth stems from a bit of truth, which is the case with this entry.
You know what rank 15
As you
would
may
be?
know, Classic World of
Rank
Warcraft
15
had the
would be
old rank
Asmongold.
14 system. You started at rank 1, and depending on how many honor points you farmed, every week you would rank up and gain access to powerful items, consumables, and even access to a special building or local defense channel. At ranks 4 and 10, you get your purple armor set, 14 weapons, along with key titles, High Warlord for the Horde, and Grand Marshal for the Alliance. However, there's believed to be one more rank even higher, called City Protector.
Oh, Alliance
Some
should
believe-
get that because they're always in the city. Yeah, we do have rank 15. It's basically given out to every Alliance in the city. Go over to Ironforge. You see city protectors everywhere. Yeah, what do you mean, Mad Season? That's not a myth. Just log on and find out.
Then, if you grinded enough at rank 14, you'd eventually reach this, which ended up being false. But like I said, most myths have a bit of truth to them. This rank was indeed planned to be in the game, and was even briefly in Blizzard's PvP guide on the official website. To obtain this, you'd have to be the #1 player in honor farmed for the previous week, and of course maintain that for as long as you wanted to keep the rank.
Wow.
If you were successful, you would earn the prestigious titles listed here, and would even gain the ability to teleport to your race's major city. So Darnassus for Night Elf players, Undercity for Undead,
That's fucking
and so
amazing.
on. I guess that
Wait, I want to look at the titles again. Protector of Stormwind, Overlord of Orgrimmar, Thane of Ironforge, High Sentinel of Darnassus, Deathlord of the Undercity, Chieftain of Thunderbluff, Avenger of Nomergon. That sounds stupid, Avenger of Nomergon. Who the fuck would want that? Voodoo Boss of Sinjin. A Voodoo Boss. Imagine if the Voodoo Boss was like a warrior or something. I don't know. That'd be a little bit disappointing.
Dead and so on. I guess that they figured that the system was a bit too hardcore.
Bob, yeah, you'd be
already,
Bob
though,
Salami.
So they limited
Exactly.
it to rank 14 instead, and the City Protector rank was lost to the ether.
Yep.
It was pretty troublesome though, because people still believed it existed, and with the way that the honor system worked back then, to rank up, you'd have to get more honor than other players of your faction. So you have these rank
Never seen that
still
island out
grinding
there
on like
before.
crazy for the non-existent
Oh
rank
my
15,
God.
which made it harder for other.
There was a player named Kurama on the Daggerspine server who held rank 14 for over 6 months in hopes of getting rank 15. Yeah, he's not alive anymore. It's not that he died, he just became one with the game. He didn't die, he just deceived, he received and elevated himself to a higher level of consciousness. I really hope they give that guy an NPC. Yeah, he became the game. He is the game. Rank 14. Imagine after 6 months. Imagine like the 4th, like the 10th week of that. Like 3 months in. And every Tuesday you wake up and you're like, am I still GM? Yeah, I am. And then you check to see if you're if you're City Defender and you're not. Like imagine, like I wonder what the last week was like for him. I would love to interview this person. This is fucking hilarious. He still plays. I found his armory. Wait, what? What the fuck? Really? Oh my god. Holy shit. 536,000 kills? Do you know what the funny thing about that is? He probably got all those in vanilla. He probably got all those in fucking vanilla, man. And he's actually still playing the game. Dude, I need to ask this guy what his slash plate is. Man, I bet he's gonna make me look like a fucking noob. That is insane. Yeah, he's alive. He has honorable kills leaderboard? Yeah, it's insane, dude. Burn K, well, I had 1 million. Yeah, I don't know about that, dude.
Good players to rank up, and there's a lot of drama going around because of such a hardcore grind,
Yeah.
requiring players to play around the clock pretty much. It was quite common to account share even. That's getting off topic. So rank
No,
15
it's not.
and number 8. At number 7, we have artifact items in vanilla. Similar to the glaive section, he's finally saw a release in Legion, but until then, there are most of these items in the game.
Yep.
And their original items.
That was like
page
the
I gotta
was
walk all the way
officially
back over here.
It was listed with the other tiers of loot, and that's poor, common, uncommon, rare, epic, legendary, and artifact. As you can see, the color was undecided, and then later changed to red, and eventually this peach color. And with all of the data mined items, just like those glaives, people would
I've seen a
search
lot of
all
these. These are pretty
Azeroth
fucking
for
cool.
clues on how to obtain them. It didn't matter that in July of 2005, Blizzard updated their page to say they're not yet implemented. That didn't stop players from scouring every corner of the world, even in ghost form.
Yeah, I've done this same stupid shit, dude. I think that, I mean, like, what would it be like if they added, like, a new... I wish they added a new level of difficulty for pieces of, like, gear. And they make the gear, like, the armor, or, like, the weapon or whatever, they make it red. And the quest line would make the Scepter of the Shifting Sands look like a joke. Like, it would take, like, literally 2 hours, or sorry, not 2 hours, 2 years to even get through the quest line. Yeah, Primal Ancient, basically, yeah. It would be fucking ridiculous. Oh, I've seen some people with a lot of HKs. I've seen that. Nixie, I know exactly who that guy is. Retail's up? Okay.
Other artifact quality items would be Alex's Ring of Audacity, which increases your defense by 1,000, and you can consider yourself Born Again Hardcore. Probably a reference to Alex Afrasiabi, who was a quest designer for the game back then.
Yep.
You also had Martin Thunder, which was a one-handed mace with some resistances, and a non-use effect that kills all enemies within 30 yards of you.
I need that
and
for
also
PvP.
its cousin, Martin Fury, which miraculously did manage to find its way into a player's
Yeah, it was
inventory.
the old war thing.
I've told this story before, so
Yeah.
I won't be super detailed here, but to sum it up, on accident, a GM sent this to a player named Karate Chop on the Vecnalesh server, who then used it to clear through all of the Wrath of the Lich King raids during the Eldwar tier.
Yep.
He was quickly caught, the item was removed, and he was immediately
That
banned
bitch got
from the
banned!
game. As for the rest of the
That's the way it
guild,
goes.
and those not in the raid, those who were online were suspended temporarily in a frantic effort of damage control.
Yep.
Yeah, screw that dude questing in Elwyn. Damn cheater. So
Fuck
maybe
him,
not
dude.
technically a myth, since it was obtained
Banned for a
through
GM's
an
mistake.
extraordinary series of events.
I would have banned a guy
but
using
still,
it too.
a pretty big myth in the game overall. And at number 6, we have Karazhan is enterable. This is a pretty big claim, but the myth itself never got too much
Oh, it
credence,
is. The
so I
crypts
can't
are
justify
enterable,
putting
right?
it too high on the list.
But okay.
Of course, this would be another vanilla myth, as Karazhan was released in the Burning Crusade expansion,
Yeah.
but it was believed by many to be enterable, or at least interacted with in some way. I mean, it even has an instance portal, and taking a look at the nearby Karazhan crypts, there has to be more than meets the eye with this place.
Yeah, I would say so.
Referencing the Computer Games article from March of 2005, issue 172, it even gives a preview of Karazhan as an upcoming raid. So naturally, players thought that it would be a thing in Classic, or that should
Yeah,
be
it's too
somehow
bad they
zoned
never
into
did
it.
that. That would have been awesome.
Can't really
Those who
get back
managed
up there,
to
can
get
you?
through the game, however,
My
or
hair's
it was
messed
just
up.
for show. And as for the article, there were plans for Karazhan to be released in Classic, but due to one reason or another, it was pushed back to the Burning Crusade. And coming in at number 5, we have an oldie, but a goodie. Back then, there were many theories on how loot drops were determined in the game.
I
Why
used
did
to think
boss
this.
drop this loot? The idea is that it has to be seeded from different variables, and there are many theories on just how it was influenced.
Yeah, I used to think this same
One of them
stupid
being
shit
that the raid
all the
leader,
time.
or even the first person to zone into a raid, had an influence on the loot tables. Like, we had good luck with drops with player X as the raid leader, and bad luck with Y, so we should always have X as the leader, or he should zone in first to the raid, so we get...
I rationalized this one time, a long time ago. I think it was like in BC. I said that because my character usually has like legendary drops enabled, that I needed to be the leader of the raids, and that worked really well because that also allowed
here
me
we go.
to give myself master leader.
About time.
And this was like actually like this was so long ago. I don't remember exactly like how the logic worked or whatever, but I just wanted to be leader. I didn't even think I master looted anything. I just wanted to kick people out that I thought sucked. Like that's really what it was. I don't even think I master looted or ninja looted or anything. I wanted to kick people out who I thought were bad at the game.
the good drops, and guilds were quite strict with it. My guild in particular would remake the entire raid if someone was foolish enough to zone in before the designated person, which was a pain since the raids were 40 man, and you had to have everyone zone out, hope
That's
that
so
no one was
fucking
AFK,
stupid, dude.
and manually re-invite the right people again, and then rebuff.
Yeah.
It took forever, but I guess it was something that they felt strongly enough to waste 20 minutes of valuable raiding time.
Yeah, that's about right.
It was, of course, never revealed just what influences the loot in the game and what doesn't, and it's something that's died ever since the advent of personal loot, thankfully. And next, we have the Bengal Tiger. Up until the Cataclysm expansion,
Yep.
there was rumored to be a hidden tiger mount in the game. It exists in the game
Yep.
files, and hey, look, there are even screenshots of it this time.
Yeah, it looks
once
pretty
more
badass.
scoured the earth in search of this mount, this time focusing their efforts in the Stranglehold Fail Zone.
It's right there. The cave is there. That's it.
You Eventually, through some tricky unabots jumping, a lone cave was found in these mountains. This was
So,
God's
yeah, there it is.
a lot of detail put into it. You have this nicely
That's the
lit
Bengal
path
tiger
with a bunch
vendor.
of standing out,
Yep.
And this cave holds these tarps.
So they actually did give this the Bengal tiger. There is a genuine Bengal tiger in the game. So there was a girl, the parents got her, and they gave her the Bengal tiger. So there you go, guys. If you want the tiger, you know, there you go. That's how it's done. He's gonna get to do that. Yeah, exactly.
Why, these tarps must be made of Bengal tiger hide, players said, and thus the
Oh
Bengal
my
tiger
God,
cave was
dude.
born. It was rumored that under certain conditions, a
Oh
vendor
my
would spawn
God,
in the
dude.
cave and sell you
Yeah,
the
just have
fabled
terminal
mount.
cancer. That's all.
It only spawns at certain times, maybe once a year. Oh, maybe you need to have this cape equipped to see the NPC.
Ooh, tiger
Or maybe you
strike.
need
That's
to be a
smart.
hunter and be tamed as a pet.
Yep.
Maybe, just maybe, it was a mount that was planned, but was just eventually screenshots going beta of the game and never made it to release.
That must have been it. I mean, like, there was like a private server or something like that.
Remember what players did. The Bengal Tiger Cave yielded no Bengal Tiger.
Yep.
Getting into the final three here, though.
My mom thought
Next up,
this.
we have the Emerald Dream.
Yeah, my mom actually thought
This
this.
does, of course, exist in the lore. As described by the Wowpedia, it's a vast, ever-changing spirit world.
She thought it
that
was in
exists outside
Fairless.
the boundaries of the physical world.
Yeah.
And it represents how Azeroth would be if intelligent beings had not altered its surface. Basically, a utopia of sorts.
Yeah.
It was referenced in various ways.
There's really nothing I can do here. I blew a few mana too fast.
It actually did.
Well, it turns out that it
Yeah.
does exist. But like with many others in the list, it's only in the game files.
Exactly.
It was being worked on throughout the
That
alpha
is the
version
Emerald
of the
Dream right
game,
there.
And it was believed to be a high-level zone for players to adventure in, and the Druid class in particular would have a close link to it. In 2003, Jeff Kaplan, the lead game designer, said that it was in the works and that it was shaping up to be extremely cool. The zone was meant to be endgame, it was very large, and
It's
was
too
gonna
bad
be
this never
exceedingly
happened,
challenging.
man.
This
It
was
really is.
in 2003, so when the game launched, players eventually asked the question, well, where is it? In classic fashion, Blizzard maintained radio silence, which prompted many rumors and even hoaxes on how to enter the Emerald Dream.
Yeah.
False directions being posted.
Yep.
Oh yeah, just keep going.
Swim
through
out into
fatigue
the
water.
ocean. That's all.
It's somewhere over there, just keep going.
Yep. Just keep going.
Videos of people exploring the zone were posted, some of which providing no context. One of the most popular exploration videos back then was by Dopefish, who showed himself exploring various places, the Emerald Dream included.
What the
It was
fuck?
disclosed that it was all done on a private server, I believe.
Yep.
But it didn't stop people from trying to figure out ways to reach it. In this
Is he
scene,
gonna
you can see
RP
that
walk in
people
there and then
with layers of
fucking
green
cut it
drake
into the Emerald
walks
Dream?
to the portal, and with some simple video editing, he's in. These
Oh
green
my
portals
God.
behind all of the Dragons of Nightmare World bosses were always believed to be
That's so
linked
fucking
somehow,
funny,
which
dude.
may have been the intent at some point.
And you know, there's like all
but
these
alas,
kids back
yielded
then.
no
It's
result.
like, you know, like kids back then, they weren't used to being lied to on the internet. You know, they weren't used to just like being just reflexively skeptical. And so some kid would probably see that and get himself killed 8 times trying to walk through one of the fucking world bosses to get into this portal, only to finally get there and walk right through and turn around, and then fucking, what's his name? Aramis, or whatever the fuck his name is gonna just attack him through the goddamn, the portal, right? It's pretty funny to think about that. On the internet, nobody knows you're a lying gnome. Exactly, dude. Aramis, what are their names? Terriar, I think there's one of them, yeah. Yeah, Emerus, yeah. Oh, it's Emerus? Yeah, the only reason I know it's Emerus is fucking Athene, okay? Well, is Athene, is Emerus even one of them? Fuck, dude, I don't even remember.
On the real servers.
Yeah, it's been so long.
It was only on September 2006, after the announcement of the Burning Crusade expansion, that Blizzard broke their silence on the matter and confirmed that it's not in the game, and also that there are no plans for it as of yet. Between then and now, players have flirted with the Emerald Dream through various quests, and even visiting the corrupted Emerald Nightmare raid and the Legion expansion. But to this day, we get to see a full representation of the Fabled Zone. And in similar fashion, another one from Classic here is that you could enter the Outland.
The funny thing about these is
this is the Orc homeworld of Draenor.
The best part about this is that the best myths are grounded in reality. And there are actually places that you can go to and see Outland in vanilla WoW. And if you can mix the myth of the game with like kind of the reality, I think that's really where it comes, because like, you can get people to believe it halfway, and if you can prove half of it, people will just want to believe the other half.
Corrupted by the Burning Legion, and it served as the stage for Khadgar's campaign in Warcraft 2.
What the fuck?
This myth, of course, ended with the Burning Crusade expansion.
The fucking cinematic, dude. I don't remember that one.
But it was believed that you could somehow enter the Twisted Realm far before that.
Yeah.
I mean, the Dark Portal was in the game, so it was inevitable that players searched for ways to enter it, or at least come up with outlandish theories or rumors to find the hidden zone. As I said, most myths are based off of some truth.
Bro, I thought that shit
and
was
it's
real
the case
back
again
then.
With this one,
what do you mean?
There were plans for players to enter the Outland in vanilla World of Warcraft. I mean, why have the Dark Portal on the login screen, right? Dude wonders or scrapped, saved for later. Either they ran out of time, or they just didn't expect just how successful the game was going to be.
I don't think any, like...
Once they said that, maybe they said, let's just save it for another expansion. However, just like the Emerald Dream,
this is
there
it,
existed
dude.
a version of the Outland.
This is the original Outland right here.
Of course, not actually accessible by the players.
Yeah.
This would later become the Hellfire Peninsula.
Yep.
And as you can see, this would be Honor Hold, where Khadgar and company took residence. And the zone as a whole has a lot of similarities to the final version. It had a huge amount of to it, considering that it never saw the light of day.
It's disappointing that all these new zones...
Dopefish's exploration video.
If they did Classic Plus, would you guys want to see them take these old zones that were kind of like ideas and take what the old files were and then just iterate on them and recreate them into an actual game? Like, I would love to see them do that, and like the Dragon Isles and like Karazhan Crypts, etc., man. That'd be fucking cool, dude. Like, I would love to see it. The original iteration of the Mount Hydro raid. Yeah, dude. Poll? I don't know if that'd be a poll, but like, I would love to see them take like the original stuff that people used to see in like these videos and take that exact content and then build that into something even bigger and release it for Classic Plus.
I'm trying to teleport there, but
I feel like that would just be like fucking nostalgia.
I think I'll be able to.
It would be like the best combination of like nostalgia with like also... It's like finding out that a unicorn is real. I think that's what it would be like. It would be like finding out that a unicorn is real.
And players oohed and awed at the unseen lands.
Nostalgia
there must
plus,
be a way
exactly.
in there. Maybe if I try to go through the portal on a level 47 naked gnome with nothing but a banana in my inventory.
Yeah, back to the drawing board.
There was also another version hidden away in the Dead Mines instance.
Yep, this one right here.
Which still exists to this day, actually.
Wait,
if you
what?
glitch through the wall with Slowfall, you can reach another work in progress of what's referred to as the Old Outland.
Wait, what?
And another red herring was
you can do it in the
located
game
in
now?
The Ashara zone. In the depths, you could find a dark portal. Wait, don't we already have that in the Blasted Lands? Well, how do you explain this screenshot then? What you're looking at is an underwater dark portal found in the waters.
Do it? You guys want me to do it?
It was removed in the alpha version of World of Warcraft.
I'll do it if you want.
That didn't stop players from exploring the waters and searching for some remnants of the portal.
Okay.
The answer was simple though. Back in the alpha of the game, every instance had the dark portal as a placeholder for the entrance. And at some point, it seems like there were some plans for an underwater dungeon of sorts located in the zone. But for some reason, probably time,
it
ended up being scrapped. The screenshot remained though, and the zone would become one of many focal points of players' search of the Outland.
Well, they just basically reused the asset of the Dark Portal somewhere else, and they decided not to do that to make the Dark Portal more unique. It's not really that amazing.
But as much as we look back and
number one is going to be the Ashbringer
that players did to enter these zones,
I already know it.
This one was understandable because it was actually referenced.
Number one is the Ashbringer
in-game through the corrupted Ashbringer event, which leads me to number one on our list. And that's the thought that you could obtain the legendary Purified Ashbringer in Classic World of Warcraft. Come on, how could this not be number one?
Yep.
The Ashbringer was the weapon of the former High Lord of the Silver Hand,
Alexandros
Mograine.
Yep.
And when he fell at the hands of his son, he, along with his weapon, became corrupted and were made to serve Kel'Thuzad in death. He was one of the 4 horsemen, which was a boss fight in the next Rammus 40-man raid in Vanilla, and on the drop table, players could loot the corrupted Ashbringer to wield for themselves.
Man,
the sword
dude.
came with a variety of special
that.
effects, including creepy whispers from the last sword
I'll be the
of
first
Morgan
person
himself.
to get that. That's gonna be great. Yeah, it has like whispers.
I
and
can't
all kinds
find
of crazy
Emerald
shit,
Dream
dude.
coordinates. I'm
The
pretty
Argentine
sure they're around
faction
here
would become
somewhere.
hostile to you, so you had to put it away whenever you entered their hub. And on the flip side, if you entered the cathedral wing of the Scarlet Monastery
all be
dungeon,
friendly.
you trigger a special event.
I forgot
where
the
spirit
Argent
of
Dawn would be
Alexandros
hostile.
takes revenge on his son.
Yep.
Going into a hidden chamber on the side and talking to the undead Inquisitor Fairbanks,
Yep.
he provides some information on the cursed sword, and he ultimately tells players to find his other son, a more devout and pious man you may never meet. It is rumored that he is able to build the Ashbringer anew without requiring the old tainted blade, and that he
I fucking thought it was gonna happen in BC, dude. I remember trying to think, man, I've got to get the fucking Ashbringer in vanilla so I can get the actual Ashbringer in BC, but it never happened.
resides in the Outland. This set off the biggest scavenger hunt in the game's history.
Yep.
Like I said, players tried every way possible to zone through the dormant portal
I
in
feel
the
said you need
Blasted
fish
Lands,
corrupt
the
Ashbringer. Yep.
location of the removed portal in Ashara. There is a joke book that dropped from the Altrek Valley battleground called Matt Pagel's
And that's
Guide
how to get
Extreme
the
Angling,
legendary sword
with all but the
Ashbringer, right?
last page missing. It reads, and so
Yep.
that's where you'll find the legendary sword of the Scarlet High Lord, Ashbringer. Ain't it amazing what you run into in an ordinary day
Well,
of fishing?
people ran with that.
Which prompted players to then fish for it in the waters
Right
outside the
underneath
Stratholme
the
dungeon,
bridge.
where Alexandros met his end.
Yep.
There were NPCs who referenced it, and even a data-mined legendary version of the blade itself.
Oh my
So
god.
it was no wonder that players
Oh
were
my
scouring every
fucking
corner
god.
of the world.
We were
After
so
thousands
dumb,
and
dude.
thousands of posts,
We
it
were
was
so
confirmed to
dumb.
not exist in the game in early 2006, where the community manager, Ionix, stated that they'll only add it after casters receive their legendary. So once Next Rammus came out and it got Antiesh, and now with that corrupted Ashbringer, players thought that it was in-game and it was just super hidden.
Yep.
Of course, when the Burning Crusade
Yep.
launched, everyone scrambled to find the last son of Alexander Smolgrain, but even still, over every zone,
See-
they fine-tuned code. So where it found,
That's such a disappointment, man. Dude, it would have been so badass if they had done that. Like, imagine an item just fucking... Dude, I couldn't even imagine, like, Blizzard doing something like that big. That'd be fucking insane, dude. Rollback, yeah, it was better that it was never added. I don't know. It was added, actually. But just in general, I don't know. I think that'd be really fucking cool. And EverQuest did that. Hair wounds? No, not like hair wounds, okay? Like something that's really hard to get. Like, they can't do that in current WoW because the whole progression system's broken. So there's no way you can be like, oh, well, then you want to have, like, all this. It would not work in current WoW, unfortunately. But yeah, there it is. NBC in Terracar Forest was a blacksmith. Wait, what's this here? NBC in Terracar Forest, who was the blacksmith of Honorhold, who was mega teased to be the son of Alexander Smolgrain, named David Wayne. Oh yeah, he's for the blacksmithing quest. See, I thought that the guy who was going to purify Ashbringer was what's his name's son, Turalian's son, the guy in Honorhold. But obviously that never fucking happened.
and it was only in the Wrath of the Lich King expansion, when Tyrion Fordring got the Ashbringer in lore, did most players give up on their quest.
Yep.
Ultimately, as you know, we did eventually see the Ashbringer.
I like how that just doesn't exist.
Legion expansion. A bit anticlimactic, however, as every single paladin got it. Hey, wasn't this supposed to be a fabled, ultra-powerful mythical weapon?
That's why everybody gets it.
Well, maybe there was a sale going on or something.
Everybody's ultra powerful.
But still, during the time, it goes down as one of the biggest myths in the game's history, with Blizzard themselves even referencing it. You can unlock the alternate corrupted
Verdant
blade,
Fields.
and the whole process referenced all of the ridiculous things that players did in their hunt for the Ashbringer.
Mokano was one of the
Altered
people that
Valley
figured
for the
this out.
buck, killing these slimes in
Back
the
in the
Eastern
day.
Plague Lands, talking to random NPCs, and yes, even fishing in the waters outside of Stratholme. So I guess everything came full circle after all.
Yep.
But that's about it. This concludes the top 10 myths of World of Warcraft. Some understandable, and some downright ridiculous.
I
Whatever
would
the
say
case
so.
was, I hope that you found the video entertaining. Like it if you liked it. And
This
I'll
was
see you
pretty
in the next
funny.
one.
Yeah,
Peace.
I feel like there's like so much
Place is huge. Oh, you know what I could fucking do? I could make a raid in here. I can add NPCs to this area if I want to. The hell's over here? That's it? It's kind of lame, actually. So is there just no way to get back up there? If I'm going this way. I'm pretty sure I can bring the bots in here. I'm gonna try it. Yep. And if I can bring the bots in here, I can bring NPCs in here. I mean, it's cool, but it's honestly not even really that cool. Alright, so I want to teleport here. Probably I'm gonna do this here. Since I spent so much time doing that, I'm just gonna run to where we need to go. Okay. Oh, these ones I can actually hit. I'm honestly not too sure what I'm looking for here. That quest is a pain in the ass. Oh shit, some more alliance. this up. Oh. I'm not even close. Don't I already have one of those? Well, guess what? Guess what? I should probably plug this in. Guess what? Guess what? Come here. Spiders drop copper. It's interesting. Wish I had some debuffs that I could just put on them like warlocks do. I don't know what that is. I've actually never picked that item up before in my life. Oh, there he is.
History about like WoW that's like if you played the game for that long, you just remember like vaguely like all these dumbass things in the game.
We hope you enjoy.
And it's great, dude. Okay, here we go. This is good. We'll watch this one. Okay. Actually, you know what? I want to watch the Scepter of the Shifting Sands. Because this is going to be, this is pretty involved. And we'll go ahead, we'll watch this. The best quest line ever made by Blizzard.
Hey guys, what's up? Mad Season here, back with another video for you.
Hi.
It's a new month, so I have a new video for you voted by the patrons. This time, it's a new series.
Cool.
Yeah, I know I have too many already, but I like them. I'm calling it Quest Log, and it's a series focused on the more epic and cool quest chains in the game. Both ones that have been removed, and also ones that you can still do today. The name might be pending. I'm not sure if I like that one, so we'll see. Give me any suggestions if you have any. But for this one, I wanted to cover the Scepter of the Shifting Sands quest line from Vanilla World of Warcraft. I've danced around this chain a few times whenever I mentioned the old AQ40 event, but I think it's time to give it its proper due since it was one of the bigger chains from back in the day.
It was the biggest one.
It even gave you a legendary mount and a unique title if you did it fast enough.
Fuck yeah, dude.
It required coordination, not just from your entire guild, but also the server. It spanned dozens and dozens of quests, included reputation farming, material farming, raiding both indoors and outdoors, and even interacting with major lore characters and heroes from past Warcraft games.
That was Malfurion. I remember whenever we finally got to actually talk to Malfurion and see him the first time, I was so excited because we had never really seen him a lot in WoW before then.
It's considered by many to be the granddaddy of all quest chains, especially for its time. Completing it back when the content was current was a huge achievement before achievements were even added to the game, and you were awarded appropriately.
You're goddamn right.
It was removed in the Cataclysm expansion, along with a ton of other stuff. What is dead may never die. So, let's
Fucking
go
cattle.
over it from the beginning.
Oh, yeah, I can't believe they did that.
You might find this
They should've
handy
never
as a
gotten rid of
guide
it.
for when classic launches, but that's not really the intention since I won't be going over boss strategies and whatnot. I just want to give you an overall look at the chain. And we'll do it in 2 parts since it is quite long, and I do want to be fairly thorough. It all started in the Silithus zone, which was
I forgot
released
where
in
you even
patch
start the quest at all.
1.9, which was the Encourage patch.
Holy shit.
In this one, we got 2 raids, the 20-man Ruins of Encourage and the 40-man Temple of Encourage.
That shit was real.
But there was a catch. The gate leading to these raids was locked, and the only way to open it was to complete something called the Encourage War Effort.
Yep.
These gates were locked long ago during a conflict called the War of the Shifting Sands, where the minions of the old god Cthulhu, the Kiraji, launched an invasion upon Kalimdor. Not going into super detail here,
was an asshole.
many people died in the skirmish, but ultimately, the Kiraji were temporarily defeated by being locked in their kingdom by the Archdruid Fandral Steghelm and a few dragons.
That's what happened.
There's still a threat that needs to be taken care of though,
I got one.
so the Alliance and the Horde have to work together to launch an offensive against the Silithid Kingdom. And to do that, they need copper bars.
Whoa, wait, let me see. How many is that? 600,000? 850,000 thorium bars? Oh my god, I never even got a chance to look at. Wait, is that 2 million linen bandages? What the fuck? What the fuck? This is gonna take forever.
And many
2
other crafting
million.
materials. You turned these into NPCs in your faction capital, and it kept a running tally that was shared with your entire server. So, hundreds of thousands of crafting materials, and it was a pretty time-consuming thing.
Yeah, that's insane, dude.
Definitely a good time for gold makers, that's for sure. And it was also the first time that I recall that the Horde and Alliance had to actually work together in-game. This was pretty substantial
true, isn't
since
it?
the faction war was at its peak, so it's like 2 enemies working together for the greater good, which would be repeated later on, but this was pretty cool since it was the first time.
Badass. See that star thing right there.
While all of this was going on, though, in the Cenarian Hold Hub in Silithus, you could get a quest called What Tomorrow Brings from an NPC named Bearstolth of the Shifting Sands, a Night Elf hunter. He gives you some cryptic information and basically sends you to the Caverns of Time in the Tanner's Zone to talk to the Bronze Dragonflight, who'll sort of be your brain trust for this chain.
Right.
They have a reputation tied to them called the Brood of Nazdormu. You're pretty familiar with these guys by
I'm
now.
exalted with them too.
They're the time-traveling dragonflight located at the Caverns of Time, which was closed in vanilla, so this little hub was right outside of the gates.
Not if you get in from the behind.
The specific NPC you're looking for here is Anachronos, and he doesn't mess around. He gives you a follow-up quest called Only One May Rise, which requires you to kill the Broodlord Lashslayer boss in the Blackwing Lair raid.
Holy shit.
So already,
That one's 0 to 60 real quick. I was like, oh yeah, go talk to this guy. Everything's gonna be fine. It's like, yo, go clear BWO, you fucking bitch. Oh my god, I forgot all about that. And you get 57 silver whenever you kill him. I need to take a piss. I'll be right back. Boss.
the only challenging part was that
Sorry about that.
we have some raiding content here. At this point,
Back
though,
now.
if you were a serious guild, this wasn't a huge challenge as he was only the 3rd boss in the raid.
It was a joke, boss.
The only challenging part was that until a Burning Crusade
suppression
patch,
room.
just 1 head dropped for just 1 person out of your entire 40-man raid.
Yep.
Well, it makes sense if you think about it. 1 Draconid drops 1 head.
There's a quest in Hills Bradfoot Hills for Murloc heads. Blizzard, no, I don't want to hear any rationalization for, oh, now it makes sense. Because I used to spend an hour every time I did that quest to get 10 fucking heads. Don't give me any bullshit about continuity with heads.
Pretty unforgiving though, and you can safely bet that there was a ton of drama that came with it. The question was, out of all 40 raid members, who got the head?
Me.
It varied from guild to guild, of course, but
gonna be me.
whenever something is in such a high demand and low supply, you knew that there was going to be trouble,
Me.
and only a fraction of the people who started this chain would actually make it to the very end.
That's true. You usually give it to the
Who'll be the
person that's
one
like
to
the main
get the
person to
legendary
go,
mount and the unique title?
oh,
Only one may rise, indeed.
oh,
But
there
you
it
took him
is.
down, a lucky person got some head, and you brought it back. This
Very
is
lucky
personally
indeed.
where my quest ended back in the day, but if you continued, you got the next part titled The Path of the Righteous. Even though you just defeated one of Nefarian's most powerful lieutenants, the Bronze Dragonflight.
The guy in my guild that got the closest to this convinced some 15-year-old girl to farm out all the silithid fragments for him because you could do it on like an altar. Like I forgot exactly how it worked, but she was able to basically farm out all of the silithid fragments for him, and then in response he said he'd get her into the raiding guild. He did, actually.
Is still distrustful of you, and you must prove yourself in order to help him. You're given a special badge called the Agent of Nazdormu, and if you have this in your bags, upon killing silithid creatures in the game, you're able to loot carapace fragments from them. For this quest,
There it
you
is.
needed to get 200 of these fragments, and after you turn it in, you got 500 reputation with the Brood, and you unlock a repeatable quest for another 200 fragments. You started at 0 of 36,000 at Hated,
That sucks.
and to get the next quest, you needed to get to neutrals, so you're talking thousands upon thousands of fragments. Yeah, like I said, this is where I tapped out back in the day. It was doable, but holy cow did it take a long time.
What the fuck?
There was a way to speed it up though. Each time you
What
completed
the
this quest,
fuck?
you also got an
42,000?
item called the Proxy of Nazdormu, which deputized another player and gave them the badge that allowed them to farm fragments, and the fragments themselves weren't bound, so typically guilds, if they were smart, would sort of put their focus on a few people, have everyone farm fragments for them
Yep.
to try to complete it more efficiently.
That's what we're gonna do in my guild.
So, you farmed and farmed and
It's just what
farmed
makes sense.
until you melded into your chair, and once you reached neutral, you were ready for the next part.
There you go.
You were sent to the Silithus Zone to obtain something
Slave,
called
yes.
a crystalline tear,
Yes, slave.
and to gaze into its depths. As the quest says, the tear serves as a symbol of the great losses beset upon the Bronze Dragonflight in the War of the Shifting Sands. Upon clicking it, you get a little cutscene here, recreating the battle in the war. Various members of the Dragonflights created a diversion for the Archdruid Vandrel Steghelm and Anachronos to seal the gate to Ahn'Qiraj.
Wow.
You may remember Steghelm as the Archdruid of Darnassus during Vanilla,
Yeah, he was
while
the big
Malfurion
dick.
Stormrage was lost in the Emerald Nightmare.
Yep.
He's kind of a pecker because he was sabotaging everything all along and kept Malfurion in the Nightmare, but that's a story for
What?
another time. So,
Oh, really?
he and Anachronos and the dragons
wonder we
cast
killed him.
nature, frost, and fire spells upon the small
Fuck that
army in front
guy.
of them. Anachronos time locks
I didn't know
them,
that.
and they successfully seal off the gate to the kingdom.
Okay.
Anachronos tells Steghelm that if he should ever need to gain access, he would need the Scepter of the Shifting Sands, and that he needed to use this scepter on the gong right outside of the gate,
Right.
although
okay.
it would once again unleash the Kiraji upon the world. He hands him the scepter, but Steghelm is having none of it. Having recently lost his son, Valstan, he wants nothing to do with the Kiraji or the dragons for that matter, and knowing that the scepter was the only way of letting them back out, he smashed it into pieces and walked off into the sunset.
See, I don't remember any of this, dude.
Anachronos picked up the
I just-
shattered
I just remember the
fragments,
game.
but the scepter was no more.
Oh, wow.
Returning to him, he says that he entrusted
Holy
the
shit.
shards that were etched into the scepter to 3 guardians of each dragonflight: Iranicus of the green, Villastraz of the red, and Azure Ghosts of the blue, and Anna himself has the bronze one. Well, apparently, he's a really bad judge of character because all
Those are
three
all
of those
bosses.
dragons are either evil or crazy.
Yeah, that guy's an idiot.
To open the gate, we need to remake this
I thought you could
sector,
see
so
time.
we need the shards. The quest seemingly
The
ends
fuck?
here, but he gives you a hint and says to seek out these dragons. From here, the quest splits into 3 parts: the green shard, the red shard, and the blue shard.
This took me like 6 months to figure out that after I finished this part of the quest, I needed to go do something else. Like I did this, like a lot of it I did in like Burning Crusade and Wrath of the Lich King. So I never really knew how to do it on my own, and I would never look anything up. I would just always do everything the way that I wanted to do it.
Let's tackle the green shard first. He mentioned Iranicus as a guardian, and if you remember, you could find his shade in the Temple of Atal
That
Hakar,
guy was a dick
also
sucker.
known as the Sunken Temple.
We're gonna be
Lore-wise,
doing
he
that.
was to enter the temple and destroy the physical manifestation of the blood god Hakar, who resided there. He was successful, but he went
there
insane
it is,
shortly after
dude.
due to the corruption of the
There
Emerald
it
Nightmare.
is.
He never returned, and his shade remains inside, attacking any intruders. This place was quite the labyrinth to say the least, but you progressed through it, killed some trolls, dragons, and eventually reached his room. Except, if you completed that initial scepter chain, Malfurion Stormrage will appear in front of you and offer a quest. He says to get the green scepter shard, you must first cleanse Iranicus of his corruption. Just taking out his shade won't do it.
Oh, you have to go to like
He
Moonglade.
tells you that you need to seek the aid of Tyrande Whisperwind through one of his agents,
I think that's what it
and
was.
bids you farewell. This agent turns out to be a wisp located north of the entrance to the city. It pierces your thoughts and tells you that Tyrande will be notified of her plans to cleanse Iranicus, and you're sent to the Keeper Remulos in the Moonglade hub to the east.
Yep. This was
Remember,
really hard.
Iranicus is in the Emerald Nightmare along with Malfurion,
I didn't
and
know
we need to
Iranicus
pull him
was in
out to cleanse him.
Oh,
But it has
yeah.
to be of his own will, so we have to lay a trap for him and use Malfurion's physical body as bait to lure him out.
Oh yeah.
So, to do that, you need 4 items called Fragments of the Nightmare's Corruption, located all over
fuck?
the world. Across Azeroth, you could find these green emerald dream portals.
Damn.
Typically, they had outdoor raid bosses guarding them, along with elite dragonkin.
That was left
These shards
right
had
there.
a small chance to drop from these dragonkin,
Dude, I
so
forgot all
you'd form a
about
small
this shit.
group to farm those. There's one located in
Yeah,
Ashenvale,
I guess I did it
the
solo back
Hinterlands, Fairless, and Duskwood, so lots of traveling. The one in Duskwood was a little special, and it required a full-on raid, as the mob who dropped the shard here
Yes.
was the Twilight Corruptor.
Yep, I did
This guy
this on
didn't
my
Oh, I'm finally there? Okay, good. One moment.
Designed for a full raid of 40 people to
Yep.
take them down, so again, being in a guild
It's not
was a
that hard.
necessity.
It's not that hard.
But once you had the shards, you're ready to summon Aranicus. Remulos walks over to the hub, Night Haven, which is swarming with guards, preparing
Yep.
for the oncoming assault
Yeah,
of
this
the
part
Green
was
Dragon.
really fucking good now.
He begins the summoning ritual
I did this with a group
above
of
the
like
nearby
3
lake,
people.
and Aranicus arrives. The hub is swarmed with ghostly shades, and you have to defend the townsfolk until Tyrande arrives to
Yep.
cleanse Aranicus.
Yep.
Remember, we don't want to kill him, just free him of his corruption. Now, why we didn't wait until Tyrande was actually here before we summoned him, I have no
It
idea.
took her forever to get ready.
But whatever.
That's why.
The actual fail triggers here are if Aranicus
realistic.
or the Keeper Remulos dies, so you must keep them alive at all times.
Of course.
It required at least one full raid if I remember correctly. Typically, guilds would even call in
I
other
would say it
guilds
did.
to
Yeah, it
sort
was
of
about
help
that
them
hard.
out since this was out in the world.
Let me go ahead and pause real quick. I did update Battle.net. There was a small update. And so I've already done the update, okay, guys? Thank you.
Anyone could help if they wanted to, or possibly on PvP servers, even sabotage each other, and get some easy kills on some unsuspecting
Tyrant
raiders.
of the Dream, dude.
If you hold
This
out
shit
long
was
enough
actually
until
hard to do.
Tyrande arrives, she exorcises Aranicus of his corruption. You know, the power of a loon compels you,
Right,
that
of
sort
course.
of thing.
Dude, I should have
And
recorded
actually,
myself doing
something
this.
neat was that when he's
Actually, yo, I
cleansed,
bet I did.
the entire server got an emote saying that
Wait.
Aranicus, Tyrant of the Dream, is wholly consumed by the light of a loon. Tranquility sets in over Moonglade.
I wish there were more things in the game that did that. And like I think Blizzard should have done that more. Or like whenever one player does like makes like a big accomplishment, everybody fucking knows about it. And even though it's not really a big deal, I think it's pretty fucking badass. I don't know, it's just like those little things. Whenever they'd like yell out your name, whenever you'd complete the Timbermaw Hold reputation, I don't know, I think those things are special. No, not Citizens of Dalaran, okay? That's the wrong way of doing. Well,
Or are they stuck in Booty Bay again? I'll wait for the one that's flying in to arrive.
that's very true. Holy shit, I didn't even think of that.
This mystified people back in the day. They'd go, who the heck is Aranicus? That's what I thought back then, not knowing the full
Yep,
extent
about
of the
right.
quest chain. So, a pretty tough event. But if you're successful, you got the Green Scepter Shard. Just 2 more to go.
What about the...
And you also got a choice between a Caster Nature Resistance
Wow.
necklace or some Agility Nature Resistance boots.
Damn, that's actually really fucking
These
good.
are pretty
Holy
appropriate
shit.
rewards because one of
it's
the
AQ.
bosses in Encourage, you know, the place we're trying to unlock,
Yeah.
required a lot of nature resistance to kills, so
Oh my
these were
God.
actually pretty useful to have.
Damn, I forgot all about that.
Alright, this is about the halfway point,
I
I'd
probably
say.
held on to that
Maybe
item.
a bit past it. Like I said, this one's a doozy, so I'm gonna take a break here and finish up later. Keep an eye out for part 2, which will hopefully be done within a week. In that one, we'll finish up with the 2 remaining shards, talk about the finale, the rewards, and all of that good stuff. So, I'll see you then. I hope you enjoy.
For the Horde!
Yeah, I don't think I can do that yet. What's the recommended level on Sunken Temple? 50 to 60. I'll be right back. I'm gonna shit. And then I'm probably gonna have to figure out a different quest to do. I don't know. We'll see. Sorry about that. I had to take a shit. Anyway, we're all here. We all have the quest, but I'm not going down there to do that. So.
What do you need?
I'm gonna take this guy's quest.
Go forth to victory.
Even if it is... Or no, it's green. It's not bad. I'll still get some XP from that.
Some. For the horde.
Enjoyed this series. I think it could have some potential since there are a lot of cool quest chains in the game.
This is what it was all
and
about,
like I
man.
said, not just the ones
Like
that were
doing quests
removed.
like that, like the raid level
There's a few
quests.
current ones that I'd like to talk about as well.
Okay, which ones?
But I just figured that I'd knock this one out first since it's like the holy grail.
Yeah, you're goddamn right.
Anyways, that's all I got, I guess. I hope you found the video
We'll go to the next
interesting
one
or
after this.
entertaining. Like it if you liked it, and I'll see you in the next one.
Okay.
Peace.
Farewell for now, mortals.
What is this here? No, yeah, okay, we'll just do the Scepter one then. Because I thought that this would be like more of like a completed version of the game, but like everybody, you know, it's like you can't really have an opinion that like really makes a difference if it's, you know, like only the alpha, right? So we'll just go back and watch the Scepter one. Start at the beginning.
Link in the description. So, we just have 2 more to go, the blue and the red shards. The latter was actually pretty simple compared to the other chains. If you remember, our contact for this whole chain, Anachronos, entrusted these shards to various
I'm
dragons.
just disappointed this guy wasn't alive in beta.
The red one was entrusted to Velistraz, who you may remember as the second boss in the Black
Yeah, that didn't work out too well, did it?
We already visited this place once for the Broodlord Lashlayer's head, but this time, things are a little more difficult. If you're on this part of the chain, Velistraz will offer you a special quest called Nefarious'
I think you have to kill him.
Corruption.
Oh, it's 5. Yeah, I thought it was
He
2, now it's
explains
5.
to you that Nefarian has stolen the Red Scepter Shard and will destroy it within 5 hours, making this a timed run. That's right, you have to rush from Velistraz all the way to Nefarian,
In
which
only
was 7 bosses
5
total,
hours.
in under 5 hours.
Wow, that's hard to do.
Remember, AQ40 wasn't
Holy
out
shit.
at this point, of course, so this wasn't a joke. It varied from guild to guild,
It'd
but
take a
you had
whole
to have
hour.
your stuff together to make the timer and have this place on farm. No more help from other raids like with the Green Shard. This was just you and your guild in a raiding time trial.
Wait, where's that blue dragon come from? Was that always in the game? I don't remember that shit. No, for real, was that? Yeah, or you're in the stream, exactly. Yeah, was that in the game? I don't remember that anywhere.
If you failed, you actually got a pretty funny letter from the man himself, sort of taunting you for your unsuccessful attempt. From the desk of Lord Victor Nefarious, to whom it may concern.
It's like a law office?
How I love these games we play. I can only assume that if you're reading this letter, you have somehow, through miracle or divine intervention, managed to vanquish me. Preposterous, I know, but stranger things have happened in the history of this world.
Okay.
As with all things in life, there is a glorious silver lining of tragedy, chaos, and evil in this sorrowful tale. While you have slain me, you have done so in such a slow and disorderly fashion that I have had time enough to write this letter after I destroyed your only hope of saving this world.
Wow.
The crushed red crystal
That's actually
powder
cool.
is all that is left
What the
of your
fuck?
scepter shard. Enjoy the Nemesis and Stormrage armaments that you may find in my treasure trove. Believe me when I tell you this, I take great pleasure in knowing that I did what my father could not. Sincerely, Lord Victor Nefarious, aka the artist formerly known as Nefarian.
If Blizzard did something like that now, players would somehow figure out a way to turn it into Blizzard making fun of them and bullying them. And they would have to take this out of the game.
Jeez, what a jerk. But if you were successful, that was it. You got the red shard. And again, just like the Broodlord Lashlayer and the Nightmare Shard from the Twilight Corruptor, just one dropped. So this is the third single drop item we've covered so far. So at this point, most of the people who started this chain were weeded out, and only a select few would press on through this gauntlet of questing, grinding, and raiding. You had until the Cataclysm expansion to finish this chain,
Yep, I did mine in
but
Wrath.
to get all of the rewards, you were under a strict time limit here, so time was of the essence.
So now later
And
too,
in
when you
addition
bid
to
raid
the
and raid
shard,
finder
you
only,
also got
that'd
a
be a good
choice
idea.
between some shadow resistance agility legs or a shadow resist amulet. Like I said, pretty straightforward.
Nobody
compared
cares
to
about
that
shadow
green shard,
resist. It's a waste.
although it was still pretty challenging. Just one more to go.
Farewell.
The blue shard, you may remember, was given to Azure Ghost for protection.
Oh!
You could find him in as Shara, either
This
his
is the,
dragon or
Draconic
his
for
spirit.
Dummies.
Oh, so I get to fly
What's that?
back.
He was an
Wonderful.
awful raid boss, so it was problematic also having him as a quest giver.
Yeah, that was a
so
little
they
silly.
had mercy, and they gave you an alternate way to speak with him via his
Speak,
ghost.
friend.
Oh, that's great.
So you engage with conversation with him, he hands you the shard, and that's it. Nah, just kidding. Of course he doesn't have the shard.
That's what would happen in BFA.
Great choice of guardians, by the way,
Yeah.
Anna. He says the reason he lost it is because he can't take 5 steps without some crazed orc or a human trying to thrust a stick into his hide.
Yeah, it's,
Well, he kind of has a
that'd be
point there, I
distracting,
guess.
sure.
Us adventurers are kind of maniacal, mindless killers, if you really think about it. He says that he held onto the shard for 500 years, and it was nothing but trouble, so he sort of pawned it off to a minnow. But not just any minnow, a magical one.
Oh,
And
wow.
to lure it out, you need a device called an Arcanite buoy.
Yep.
To build this buoy, he gives you a ledger /
Yep.
schematic to deliver to a gnome in Tanris named Narain Soothfancy. But there's just one problem. The schematic is written in Draconic language, and to decipher it, you need some scrying goggles, Volume 2 of Draconic for Dummies, and a 500-pound chicken.
Of course.
As you probably guessed, these items are locked behind quest chains. First, we have the scrying goggles. Narain explains
I don't
that
remember this
his
at all.
ex-best friend
Yeah, I
forever,
forgot this part
Stubble,
entirely.
stole these goggles long ago, and that we have to go steal them back.
What the fuck? Yeah, I totally
He
forgot.
says
about
that Stubble is either in the
Oh.
Outland or the Silver Pine Forest next to the Greymane Wall,
Okay, well,
which
that
at
kinda
this
narrows
point
it down.
enclosed all of the Worgen. Well,
Thank God.
considering that the Burning Crusade hadn't launched yet, he's probably at the wall.
Yep.
Looking around, he found no
Quest sign
NPC,
is infinite.
but
Yeah.
you did find an inconspicuous crate to the left of the road near the gate. Investigating, you find that Stubble is in the crate hiding. He's been running away from Narain, even going through the dark portal to the Outland. He says that he'd give
That's a
up the
bad idea.
goggles, but he lost them in the Molten Core raid. So, just like every other part of the chain, we got some more raiding content here. These goggles had a very low
What a
chance to drop
mistake.
from any trash mob
What a
inside the
mistake,
instance,
dude.
so it's not too bad. I think most guilds had this place on farm by now, so this was the easier part of the chain, I'd say.
Okay.
If you return the goggles to Narain, you get some potions as a bonus, and that's one of 3 items down. For the chicken, you're sent to a goblin named Dirge Quickcleave in the Gadgets and Inn, also in Tanris. He says that you're out of luck because there doesn't exist a 500-pound chicken, surprisingly enough, so we'll have to improvise.
Oh yeah.
He sends you to the Isle of Dread
This
in
is
the
the guy we were
Fairless
trying to
Zone,
kill.
which is filled with high-level
Yeah, this
elite
is it.
chimera. You need to kill
This
him
is the guy
until
we're
you
trying to
get
kill
20
here.
chimeric tenderloins, and then you need to take out the biggest one there,
Okay.
named Lord Lackmaran. You need to loot his carcass. For the generic elite chimera, You only needed a party of people,
It was easy.
perhaps even soloable by some classes. Lord Lackmern, however, needed a raid to take down, so you needed your guild with you. And to follow the scheme of things, he only dropped one carcass per kill, so if he had multiple people on this part, you'd have to do a bit of farming and compete against other guilds too, since it was out in the world. There was no
See, this thing was really fucking hard to kill. Like, whenever I finally sold this, I felt like a fucking god.
server hopping back then, so
No,
you just have to camp it.
I watched half of this. I didn't watch the whole thing. I watched
If
like
you're successful, you return
first
to
2 or 3
Dirge.
minutes of it.
But to complete the recipe, he offers you the follow-up quest where he asks for 20 each of deep rock salt
Oh, that
and
shit's
goblin
easy.
rocket fuel.
Yeah, you just
The
buy that from a
rocket
vendor,
fuel
I'm
was
pretty
an
sure.
engineered reagent made by alchemists,
Really?
and the salt you could get from earth elementals throughout the
Yeah, it's
world.
a joke.
So this part was soloable, thankfully.
This is where you got the pattern.
And
yeah,
as
there
a
it is.
reward, you get the purple cooking pattern, Dirge's Kickin' Chimeric Chops,
Those were the best foods back in the day for vanilla. Like, that was the only food that gave you 25 stamina. That's a huge amount of fucking health, man.
which is a rarity today. You can very rarely find it on the auction house at a steep price, but they're hard to come by.
Yeah, who the fuck would still have that?
If you learned it, you got a powerful food item that gave you 25 stamina at the time, which was nothing to sneeze at. But it did require that chimera meat to make, so it was kind of difficult to farm.
There's only one chimera left in the game that drops
But
it.
anyways, back to the quest.
Because they destroyed the island.
Dirge improvises that 500-pound chicken for you and has you deliver it to Narain.
Okay.
That's 2 of 3 complete.
Those are the easy two.
The last one was the most involved, and that's Draconic for Dummies Volume 2.
This was ridiculous.
Narain says that he has a book hidden away on a faraway island south of the Tanner's Zone, and he said that he needed a gyrocopter to reach it, which is great because you couldn't fly at this point. So, he tells you to find this crashed gyrocopter on the southern beach of the zone and swim south from there. But the problem is that the island is located in fatigue waters, and simply swimming there will result in your death.
I want to try to get here on the
Now,
beta.
you
I
could
think
use
we
water
can.
walking spells or swim speed
pretty sure we
potions
can
to
at
get
least.
there, but if those weren't available, you had to do a little side quest here.
Yep.
You have to find a special friendly Naga NPC named Meredith the Mermaiden, located in
Whoa.
the waters near the beach.
Yep.
She met Narain when he crashed on the shore
I never even did this part.
and asks you to deliver her love letter to him. Doing this will unlock some dialogue with her, where she gives you a swim
Yeah, of
speed
course.
buff so you can safely reach the island. Probably one of the least visited areas of the game back in the day. There's a little hut, some doodads about.
Whenever I first went to go here, I genuinely thought that people just made it up. And they were just telling me run out there so I'd have to take res sickness. I didn't believe them.
And a mound of dirt where the book is buried. Digging it up, though, you instead find a ransom letter. Hey, you really didn't think it was going to be that easy, did you?
Loktar.
You return this letter to
There it
Narain.
is,
The
there.
instructions are that you
Straight.
must deliver some gold at a drop-off
That's a
point
decent amount of
all the way in the
XP.
Winter Spring
Oh,
Zone.
this is where you fight the
Blood and
gorilla.
thunder.
He instead gives you
Yeah.
a bag of rocks, a trap, and a disguise that changes your appearance to his.
What do you need?
The actual
your-
drop-off point is located way out here on the
That's
map
actually
in
cool.
the southeast.
They have that.
It's this small little peak here.
Speak. Nabu.
So, you use the
Farewell.
disguise, place the bag of rocks, and an NPC named Dr. Weevil will show up.
This gorilla was really fucking
Hey,
hard to
why
kill,
does
by the
everyone
way.
get to fly? Did these guys buy Cataclysm already? What's going on?
What are you looking for?
Naturally,
Go
the
forth
plan
to
doesn't
victory.
work.
Of course
Weevil
not.
sees through the disguise and summons a giant ape named Number 2 to attack you. This thing was a level 61 elite, requiring a party of 5 to take down.
He was about as
so
strong
he had
as
to bring
King
some friends.
King Mosh. Look how much damage is
I
he
remember
for.
helping a guildmate kill it.
Well, there was a
700
quest
on
back
its
there,
own.
if I remember right, so we're gonna fly all the way back again.
So
You win
you had
some,
to
you
make
lose
sure
some.
that you pulled him away from there.
Yep.
Loktar.
Although you killed the ape, you're still bookless. And returning to Narain, you find out that Weevil ripped out the pages of the book and scattered them across the world, so we gotta track them down naturally.
It's like every single time that you think that you get closer, you realize how much farther away you are. And like in a way, I fucking hate quests that are like this because every single time you get your chance, and then it just takes longer and longer and longer to take every fucking time, man. But it's almost like real life, and that's what I think is kind of interesting about it.
This is the start of a lot of globetrotting. These chapters are located all across the world and are locked behind solo, party, and raiding content. And it's the roughest part of the Blue Shard chain.
I fucking hated this part, dude. This is the
I think
worst
we'll
part.
call it a video here. I wanted to get it done in 2 parts, but I gotta stop talking, so we'll finish up the chain in part 3, I guess. I hope you're enjoying the series so far, and I'll...
Relog? I don't know about relogging, dude. I guess I might as well.
Hey guys, what's up? Mad Season here, back with another video for you. I'm back to finally finish off the Scepter of the Shifting Sands quest line. It took a little longer than I expected, but we're gonna do it. If you remember, our current quest is to rebuild an ancient scepter to open the gates of Ankiraj. The entire server is gathering resources, and a special few people are going through this super long quest chain.
It's like you have all the nubs that are working underneath, all the important people doing the raids, just contributing a bunch of like rune cloth and bullshit, you know? It almost feels like everybody's working together. It's kind of like in the Avengers, where like the important Avengers went to fight Thanos and the shitty ones just did like whatever, right? It was like kind of the same thing.
We have the green, red, and bronze scepter shards, and we're in the middle of the blue shard chain. The quest we left off with was Draconic for Dummies Volume 2. The book was split up into several chapters and spread throughout the world, and we have to do a little scavenger hunt here to track them down.
This was really
It's
fun.
8 chapters total, and 4 of them you can either get solo or in a party of 5, and the remaining 4 needed some raiding.
You gotta go back to BWL. One of them's in that, like right here. Yeah, it's right there.
It required a lot of patience, a lot of traveling, and a lot of dedication.
This one took me months to do.
And
At
remember,
level 80.
this was before quest markers were added, so you were in the dark for a lot of these. You were given a hint though. Talking to Narain, he says that you could find Weevil on the Alkaz Island in the Dustwallow Marsh Zone. This island was located off the northeast coast and was teeming with elite enemies.
You guys remember this shit,
and
huh?
Weevil himself was a raid boss, so once again, he had to bring your guild with you. He mind-controlled people and did some pretty heavy damage, so
he sure
he
did.
wasn't a chump.
Yeah, he deleted our
Killing him
entire raid.
allowed one person to loot the first chapter, and also his diary, which was crucial because it held the location of the remaining 7 chapters. Reading it reveals his hatred for Narain and his trip around the world.
Luckily, I just had to
He
look that
dropped
up on
one chapter
Thoughtbot.
off in Nefarian's lab, another down in Nixia's chimney. Oh man, this is gonna be rough.
Yeah, this was really hard.
But let's go through it one by one. The second chapter could be found in the Tainted Scar in the Blasted Land Zone, which is filled with elite demons. This is where the old raid boss, Kazik, patrols. Luckily, you don't need to kill him though, just the demons in the area with a small...
This took me 3 hours. Like, the book has, like, literally a 2% drop rate from level 63 demon elites. Like, it was fucking ridiculous.
Party. All of these non-raid chapters had an extremely low drop rate, so you had to have some pretty good friends to stick with you for the long haul. As for chapter 3,
I had to do it solo,
you can
as
get this
always.
from elite demons in the Dark Whisper Gorge hub, all the way back in Winter Spring.
I don't remember this. I don't remember going
Chapter
there. I think
4
that, I
was
guess that one must
located
have been
on a
easy for me.
table in the Stormwind Keep, which was very easy for Alliance
Am I there yet?
players.
Oh, I am. How about that? Oh, this is actually my level, whatever this quest is.
Speak, friend.
30 coyote jawbones.
For the Horde.
Awesome. That's actually the kind of quest I want right now.
Not so much for Horde.
Oh, it's a joke, yeah.
But before the Alliance
What's
had a
going
chance
on
to
up there?
celebrate, Chapter 7 was located on a table in the Undercity.
Yep.
So each faction had it rough, as these chapters were located
And you couldn't fly
in the
into the
bowels
city
of each
back then
city.
either.
And remember, no
You had to
flying,
ride in.
so you were better off getting these chapters in the
Yep.
wee hours of the morning
That's
before
right.
people log on. The final 3 record some raiding. Following the diary, Chapter 6 was looted from Onyxia in Onyxia's lair.
Onyxia was pretty
Chapter
easy, though,
8
to be
from
fair.
Ragnaros in the Molten Core. And Chapter 7 was located on a table after the Broodlord Lashlair boss in the Blackwing lair.
Yeah, that one was pretty easy, too.
For
I
Chapter
remember
8,
that.
people speculated that the run was timed and the chapter would burn if you didn't clear the raid fast enough. If this was ever confirmed, remember, only one drop.
Target. It's too far away.
Don't even touch me. Oops, wrong button. Can I stun him? No. Let's try this. I'm gonna lead with Pyro. I'm gonna hit him with the Scorch Fire Blast.
I don't have a target.
And then if it doesn't stun, I'll do Frost Nova. That sounds good.
Cast that yet. Cast that yet.
Per kill. So, it took a bit of globetrotting to say the least, but he got all 8 chapters, combined them into a book, and returned to Narain. As a reward, he got another purple. A cloth turban this time, aimed for casters, and it also had a
I had this turban for like 4 years. And then some stupid part of me made me decide that I wanted to vendor it. I used to have this fucking turban and I lost it. I still feel really stupid about that. There are so many things that I vendored back in the day, and I really wish I didn't.
reduction in size.
Spell isn't cast that yet.
will.
It's too far away. Got to recharge in.
Oh, I just noticed that fucking bird right there. Staying the hell away from that shit.
Silence and interrupt effects, which was pretty interesting.
It's a good helmet.
But with that, you've tracked down all 3 items, and Narain thumbs through Azragos' ledger. The good news is that Narain can indeed make the Arcanite buoy needed to lure the minnow, but the bad news is that it's insanely expensive to make,
Yeah, that's
requiring 20
ridiculous.
Arcanite bars and 10 each of blue sapphires, Azerothian diamonds, and Elementium ingots. This was extremely expensive.
Cast out. Need a target. Got to recharge in. Got to
expensive back in the day. Generally, your guild did supply you with the Elementium ingots. These dropped off of the trash mobs in the Blackwing Lair raid, and were also used in the creation of the Thunder Fury legendary. So
I used to farm the ingots back at level 70 for people that wanted to make Thunder Fury, and I'd always ninja loot them all. And I'd tell people that we were gonna roll them off at the end of after we killed Nefarian, and then I'd walk off, or like just go somewhere else, just hearth
at
away.
this point, your guild should have an ample supply of them if you've had Blackwing Lair on farm for a while. And if you were lucky, your
We were
guild would
bad
also
boys.
help you with the other stuff. Remember, there was sort of a competition and a race going on here, so teamwork was needed if your guild wanted to say that they held a scepter war. And the diamonds, you got ultimate money, high level
Realistically,
organs.
this wasn't the hard part.
The bars specifically were a little slower to get because you needed arcane crystals from thorium veins.
yeah, and it was on
and also
cooldown,
a
that's
thorium
right.
bar, and you brought those to an alchemist.
Oh my goodness. You know what? I'm gonna do myself a favor. For my own sanity. I'm gonna turn this down to like there.
Transmute them to an Arcanite bar once every 20 hours. So, you brought all of this stuff back to Narain, and as a reward, he gives you a buoy, and he also sends you 100 gold in the mail, which probably covers your repair costs from all the crap that you had to go through at this point.
Wait, what the fuck? That's awesome.
But whatever. We have the buoy,
Holy shit.
so it's time to finally get that last shard.
Okay, here we go.
The minnow, as it turns out,
That's
is
the ring.
located
I
off the
still
eastern
have this
shore of
ring, man.
Ashara, in the Bay of Storms.
Yep.
So, you take a raid with you, play the Jaws theme in the background, and use the buoy. Doing so will summon the aquatic outdoor raid boss, Maz.
Yep, you actually, there was an
He's a bit
outdoor
more
fucking
sharky
raid
than he
boss,
is
dude. This was
minnowy,
so badass.
and he hits rather hard. He also
was one of the things
enrages,
with tier
so
3 sub, man.
having a
Appreciate
hunter
that.
dispel that with Tranquilizing Shot was vital.
Wait, prove it?
It's up! It's up, dude! It's up! Get on right now, it's up, dude!
Oh my god, it is up. Oh my god,
told you.
okay. What the fuck? Okay. Let's go. What is this here? Okay, here we go. This is good. What?
But, and a cool trials, so as it turns out. Remember, Thorium Bar, the aquatic outdoor raid boss, Maz. He's a bit more sharky than he is minnowy, and he hits rather hard. He also enrages, so having a hunter dispel that with Tranquilizing Shot was vital. But you took him down, and you got the blue scepter shard. You also got a pretty unique reward this time. A frost resist ring that gives you the ability to breathe underwater, or if you're a mage, a frost damage fire resist chest. Most people went with the ring, I imagine, since this was pretty handy to have. Not a ton of underwater breathing items back in vanilla, if I recall correctly. And, finally, Anachronos bestows upon you the Scepter of the Shifting Sands. This is the heart and soul of not only you, but your guild and the server. Raid bosses, both indoors and outdoors, reputation farming, insane grinding, gold investment, time investment, head collecting, dragon summoning, time trials, book collecting, resource gathering. It all culminated into this one single item. This is where the quest may have temporarily ended for you, depending on the progress of that war effort.
I'm listening to Mad Season, and I'm getting jawbones.
Alliance were amassing trade goods to
I
prepare
have
for
to
an
get
assault
30
on
coyote
gates of Anchorage.
jawbones.
So if you were speedy, you might have to wait a bit while everyone was still gathering stuff, which was fine because I'm pretty sure you needed a break at this point.
If I could edit like all the quests in the game, I would change the low drop ones to just require more and have like a higher drop rate.
You, along with all of the other scepter bearers, were offered a quest called Bang a Gong. Just as Anachrono said, using the scepter on the gong opened up the gates of Anchorage once
Because this
more,
seems to be about a
and its
90%
residents
drop
came
rate.
pouring out into Silithus. At this point, the entire server got an emote saying that Name, the champion of the Bronze Dragonflight, has rung the Scarab Gong. The ancient gates of Anchorage open, revealing the horrors of a forgotten war. This was an event that the entire server was present for. Elite Anubisath, Colossus, and the minions of the old god Cthulhu would invade the zone of Silithus. Dozens
Well,
of
it feels
guilds
like you're
working
actually getting
alliance
somewhere that way too, rather than waiting for a mob with a 2% drop rate to
Servers
drop
definitely
something.
weren't ready for it at all, and they crashed over and over again. The bosses would drop some loot, so it was a mad scramble to kill as many as you could. And the event also spilled out into other zones. Crystal formations would spawn all over the world in Tanaris, Feralis, the Barrens, and so on, and they were also surrounded by bosses which dropped some loot. And this would go on for 10 hours after the first person banged the gong. It was one of the biggest events in the game's history, and it's recreated once a year via the Call of the Scarab mini-event. From here, you could do both the 20-man ruins and the 40-man Temple of Ahn'Qiraj. And for the special few scepter bearers, as a special bonus, if you banged the gong during the first 10 hours of the event, you're awarded with a special
At least I'm
title
getting
of
some
the
good
Scarab
greens.
Lord and the legendary Black Kiraji battle tank mount. This is the only legendary mount in the game, not counting GM items. It had a very unique model at the time. It was the only bug mount usable outside of the raid, and it also had a special quirk that if you started summoning it and you entered combat mid-summon, you wouldn't be interrupted. This would later be patched out though. It's very rare to see the mount and the title these days since it was such a time-limited thing. But after that 10-hour war, you're given another quest called the Treasure of the Timeless One, where you get a choice of one of 4 weapons. The Fang of Corielstraz, which was a caster dagger, Shadow Song Sorrow, a melee dagger, the Rune Sword of the Red, which was a caster sword, and Ravencrest Legacy,
Burn,
which is a
bitch.
melee sword. Epic rewards for an epic quest chain. So, that's it. That's the Scepter of the Shifting Sands quest chain in its entirety. I told you it was a doozy. As I said, no longer available since the Cataclysm expansion.
When you go on YouTube,
We'll be going over 10 abilities lost to time over the years of WoW's development,
Okay.
which will be making a return to the game once Classic is released, and which ones you should be looking forward to the most.
okay.
And at number 10, we have a pretty easy one, and that's Eyes of the Beast for the Hunter class. Eyes of the Beast was a Hunter ability that allowed you to take direct control over your Hunter pet, and move around with it, attack with it, as well as use all of its abilities. So if you used a cat pet, for example, which had the stealth ability, hunters could legitimately scout out areas in stealth
Wait,
before
what?
they got the
Really?
camouflage ability. Eyes
Holy
of the Beast
shit.
was also helpful for
It's the first time hearing of this.
the very niche hunter tank, where
What?
sometimes a hunter could use
I
a
had no
pet
idea
to
about that.
off-tank certain ads or bosses,
Yep.
but not very well. It was incredibly situational, a subpar way to tank, but with Eyes of the Beast, it allowed hunter pets to be positioned in exactly the place they needed to be,
Yep.
which helped with hunter tanking a lot. But there was no other huge benefits to having Eyes of the Beast, and that's why it was
Shit.
removed in Cataclysm to decrease ability bloat. It
Wow.
was a very
Did you know you could do that? Because that sounds awesome as fuck. I did not know you could do that.
fun ability to use, and I'm happy to see its
Yeah, it was
return.
really fun. I liked it a lot.
Blizzard said that having to recreate Eyes of the Beast for Classic WoW means they have all the work done in order to reintroduce the ability to live WoW, if they ever decide to do that. As previously, they said
There's
they
some
wanted
saliva
to
back
see
there.
how the old items used to work, so
That'd
they
be really
couldn't
cool.
actually re-add it to the game without a huge amount of effort.
Holy shit,
And at
dude.
number 9, we have Detect Magic for the Mage class. Now, here's the thing you probably don't know about Vanilla WoW. You can't actually see buffs on a target, only their debuffs. So, a mage would have to use their Detect Magic ability in order to see which buffs the target had. And since nowadays you can see enemy buffs by default, this ability would literally be useless in modern WoW, and can only exist in the game in which stats are hidden. This is because, back in the day, information on mobs and enemy players used to be considered a valuable commodity, as some RPG games use the fact that the stats are hidden as part of
Dungeons and Dragons under
games.
Borealis.
But in the modern day, where people can look up all this information online, that kind of gameplay mechanic is rarely used, and is more left to tabletop RPGs. And that's why they removed this feature of the game very early in WoW's life, as it didn't really work very well in an MMO, a mechanic which will be returning to the game with Classic WoW, and hence Detect Magic as well. And at number 8, we have the Rogue Poison sub-profession.
I don't know why they got rid of these.
Did you know rogues had 2 extra professions? They had one for lockpicking, which they still kind of have today, and they had another for creating their poisons. Nowadays, only certain rogue specs even use poisons, and they're more buffs that you cast on the player than they are things you put on your weapons. But in Vanilla WoW, you had to level up your poison profession to
I feel like that was the way that it should be. Like, it's easier, yeah, it's easier and simpler if you don't have to do that, but there's a certain part of it where you level up your fucking poisons to put the poisons on your daggers. It just makes sense. It's the same thing that I was saying before about how you shouldn't have tracked mailboxes in the game, because it doesn't make sense. In no world does that make sense. Like, you can talk about, oh, well, what if there's a dragon and what about that? That's different because it's a fantasy world. Even in a fantasy world, you shouldn't be able to track mailboxes. It doesn't make any fucking sense. That rogues should put poisons on their daggers. That's the way it should work.
Create the best possible poisons, which you could then apply on your weapons. And poisons applied to your weapons had a limited amount of charges to them, only lasted 30 minutes instead of an hour, didn't scale with your gear in any way, and would disappear if you entered a different zone, which meant you had to reapply them after every wipe. So it was possible for your weapons to run out of poisons mid-fight with the old mechanic as well. Luckily, Classic WoW will be running on the 1.12 client, and they fix poisons despawning from your weapons when changing zones in patch 1.11.
Great.
So Classic WoW players will not have to deal with that. Now, in order to level up your poison profession, you would do it just like any other profession, and just make a ton of low-level poisons. And you can get the materials from vendors, lockboxes, pickpocketing, and herbs. So from rogue-related activities and herbalism. The poison sub-profession was removed from rogues in Wrath of the Lich King, so it only really existed for 2 expansions. And at number 7, we have the Shaman Sentry Totem.
This one was useless. This was fucking useless. Like, this one was actually, like, literally nobody gave a fuck about this. Like, I mean, this is one of the ones that's like, you talk about, like, items that you just take out of the game, or, like, abilities you just take out of the game because they are useless. Like, this is one that should have been pruned. Let's be honest.
This is another
Are you still there, woman?
Like Eyes of the Beast that didn't really have too many benefits. So it was removed over the course of the game just to get rid of ability bloat. Now what Sentry Totem did was allow you to look through the eyes of the totem. So for example, if you set the Sentry Totem outside of a building and then ran inside of that building, you could click on your Sentry Totem in order to look outside of that building. So it was kind of a scouting tool in certain circumstances. The most useful feature this totem had was scouting battlegrounds to see what enemy players were going to make a push into your base. And there was also a bug with it that would reset your character's fall distance if used in the air. So it could be used to prevent fall damage. This was not intended though, so I doubt Sentry Totem will do that in Classic WoW.
Holy shit.
And also its most useful feature, that had nothing to do with combat or fall damage, was its ability to allow you to take great screenshots of either your character or your guild's first
Yeah, they need to add
kills.
this back into the game, never mind.
And
Yeah,
at number
this is
6,
really
we have the Warlock's Detect Invisibility.
Okay.
This was a spell Warlocks had that they could use on themselves and friendly players, which would allow them to see invisible targets.
I vaguely
Not
remember
stealth
this.
targets, mind you, only invisible targets, which basically just
Fuck's
include
sake.
invisible ghosts out in the world, like the
Yeah.
ones in front of Undercity, and mages who use the invisibility spell. It also had niche uses to allow you to see invisible succubus pets or incredibly rare mobs or bosses
There
that
it
went
is.
invisible. That is to say, it didn't have very many uses and was
There it is,
incredibly
there.
situationally useful spell, so it was more of a fun, flavorful ability. You may be noticing a pattern with all of these removed abilities.
They're fun.
Most of them weren't super useful, and that's why a lot of them eventually
Yeah, they
got
were
removed
fun.
from the
They
game.
took out the fun ones.
And with the removal of Detect Invisibility, players kind of lost the ability to see invisible stuff without special items for a long time. Until Blizzard added in some
Sad.
flavorful abilities through glyphs later on, and gave classes the ability to see invisible stuff. Like with the Rogue's Swirly Ball detection ability, for example. And at number 5, we have the human racial ability, Perception.
Bro, I remember every time I would duel a rogue and I would use perception to pop him out of stealth, and then he wouldn't be able to open on me, and I'd hit him with a rend. They would forfeit the duel. They'd be like, "Fuck you," and they would just forfeit the duel because they knew it was over. They knew it was fucking over. They were dead. Like it every single time. This happened. This is in Burning Crusade too. Whenever I do arena, if I was human warriors, like just deleted rogues. It was the greatest, most amazing thing ever. I loved it. Perception would trigger me?
Perception was
Yeah.
a pretty weird racial ability that gave humans an increased chance to see stealth targets on an activatable ability that lasted for around 20 seconds. Now,
Yep.
being able to spot stealth rogues in PvP was a little bit easier
Yep.
back in the days when stealth was a lot worse than it is in
Yep.
live, and this racial ability allowed humans to see them even better. Now, unlike Detect Invisibility, this one specifically only worked on stealth targets, and does not, in fact, allow you to see invisible targets. Stealth and invisibility are two separate things in
They
WoW.
still are now.
Now, what
too.
made Perception different from most other racial activatable abilities
It was better than all of
was
them.
this one gave you a pretty niche buff.
Yeah.
Whereas other ones would give you damage boosts.
Well, it was not a niche buff. Like in PvP, it was fucking ridiculous. Like you could use it to pull out rogues, and then also there were levels of stealth. You guys might forget this, but back in Classic WoW, there were different stealth levels. So druids had a lower stealth level than rogues did. So if you were gonna pop out a motherfucking druid with perception, you could see them from 30 yards away, and you can see that stupid ass little cat like. Not gonna get me, I'm stealth. And then you fucking use perception on him. You see him, you charge over to his bitch ass, and you kill him. It was so fucking great. I loved it.
Offensive abilities or other combat related stuff. Perception was kind of an odd one out, and nowhere near as useful as something like Blood Fury or Stone Form, for example. So later on in WoW, Perception was turned into a passive ability,
Yep.
and then removed from the game in Cataclysm.
Thanks, Blizzard.
And at number 4, we have Scare Beast and Turn Undead. These are two fear abilities that
Yeah.
only worked on two
Whatever
incredibly
happened to this
specific
shit?
types of mobs.
You remember like all this, like Turn Undead? You used to be able to use Turn Undead whenever a DK would use Lichborn. How fucking badass is that? It's the same as Scare Beast on Druids. Like that was awesome. And like now you can't do that. It's like, that's like an extra level of like, it's like, it's like high level play that also at the same time has the benefit of being, what's like really the word for this? It has the benefit of being like, I guess like enforcing a class fantasy, right? So not only is it a high level like situational play that you can do that makes you look really badass, but it's something that allows you to basically feel like you're playing a paladin. You can play a paladin and you fear undead. And it makes sense. It's the best part about it.
Hunters have Scare Beasts, which was a castable CC with no cooldown, which could fear beasts for a pretty hefty amount of time. And the most useful application this ability had was in PvP against druids, who, while shapeshifted into some of their forms, were counted as beasts. And paladins, with their Turn Undead, could fear undead mobs, which were normally unfearable. Of course, later on in WoW, Turn Undead was turned into Turn Evil and worked on more targets than just undead.
Yep.
But both of these
Paladin's
abilities no
OP as
longer
usual.
exist currently in WoW. But, funny enough, there are still incredibly specific CC abilities in the game.
Okay.
Druids have Hibernate, for example, which allows them to put beasts and dragon types to sleep.
Okay.
And priests have Shackle Undead, which allows them to incapacitate undead-only mobs. And these two abilities are incredibly similar to Scare Beast and Turn Undead. So it's a wonder why those two abilities aren't in the game anymore, while Hibernate and Shackle Undead are in the game. But whatever the case, they'll be making a return with Classic WoW.
Sure is.
And at number 3, we have Mana Burn abilities. Specifically, Mana Burn, Viper Sting, and Drain Mana.
Viper Sting was OP as fuck. Like, I remember you could not even go into line of sight of a hunter in Burning Crusade because one Viper Sting would take 20% of your fucking mana. I was so goddamn mad about that drain comps. I actually really liked mana being a genuine resource in the game. Like nowadays, it seems like unless dampening's at like 30 or 40%, mana doesn't really become a resource in the game at all. It's just something that you use and it's just kind of irrelevant. But back in Classic WoW, and this changed I think in like Mists of Pandaria maybe even in WoD, but like mana used to actually be a component. Like you would have to worry about running somebody's mana out. Dampening back in the day for arenas was running the other healer out of mana. And I feel like that was 1,000 times better than this bullshit contrived system that we have now that's supposed to fix the game. Yeah, dampening was 1,000 times worse. Like, having mana be a resource and actual usable thing that you do in arena makes games so much better. Because the issue with that, right, I'm not going to get into this too much, but the issue with that is that healers are balanced for arena, but not everything else in the game that's PvP has dampening. So in BGs, you don't have dampening. So healers never run out of mana in BGs. It's stupid. So and it's same as World PvP, duels, etc. So there's only one fucking element in the game where healers are actually balanced for, and then everything else you don't have this system that's supposed to keep healers in line.
In Cataclysm, Blizzard removed 2 of the 3 mana drain abilities, and then the final one with the start of Miss. Because they didn't like the arena strategy of just trying to survive while you burned your opponent's healer's mana. Mana Burn was the Priest Mana Burn ability, which had a long cast time and would destroy 10% of your opponent's mana per cast.
It's fucking
and
ridiculous.
then do damage based on the amount of mana you destroyed through the ability. So if you use Mana Burn 10 times, theoretically, that would be enough to completely wipe out someone's mana. In Vanilla WoW, before arenas were added to the game, Mana Burn abilities weren't really a big deal, as they only really applied in Battlegrounds, and in those kinds of settings, mana drains aren't the most important thing in the world for a variety of reasons that just don't apply to arenas. Especially since Mana Burn had such a long cast time and could be interrupted by just about anything. Drain Mana was kind of in the same vein, except it was a channeled ability and would give the mana it stole to the Warlock, but could also be interrupted or stopped with any kind of CC. Whereas Viper Sting was much different than the other two, as it was instant cast. You could just throw it up on a healer and that would drain their mana over time. And if the healer didn't have the ability to dispel poisons, they couldn't get rid of it on themselves. And since Viper Sting was the easiest one to apply, it drained the least amount of mana out of all of them. And like I said a little earlier on in the video, mana drain abilities are only really a problem in arenas, which Vanilla WoW won't have. So they shouldn't be as much of a nuisance as they were in the Burning Crusade or Wrath of the Lich King when they were in full force. And at number 2, we have the Warlock ability, Ritual of Doom. This is a very...
This was the most badass fucking spell, dude. Like, this is, again, a class dance. This is like, you play the game, and whenever you cast Ritual of Doom, you're playing a Warlock. You know you're playing a Warlock. Those are the kinds of things that make the game special.
Bitch.
I know nowadays Blizzard is afraid to make things special and exciting, but back in the day, this is what it fucking was right here.
Flavorful RP ability that Warlocks had, where they performed a ritual with 4 other party members in order to summon a Doom Guard. And when the Doom Guard is summoned, one of the 5 people who channeled the spell would be sacrificed in order to summon that Doom Guard, which could include the Warlock himself. And then once the Doom Guard was summoned, it was a neutral demon who would go around and start attacking people. So if you wanted it as a pet, you had to tame it with Enslaved Demon, which only allowed you to use the Doom Guard for 5 minutes, unless it broke the seal early. And while the Ritual of Doom was a very neat ability in theory, in practice and usefulness, it was just a tad bit too inconvenient to use in any practical manner. But you definitely should summon the Doom Guard and use it
as long as the rogue didn't kill me, I don't care.
It was also much easier to just use a regular Warlock pet instead, especially since Ritual of Doom also had a 1-hour cooldown. Ritual of Doom was removed from the game later on in WoW, and currently it is incredibly difficult to summon a Doom Guard, as they only randomly spawn if a random talent that only one spec of Warlocks can take is able to get the killing blow on a target.
Sad.
So it doesn't really
Very
exist in the
sad.
game anymore, and especially not in the way it did in Vanilla WoW, where you had to perform the ritual with 4 other people. And I think the Warlock Ritual of Doom is the perfect example of a Vanilla WoW-like ability, where Blizzard was really experimenting with what they could do with the game, and trying
Yeah,
to
it was
figure out what
fucking
was
awesome.
cool and what was useful, and sometimes those two things didn't really mix. For some
Imagine trying to raid with 4 demo locks that all need to summon this dude every pull.
You know what? I completely passed where I was trying to go in the first place, didn't I?
And like every hour on the hour, you have to zone out, have some random dude die, and then res them back up, and then he tries to enslave the demon. You zone in, the demon goes crazy again, somebody accidentally debuffs the demon, now the fucking guild master's mad. Like, these types of things are just fucking funny, dude. They're just fucking funny. And that's what the game is about, man. Just funny, dumbass shit.
times they were too useful and had to be removed because of that, like the number 1 spot on this list.
Okay.
And at number 1, we have the Paladin ability, Divine Intervention. On a 1-hour cooldown, the Paladin could kill themselves in order to place an unbreakable bubble on a party member, who would drop them out of combat and make them not be able to do anything until they clicked off the bubble. And it was supposed to fulfill the Paladin fantasy of sacrificing themselves in order to save someone, as it did this very well, and was mostly used in raids as a wipe recovery tool.
Yeah, we
where the
did that all
Paladin
the
can
time.
sacrifice themselves in order to save a healer who could start rezzing people, while at the same time saving them a repair bill. The problem with this ability, though, is it was a little too good at saving people, and the bubble placed on people was a little too good at making them immune to everything and drop out of combat. Because you see, this ability would completely break some encounters, and people were using it in order to bug out boss fights to kill them easier.
So what?
Or to completely ignore tough
fix the
phases of
boss
certain
fight.
fights. It got to the point where Blizzard said they were designing fights with divine intervention in mind. As in, they constantly had to think, will this new mechanic be broken by a divine intervention? And if an ability is so powerful that Blizzard has to design fights around it, you know there's a problem with it, and that's why they just kind of removed it with the Cataclysm.
They could have
Kind of
fixed
the
that.
same reason why they removed the AoE silence from Blood Elves Arcade Torrent
Yeah, it's
ratio.
sad.
Blizzard doesn't like to design fights around one specific ability, but with
Come on, man. They don't like to design fights around one specific ability. Give me a fucking break. Like, you just fixed the way that Divine Intervention interacts with different abilities. Yeah. They designed it around, Bloodlust. I mean, like, here, Trank Shot. What about Warlock Gates on Gahoon? There's another example. Jesus Christ, man. Yeah, Shroud and Mythic Plus. Yeah, well,
Hi, how are
you know what? It's really good now
Alrighty
that,
then.
Oh yeah, this is the one I
Blizzard
can't
doesn't
really
want to
do.
have everything designed around one class, because that would make things completely unfair, and it
Oh.
would be completely disgusting.
Look who it
and
is.
sad for everybody. So
Back for
let's hope
revenge.
that doesn't happen. I'd hate to see that happen, guys. Where is it? Fuck, where is it? There it is. Yeah. Well,
I'm
that
just gonna
would
get my
be
body and I'm
absolutely
gonna
terrible if
hearth.
Things were just designed around one class. Don't you guys think? I mean, that would just be the worst.
Classic WoW, all of the boss fights have already been designed with Divine Intervention in mind,
Yep.
and there's a good probability that they would have fixed the few fights that Divine Intervention broke,
Yep.
like Razor Gore and Blackwing Lair,
Yep.
and it's kind of one of those abilities that can only exist in Classic WoW, as there's no way it'll come back to live version of the game in its Classic WoW
Truly
form.
sad.
Alright, and that's the end of the video. Do you know of any other abilities coming back for Classic that should have made this list? Do you have any ideas for videos just like this one?
Mocking
If so,
Blow.
I'd love to hear about them down in the comments.
I also love, like, one of my favorite abilities is Retaliation. Like, Wrath of the Lich King Retaliation was one of the best fucking abilities Warriors ever got. Because you could use that, I think you could use that shit in Arena. I don't remember exactly very well. But yeah.
The video.
The most underrated items in Classic WoW. Alrighty. Let's see.
3 weeks, my friends. 3 weeks, and we can finally return home.
We're going over 10 abilities lost Commons were one of the most mobile kiters thanks to Frost Shock. Number 8. Fear. Not just the Warlock ability Fear, but all fears. Fears in Vanilla WoW worked a little differently than they do today. Functionally, they are basically the same. When used on someone, they run around randomly and can't use abilities. And in Vanilla WoW, Fear had a chance to break early if they took damage. This is still the case today as well, only the damage threshold worked differently. Fear had a higher chance to break the more damage they took from an ability, and a low chance to break from small amounts of damage. So if you just put dots on a target and used a channeled ability, Fear was basically a 12-second stun. Technically,
that was the good days, man. I used to love that shit. I played an Affliction Warlock. It was absolutely fucking beautiful. Do we finally get to see? No, Coach John $50. Thank you. McCool fan donated $100. Thank you so much, man. Here, take another 100 for some new ear warmers. Thank you very much, McCool fan, for the $100. I fucking appreciate that, man. Thank you, dude. Let me get the rest of these.
Hunters, priests, and warriors also had fears, but only warlocks had a spammable, no cooldown fear. So if a warlock got opened up on in PvP, they could have their invisible succubus seduce the target, turn around and cast fear, then put up full dots and use one of their 3 channeled abilities to do a ton of small ticks of damage, and basically kill people through a near permanent fear that would never break. Number 7. The cheap shot / kidney shot combo. Rogues could cheap shot out of stealth for a 4-second stun, and then combo into kidney shot for another 6-second long stun, for a total of 10 seconds of stun, the longest stun chain in Vanilla WoW without some kind of special items or gimmicks.
Not to be confused by the 2-minute stun chains in Mists of Pandaria that were just happening all the time.
The only real downside to the stun combo was the energy and combo points required to use the 2 abilities, which could be completely offset through some items like Thistle Tea. A 10-second stun was powerful back then, and would be powerful today. Although this 10-second stun wasn't exclusive to Vanilla WoW. It was a thing all the way until Cataclysm, when Blizzard finally put Kidney Shot and Cheap Shot on the same stun DRs. But it was really strong in Vanilla WoW too, and the cause of lots of complaints about rogues being too overpowered.
I wonder where those came from.
Funny enough, the thing that people associate rogues to, being able to CC someone to death without ever getting hit back, didn't actually involve the cheap shot kidney shot combo, which I'll get into a little bit more later on in this list. Number 6, Curse of Shadow and negative resistances. Before patch 1.9, you could cause targets to go into negative resistances with either Curse of Elements or Curse of Shadow.
Negative
resistances were a stat that would lower damage taken by their specific element and give you a chance to resist their effects. So having high shadow resistance meant you took significantly less shadow damage and could sometimes be immune to fear and other Shadow School debuff effects. Negative resistances basically did the opposite and caused you to do bonus damage to targets. So a warlock throwing up a Curse of Shadow on a target, causing their shadow resistances to go into the negative, they could hit them for double damage shadow bolts.
What the fuck?
Which if they crit, could do a potential of 4 times their normal damage.
What the
Which was basically a guaranteed one-shot to any player.
That's really good.
This was so good that Blizzard just removed the ability to go into negative resistances in patch 1.9, as it was most likely a bug anyway and unintended. Number 5, Mortal Strike. Mortal Strike was one of the hardest hitting instant attack abilities in the game, which scaled with weapon damage.
Yeah, it sure
For those
did.
of you who don't know, some abilities scale with weapon damage, and weapons have varying levels of damage based on speed.
It did a lot of damage.
So a fast weapon will do less damage than a slow weapon, since it hits more often. While a slow weapon will do a lot more single hit damage because it doesn't hit as often,
weapon damage.
and that's how Blizzard them out with each other. So with an instant attack like Mortal Strike that scales off the weapon's damage and doesn't care at all about its speed, you want the slowest weapon possible.
I could have taken a blimp, huh?
And this is where the Arcanite Reaper came to fame. The Arcanite Reaper was a
Yeah, but getting out of Lordaeron is fucking shore and a half. I'd rather just write a damn thing and go get another beer and listen to videos. Am I there yet? Nope. Come on.
Yep. 3.8, making
Jazzy,
it
thanks
a
for 5
monster of a
subs,
weapon
man.
for warriors. It was so good, it even outclassed some epic two-handed weapons from Molten Core.
I actually like the idea of weapon speed being like a factor. Like having like a 3.2% 3.2 speed pole arm versus like the 4.0 speed big dick fucking great hammer. The only problem that I really had with this system is like in Dark Souls, for example, like slower weapons are really good for some things and faster weapons are really good for other things. But overall, faster weapons are, as far as I know, better. But in WoW, since everything basically just did weapon damage, there wasn't really any instances of a faster weapon really being better, except for maybe for generating threat, you know? And I think that was the main issue that they had with having weapon damage and like just like flat weapon damage being a modifier for the damage for like abilities.
Oh,
If
looks
they
like
had
the horde
something
isn't
where,
here.
Faster weapons had their own advantage. Maybe they would generate more rage, etc. I do think that it could have been a really cool system. They could have.
Oh, they're outside the gate.
Despite being a level 58 blue item. So, coupled together with Mortal Strike, a middle-of-the-road geared warrior could take out half the health of a player with 1 MS.
Yeah, of course.
And even kill Clothies with a crit.
Of course.
It was easy, effortless power, and very widespread, with
Yeah.
how easy it was to obtain
Oh.
Reaper.
Yeah, of course.
But come patch 1.8, Blizzard normalized weapon attack speed.
What?
And brought Mortal Strike more in line and no longer overpowered with an extremely slow weapon. And on a side note,
That must be
because
these.
of the widespread use of the Arcanite Reaper, it was used as the model for the heirloom two-handed axe we have today. Number 4, Blind Prep. Ever hear the infamous stun rogue who killed max level geared players while naked and using a starting zone dagger? Well, that infinite stun combo actually didn't rely on stuns very much, and was in fact so strong because of Blind. You see, Blind is an instant cast, long form CC that breaks on damage.
This
and
is
Preparation
ridiculous.
is an ability rogues have that resets the
This is
cooldown of all
ridiculous.
other rogue abilities. So what the naked rogue in the video did was take advantage of the fact that Preparation could also reset the cooldown of Blind, and the fact that Eviscerate did static damage and didn't scale at all with gear. So what he did was double cheap shot with Vanish and then Blind. He'd wait the full Blind duration in order to leave combat and re-stealth. Then Sap, and wait the full duration again for another re-stealth, since in Vanilla WoW, Sap made you leave stealth. Then,
It's like that dude's a grand motherfucking marshal, and he just got beat by a rogue that's not wearing any fucking gear. I mean, like, guys, listen. Boosted? Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, yes, there were more people, like, if you get Grand Marshal, it's called balance. Yeah, it is balanced. But it's a good player. So is the other guy, probably. And it's like, how do good players counter being unable to play their character until they die, right? It's like good players can't avoid a one-shot. This is kind of the same thing. Thinking Classic is balanced. Yeah, I mean, listen. Like, the way that I look at just Trinket, they're just going to vanish, man. Just reset, wait for your Trinket, do it again, right? That's all there is to it. It's sorry to say. Like, I mean, they just vanish and do it again. Like, the thing with rogues is that if you are a pussy-ass bitch and you play a rogue, you're going to do... It's what you do. This is how you play right here. Trinket Rend, then they can't. They can just always
prep to reset all cooldowns,
etc.
and then
right?
do the whole thing again. After going through 2 full rotations of this CC chain, along with at least 2 cold-blooded eviscerates, and a couple of other damage moves to build combo points, that's what allowed a naked rogue to kill fully geared players.
So
and
stupid.
Blind was the crucial part of that whole CC chain. as blind was what allowed the rogue to leave combat in order to use sap, which allowed cheap shots DRs to disappear.
Blind back then, you guys gotta remember, blind back then was a poison. It wasn't like a CC in the same way it is now. Like, it was a poison, so you could be dispelled, and it also had a really, really short cooldown. It was like 30 seconds or something.
And let the rogue save all of his combo points for eviscerates. So it was really eviscerate's static damage and blind's cooldown resets that allowed the chain to be as effective as it was. And you could have someone CC'd for about 45 seconds straight
5 minutes.
if you did it correctly, of which only 10 to 12 seconds of that were spent in stuns. And because of blind's incredible usefulness with a cooldown reset from prep,
it was blind was a 5-minute CD in vanilla WoW. Damn, like I never played a road back then. I thought it was like it was like 30 seconds or something. I thought you could blind all the time. Fuck, okay. Yeah, you could skill it for just 3 minutes? Yeah, well, 3 minutes is still a lot more than 30 seconds. Yeah, I was totally wrong. Crap, yeah, I don't know, I didn't know that.
Blizzard made sure all future versions of preparation excluded blind from being reset, starting with the Burning Crusade. And that's how preparation has worked ever since. Number 3. Wind Fury Weapon. Nearing 2 points in vanilla WoW, Wind Fury Weapon was kind of broken and overpowered. Wind Fury is a shaman weapon enchant that gave the shaman a 20% chance on hit to proc 2 extra
dick sucker.
Before patch 1.4, this proc didn't have an internal cooldown, so it was possible
I'll
for
take the
Wind
chest,
Fury
that's
to proc
fine.
off the 2 hits generated from Wind Fury, and theoretically could proc off of itself forever until the target died. This was also the time period before attack weapon normalization, and since the extra hits from Wind Fury basically counted as extra attacks, they did insane amounts of damage from a very slow two-handed weapon, like the Arcanine Reaper. There was even a famous video of a shaman going around with a legendary mace from Molten Core, one-shotting people with Wind Fury procs. Eventually, though,
Warriors could do that easy. Like, the thing is, like, a shaman's highlight reel is a warrior's, like, that's like B footage. You know, you show that between other things. Like a shaman's highlight reel. Oh my god, look at this big crit. Wow. And it's like warriors just do that all the time. So like whenever I originally saw that video, I wasn't impressed.
Blizzard added a 3-second internal cooldown to Wind Fury, so it couldn't proc off of itself anymore, and killed it even further with attack speed normalization in patch 1.8.
Yep.
But in patch 1.11, someone discovered that the individual ranks of Wind Fury didn't share an internal cooldown. So, if you dual-wielded weapons, you could apply the highest rank of Wind Fury to your main hand weapon, and then the second highest rank of Wind Fury to your offhand, and get 2 times the procs.
Oh my
which
god,
was pretty
dude.
good. Until this too got nerfed, or fixed, in the Burning Crusade. Number 2.
Oh, so you can still do that
Will the
in
Forsaken
vanilla.
was given to undead players as a racial with the launch of the game. When Blizzard decided to make undead
Why am I attacking that
players
raptor?
counted
Did
as
nothing to me.
humanoid instead of undead. To retain some of the CC immunity that may have provided, as being classified as undead in the beta made them immune to a lot of CC that could only be used on humanoid targets.
I wonder like who the fuck thought that was gonna be a balance. Oh well, they're just undead, so they just don't get CC'd by like fucking half of everything. It's like who the fuck thought that was gonna be balanced? I wonder.
Like sheep, and just made them immune to fears altogether. So what Will the Forsaken did was break charm, fear, and sleep effects,
and
as well
polymorph.
as make you immune to those effects for 20 seconds.
Yep.
Now, 20 seconds of
That's a
fear
long
CC
damn
immunity is huge. And that was a downgraded version of what undeads could do in the beta, which was be permanently immune to them. Which is why I can see why Blizzard left that in the game for so long. Eventually, Blizzard thought giving a race 20 seconds of immunity to 3 CC effects, of which one of them, fear, being heavily used in PvP, was a little bit unfair compared to the other racials.
Don't worry about it.
So they nerfed it in patch 1.6 to only make you immune to those effects for 5 seconds instead of 20.
Yeah, it's a little
which
bit more
was
realistic.
Still powerful, but pissed off a lot of undead players. Someone took a
They're not OP
screenshot back
anymore.
in the day of the list of reasons Blizzard thought players might be quitting WoW, And one of the options available was
What the fuck?
because Will the Forsaken was nerfed.
Wow.
Which was
okay.
most likely a joke, but still kind of a big deal. Will the Forsaken was always a strong racial throughout its whole life, and still gets nerfs even today. But it was at its strongest in Vanilla WoW.
Yep.
And number 1, Pyroblast, or POM Mages.
3-minute mage.
Back in Vanilla WoW, Blizzard balanced castable spells based on how long their cast times were.
Here we go.
So the longer the cast time, the more damage the spell did.
What a bunch
and
of shit
Pyroblast
this
had
was.
one of, if not the longest cast times of a single target nuke spell, clocking in at a 6-second cast time. It also had a 6-minute cooldown because it hit so hard.
Wait, Pyroblast had a 6-minute cooldown. What? I don't remember that at all. Presence of Mind did? I thought Presence of Mind was 3 minutes, but I thought Blind was 30 seconds, so, you know, it depends. Yeah, I thought it was 3, because, yeah, Presence of Mind was 3 minutes because they called it a 3-minute mage. Because every 3 minutes, it doesn't matter how shitty you are at the game, if you're a mage, you can kill somebody every 3 minutes. And that's the way that it was going to work.
Now, Arcane Mages had this ability called Presence of Mind, which made your next spell instant cast, and worked on Pyroblast. Also, they had Arcane Power, which gave them 35% more damage for 15 seconds. Both of which were on a 3-minute cooldown, and neither was on the GCD. So if you had 2 good, on-use spell power trinkets, because before patch 1.10, you could use multiple on-use trinkets at once.
CD.
You could just macro in Presence of Mind, Arcane Power, your spell power trinkets, and Pyroblast to create one of WoW's very first one-shot macros.
That's a Swifty macro right there.
Except this one was literally a one-shot macro, and not just a clickbait burst macro. You could one-shot players with this macro, but only once every 3 minutes.
That's
or
a
I guess
badass
once
video,
every
dude.
6 minutes before Pyroblast's cooldown was removed in late vanilla.
Yeah.
As far as damaging 6 minutes before Pyroblast's cooldown was removed in late vanilla.
Yeah.
As far as damaging abilities go, this was probably the most overpowered thing, as it was a guaranteed one-shot, instant cast range nuke that didn't require skill, outside of getting 2 good spell power trinkets and creating the macro. Now for some honorable mentions, things I thought to put in the list but decided against.
The thing that I find so funny about this whole list, right, is the fact that, like, warriors, they do so much damage that a normal, like a large crit from a warrior is what's considered a thing on this list, right? And it's like, yeah, warriors aren't that good at 1v1. Okay, we got that. Everybody knows they're not that good at 1v1. But, like, whenever you go into, like, a BG situation, and you pop Recklessness, you pop Sweeping Strikes, you go into Berserker Stance, you queue up a cleave, and you Whirlwind at the same time, and 3 fucking people die because you just fucking delete them off the screen. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't put in Sweeping Strikes Whirlwind combo, because that was OP as fuck. That's like an on-demand win fear. It was insane. Or you just get CC'd? Yeah, that's why you use a free action potion, and you have like 3 healers behind you. And that way you don't die, right? But after all the CC runs off, then you kill everybody. That's how it would work.
One reason or another. That's basically just Reckoning. It was a Paladin talent that allowed a Paladin to solo a world boss. I didn't include it though, because for one, it's talked about to death.
There's a bug.
And everyone would probably be expecting it. And 2, the big reason, it was only in the game for like a day or 2.
Yeah, it's a bug. Who gives a fuck?
Obviously a bug and an oversight. I guess it would technically count, so I'm adding as an honorable mention, allowed a Paladin to solo a world boss. I didn't include it though, because it was only in the game for like a day or 2.
Yeah, it's a bug. Who gives a fuck?
Obviously a bug and an oversight. I guess it would technically count, so I'm adding as an honorable mention, but these other things, you know, were actually used in the game for more than a day. Of course, besides that, there might have been some other things I probably overlooked, so if you know of any other overpowered abilities or things in Vanilla WoW that I might have missed, I'd love to
drop rate is pretty shit.
Okay.
We're going over 10 abilities lost to time over the year.
Presence of Mind's in the arcane tree, I'm pretty sure. You would have to get it, though. Yeah, that might work, actually. But I'm not going to build that.
Not still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet.
So where's, page 21? Whatever.
That spell isn't ready yet. Not still recharging.
hand normally. For the burning,
Okay, let's take a look at it.
this was a trinket which had the effect to remove 1 bleed effect.
This is really
Now,
good.
Seeing as trinkets were kind of rare and hard to
It's
get,
only a 3-minute
you didn't
CD.
really use
Oh,
this
I
as a
watched part of
viable
that.
form of CC, and instead, just kind of a fun item with occasional niche use. It is only available to Horde players, as the NPC is friendly to Alliance.
Yep.
And since it was located inside Oldemon, a not max level dungeon, warriors could solo this place to grab it, if they were smart about it, as the item dropped from one of 3 Lost Vikings. So if you attacked one of them, the other 2 are going to come in. Soloing lower level dungeons back in Vanilla WoW was a lot harder than it is today.
Yeah, it's a
Even
joke.
if you had about 20 levels on the place. And since the helmet had such a good effect, after Vanilla WoW, they gave the helmet a little restriction that it could only be used on targets level 60 and lower. Number 6, Skull of Impending Doom.
Everybody
This was an
knows
offhand
about this
item
one.
That has the effect to increase your run speed
Everybody
by 60%
knows about this
for
one.
10 seconds, which was a pretty good effect back when not all classes had speed increases.
Yep.
And the few that did had incredibly long cooldowns or restrictions placed on
This
them.
is the Swifty
And the
level
offhand
right here.
only had a 3-minute cooldown, but when used, it would deal damage to you and then drain mana over its duration. So the offhand was very similar to modern day Burning Rush, a talent that warlocks have, which increased their run speed, but deals damage to them attacking. If anything, Burning Rush was probably inspired by the Skull of Impending Doom. In order to get
I
this
never thought
offhand,
of that,
you have
actually.
to complete a 4-part quest
Yeah,
chain,
that's actually very
which had
true.
you go to a dungeon and around the world killing things. The quest would start in the Badlands for a dwarf, who would send you to Oldemon to grab a tablet, which, despite the quest text, didn't actually require you to go inside Oldemon, as the tablet was located right outside
I just did
the
that.
entrance.
Shit.
Then you would go to another quest giver in either Ironforge or Undercity, depending on your faction, who would then send you to Dustwallow Marsh, Stranglethorn, and the Alteric Mountains to collect 3 items from 3 elite mobs.
That's the one I'm on right now.
Sent back to the dwarf inside Oldemon, depending on your faction, who would then send you to Dustwallow Marsh, Stranglethorn, and the Alteric Mountains to collect 3 items from 3 elite mobs.
Yep.
Then you'd be sent back to the dwarf in the Badlands and you'd receive your skull. Even with the drawbacks of the skull, it was still a pretty useful item just for the speed increase it gave
My
you.
mom still has
And
this
even
from
saw
Vanilla
some
WoW
niche
on her old
uses in
character.
PvP on classes that can equip an offhand normally. For the Burning Crusade, the item received an update to drain 60% of your mana instead of a fixed amount like it did in Vanilla WoW.
Yep.
This was most likely done so it couldn't be abused by the new health values that players had, keeping its drawback as an actual drawback to it. And then in the Cataclysm, you can no longer obtain this item. So if you have one, it still works like the TPC version to this day.
Yep.
And at number 5, we have the Freezing Band.
The Hobbs way
This
of
was a world
pulling,
drop
dude.
epic ring that had a 1% chance
Oh my
whenever you were
God,
hit
man.
to freeze the target for 5 seconds.
Oh
and
my
inflict a little bit
God.
of frost
It's such a good ring.
damage. It also gave
I've had it
frost
like
resist
2
to
times now.
increase the damage of your frost spells. Now, the unique thing about this item is
Those were the days.
absolutely that on-hit chance of freezing a target for 5 seconds, as this freeze was treated basically like a stun, and would just freeze them in a block of ice for 5 seconds.
Do you guys want to watch that after this, dude? Assuming this shit's still fucked, man. Yo, we should go watch the Hobbs video, man. Like, that was such a good fucking video.
Had no internal cooldown, and did stack with another freeze command. As this ring was not unique equipped, you could have 2 of them on at the same time to double the chances of getting freeze procs.
2%.
The only thing that might have prevented this from happening, though, was how you obtain this ring.
They were
It was
expensive.
a world drop epic item, which is about the hardest way to obtain an item in the game.
Yeah.
As you just have to get really lucky to obtain this from a random drop. So usually, the best way to obtain one was to just buy it off the auction house for a crap ton of gold.
I am accepting
And even
gold,
then,
by the
there was
way,
no
guys.
guarantees
Let
that
you
there
know
would
that.
be one on the auction house. But if you were very rich and you played on a server with these being sold,
Yep.
you could obtain 2 of them and have fun with your enemies randomly being stunned whenever they hit you. And since the targets were treated as frozen, there was lots of synergy with frost mages and their shatter talent. And at number 4, we have the Thunder Brew Boot Flask. This
The
was
fuck
another
is this?
trinket item which had 2 unusual
It's
effects tied
250
to it.
damage. That's not
The
a big
first
deal.
being, when you used it, you would breathe fire for 5 seconds.
Like
Which
Onyxia.
would give you a nice little AoE. And I've heard reports that this AoE could be used without a target, and wouldn't aggro nearby guards if used on low-level players and towns. Its second effect is that it would get you drunk,
good, dude.
which could be a good or bad thing, depending on who you ask, and all on a
bad
measly
thing.
30-minute cooldown.
It's a bad thing.
Vanilla WoW
Drinking
had
is bad.
incredibly long cooldowns on a lot of their items for almost no reason.
Yeah, there's like one random item. It's like a 45-minute cooldown to increase your strength by 6 for 5 minutes. A 45 minutes. It's like, who the fuck thought of that? Like, that was the dumbest thing, man.
That was kind of the name of the game back then. Everything had long cooldowns in other games, and if anything, WoW's cooldowns are pretty reasonable in comparison. You rarely see abilities or items with cooldowns this long today.
Yep.
And that was kind of the norm then, as you may have noticed with the other items on this. Now, the way to acquire this item required a lot of legwork. You had to complete a 5-part cross-continental journey in order to complete the quest chain, which awarded this trinket.
I'm not gonna get this item.
So let's go over it. First part of the quest chain required you to talk to a dwarf in Westfall.
Yeah, I'm not gonna get this stupid ass item. There's no way I'm gonna waste my time with this bullshit.
Westfall was a low-level zone, so
it's a bullshit ass item.
You found this on your own while leveling normally, and also unlikely you found this quest when you're at max level, since the quest didn't appear for low-level players or max-level players. And the quest giver himself is kind of hidden in an out-of-the-way location. This is kind of a secretive quest to accept. Anyways, the first part of the quest required you to go to Stranglethorn Vale, in the middle of a Naga camp in order to get some holy spells.
Guys, it seems like we're able to load back in for at least probably 35 seconds before we disconnect again. So if you're part of the group, please load back in. Smitty, you've got one spot, and then we're still waiting on our last slot. Okay, make your way over to BRD. Or sorry, EBRS.
Spring water. The second part of the quest chain required you to get 3 separate materials. One located in the Swamp of Sorrows, another located in Tanaris, and the last all the way in the hinterlands. Then you'd be asked to get 1 true silver bar, which you could just buy off the auction house. And after that, you'd be sent on another journey, this time to Feralis in order to get a branch. And then for the final part of the quest, you'd be sent to the Searing Gorge in order to get a piece of hope.
Oh!
Then, after you return to Westfall, you want to get your trinket.
Wow.
There's some speculation that this was meant to be a quest for players newly obtaining mounts, to give them a reason to run around the world with their newfound mounts.
That's actually
And
really
that's why
smart.
It had them go to like 5 different parts of the world.
That's really smart.
Speculation that
What
was
the
most
fuck?
likely entirely correct, as in the WoW Diary book, a book in which one of the WoW vanilla developers talks about
That's a John
what
Stats
went into making the game.
Yep.
They do talk about how they really wanted cross-continental quests for all classes at level 40, so they'd have a reason to use their new mounts. This quest is a good example of what they had planned.
See, that's so smart. Like that's so smart, because like, if you make a cross-continental quest level 40, if you just spend all your time in dungeons, you don't really find a reason to, like, do you need a mount if you live in Scarlet Monastery? No. So giving people reasons to go out there and actually see, like, oh wow, I need my mount so I can do this faster. That's what it was all about. And it's actually really crazy to think like all the different ways that they figured this shit out. Like I'm so fucking glad about that. Like, I mean, like, classic WoW, it's just literally those guys were fucking geniuses. Like, I mean, they were fucking geniuses. Let's go.
And for every class, instead of just a few of them getting quests like this. Number 3, the Spectral Essence. This trinket has the effect to allow you to interact with ghosts inside of one town. This trinket was pretty standard for quest-like items and special effects, as trinkets in vanilla WoW were not very commonplace, and good trinkets were pretty rare. Your trinket spot was usually fine to equip something there without hindering your character all that much.
Okay.
In order to get the trinket, you had to complete a quest, which would send you into Skullomance to kill a rare elite.
Oh yeah, we were gonna do this.
Bodies. Then you'd get this trinket, which would allow you to talk to the folks of Siragara, and even buy some unique items from a vendor, which could only be seen with this trinket or the Eye of Divinity, a trinket only priest could equip that dropped from the boss in Molten Core. The trinket didn't have any stats or do anything. This is basically just the precursor to quest items, which did special things. The person would usually just put them on trinkets that you had to equip. And at number 2, we have the Dark Moon card, Twisty Nether. This was a Dark Moon trinket which had the effect, which would only have a chance to activate when you die. Basically, it gave you a 10% chance to resurrect after dying with 20% health and mana. And when the trinket rezzed you, they worked kind of like having a soul stone on you, in which you could choose to accept a resurrection or not. Now, seeing as this trinket only had a 10% chance, it was not at all reliable, and not really worth the trinket slot in raids or dungeons. Its uses were basically just for solo content to occasionally
That's for my
save
BIS.
you a run back to your corpse. Or if you literally didn't
That's
have
my
any other
BIS,
trinket,
dude.
it at least had the potential to be sometimes useful in raids or dungeons.
Holy
now,
shit.
this trinket didn't actually see very much use until arenas were added to the game first, per se, in which people would
Spawning on
use this
top of
trinket
me,
and
apparently.
sometimes come back to life in an arena match, which could single-handedly help you win the game. Usually, after one person dies in arena, the team which secured the kill will basically treat it as if they've already won, and maybe let their guard down a little bit. So, seeing someone res back up real quick to join the fight is all it could really take in order to turn the tide of the battle back in your favor.
Yeah, I guess so.
And as far as I know, this trinket still works in arenas today. Maybe. I tried looking it up and couldn't really find any confirmation, but I also didn't find anything saying that it didn't. And
imagine somebody using that in like BlizzCon or something. God, dude, that'd be so funny. And like, especially like that, the casters wouldn't understand it. They think it was a bug. Oh my God, that'd be fucking hilarious.
Number 1, we have the Hook of the Master Angler. This is a trinket that had the on-use effect to turn you into a fish and allow underwater breathing and an increased swim speed. Kind of like the artifact fishing pole effect, which turns you into a fish and allows you to swim faster. Except instead of having to equip something in your weapon slot, this one only required you to equip it in your trinket slot.
Yeah.
Unusual for a trinket like this trinket actually didn't have a cooldown in vanilla WoW.
How do I get this?
Usually all fun abilities had incredibly long cooldowns.
How I become a fish?
This one, you could just turn to a fish whenever you wanted. Well, outside of waiting 30 seconds after equipping the trinket anyway. The trinket is a reward from the Stranglethorn Fishing Extravaganza event and winning the grand prize.
Fuck that.
So not many people could get it, considering the event is only held once a week. And basically, only one person per server can win per week.
What are you barking at? Metin? Oh shit, I should probably renew my buffs. What do you want? You want to smoke? I want to smoke. I'm grinding out bone necklaces here. It's not the greatest thing in the world. What are you making for dinner?
Pork steak, mashed potatoes, and...
Oh yeah, that's right. You asked me yesterday.
Yeah.
Leveling in this game is a fucking bitch.
When I got to my parents' house, my dad had just gotten there. Mind you, Dakota spent 45 minutes in Meyer.
Why were you at Meyer?
Because he had to get a bunch of shit for chili. Which I also have the recipe for chili, au gratin potatoes, and my dad's mushroom.
Oh boy, Green Hills of Stranglethorn, page number 4. Oh boy.
Well, I will wait until you're ready before I start talking with dinner.
652, look at that shit. Boom.
Hi, how was your day? I was so late, I'm so sorry.
She said Jimmy came home early.
Yeah, you got your Jimmy early and you got me late. And I also got my mom's homemade tartar sauce to go with the fish. Fish and fries. We smell that.
I wonder if I'll die behind this tree. The nice thing about this place, there's so many mobs, it's gonna be really difficult for an alliance to just come up in here and fuck me up. So, yeah, we could smoke.
Who's my baby? I missed you. I missed you. Yes, I missed you. Yeah. You're such a good girl. Yes, you're such a good girl. Oh, me oh my.
Yeah, I switched cameras. Moving to this phone.
The one that's damn near done. Scratching like a dog.
Maybe we should do some sexy animal wax.
No. That sounds like a mess. Store phone. It was in my coat pocket.
Oh, good. You remembered me telling you. I don't even want to hear.
You asked.
It's true. I did ask. What's wrong? I asked.
Okay, baby. We're gonna go smoke.
Snacks with these.
Where did you get that?
What? Oh, I found it.
Where?
In your drawer.
Okay, and you got $8 for that? Shit's expensive.
That's what how long I've been in the chair. Alright, everybody's respawn now. Renew my buffs just because. I probably don't want to be balls deep in this place. So I think I'm going to work my way out. You know what? That's too much. Oh, did I leave combat? No. You know what? I'm just getting the fuck out of here. Or not, you know. There's a lot of damage. Single player project, it is a server core / bot script / whatever. That's basically just, to sum it up in layman's terms, it's WoW with player bots. Like you see my text scroll on here with the guild talking, that's all bots talking. It's not actual people. And there's currently 2860 of them online. Should be more. Should be 3,000. Wonder if that's like bugging out or something. No, it's actually going down. Why the hell is it going down? But anyway, it's WoW with bots. Do I have it like, I'm gonna check here. Do I have like minimum bots less than the maximum or something? No, minimum 3,000, maximum 3,000, so I don't know what to tell you. I got a person in my chat here asking what the project is about. It's actually quite fun. Like you'll be roaming along doing your thing, and then all of a sudden Alliance bots will just come and shit on your chest. Or you can get like a dungeon group together or a raid or whatever with other bots in your faction. I'm gonna res and run the hell out of here. Nope. Bye. Nope. Nope. I'm out of here. If you'd like to see bots. I'm actually going somewhere right now where there's usually like 4 or 5 of them questing, and they do quest. It's a little buggy right now. They're actually reworking the questing script for the bots entirely, and that's going to be in the next update for this. This is they have them for Vanilla, Burning Crusade, and Wrath, and there's 3 separate server cores, and I have all 3 of them. I'm currently playing Vanilla. Like, there's some bots right now. Looks like he just got fucked up. I can't tell. Yep. There's a corpse there. I just want a necklace, man. Give me your fucking necklace, please. How many do I have? I have 6. Oh boy. Well, you know what? I need the drink, so.
You can still win this trinket today, but you do have to get first place in the fishing tournament.
No way.
Which is pretty difficult. Unless you're on a server that literally has no one else trying
There's
the
no
tournament
fucking way I'm
week,
gonna do that trash.
Which
I could get ganked right now,
the
actually.
tournament also has a prize for an heirloom ring item.
Heirloom.
Which is an incredibly useful
I actually
item
don't have
as
this
it
one.
gives you an extra 5% experience. And since the item is so useful, that means lots of people are still doing this tournament today in order to try to get one. But that doesn't mean you shouldn't try to win it. The first time I ever tried doing the tournament, I won 2nd place. Not good enough to get this trinket, but
Nobody gives a fuck. Nobody gives a fuck anymore. Like, you go over, like, on retail WoW, there's gonna be, like, probably one other guy that's, like, fishing there, and maybe he's trying to go for it or not. Nobody gives a fuck about it anymore. It's kind of sad, dude. Like, these little fishing events used to be, like, a really big deal back, even up to, like, Wrath, they were a big deal.
But it was good enough to get the heirloom ring, which is what I actually wanted anyway. Alright, and that's it for the video. If you know of any other weird items that I missed, I'd love to hear about them, as well as ideas for future videos just like this one down in the comments.
Yep. It is 1:35, guys, which means that my my internet, this is the daily fuck up, and I don't know why this happens or anything like that, but it does.
In this video,
let me go ahead and try to load back in again, okay?
Unique,
1:35.
We're unique.
Warriors seem to drop them more than anybody
And
else.
number 10, we have the Dark Iron Pulverizer. This
Doesn't it
is a
stun for
two-handed
8
mace
seconds?
that has an amazing effect, where it has a random chance on hit to stun the target for 8 seconds.
Should I use that? Like, imagine me stunning somebody for 8 fucking seconds. Like, just like one fucking boom. Just stunned forever. I don't know. I'd love to see that, okay? We'll watch the Hobbs video after this one, okay, guys? After this video, we will watch the Hobbs video.
That
Assuming
is longer
servers are
than
still
any
not up.
other stun that a player character can use in-game. But from Vanilla WoW anyway, there were some expansions in which a rogue could get a 10-second kidney shot stun. But anyway,
That's
that
so
would have made this
stupid.
weapon really amazing.
That's so
If
stupid.
it wasn't for the fact that it never procced.
Yeah.
Well, never isn't the correct term for it. It's more like you just had an incredibly low chance to proc. Where if you attack
Exorers actually seem to drop them the most.
you might see it proc one time.
Jesus
it procced
Christ.
so infrequently that it was basically useless and just kind of a gimmick weapon. But oh boy, if this thing did proc,
Oh my
then you
God,
could totally
dude.
swap to a better weapon and make full use of that 8-second stun to maybe kill
An
something.
8-second
And
cast.
at number 9, we have Finkel's
Jesus
Skinner.
Christ.
This was a dagger weapon that could be used as a skinny knife, and was the most sought after skinny knife in the game. Because
We need
it
to
gave
get
you
this
a
from one
plus
of our
10 to your
skinners.
skinny level. Which,
Ninja,
when
thank you
combined
for
with the
10
plus
gifted community
5
subs.
skinning
Thank you, thank you,
enchant,
thank you, Ninja.
allowed players to skin
Thank you
boss
very
level
much.
mobs. So, in order to skin Onyxia, you needed the skinning
already
dagger
seen this?
and the plus 5 enchant.
Let
in
me
order-
see if we've seen it, okay? I'm gonna go ahead and scroll up. I've seen it before. Is if it's in the if
to
it's my
successfully
my
accomplish
react
that
thing.
task, which was needed
have not
in
seen
order
it.
to get the scales from Onyxia, which were then used to create the cloak, which was needed in order to complete Blackwing Lair. Later on in Classic WoW, they added a sword item called the Zulin Slicer,
Yep.
which was a drop
Zulin?
from CG, which gave the same
Zulin?
effect as Finkel's Skinner, except on a sword item.
Yep.
So classes who couldn't use daggers could use this sword instead, and be able to actually skin boss level mobs.
Yep.
So despite not being a max level dagger, it was a very sought after dagger for its
Mic
unique
check.
effect.
Okay.
Number 8.
You gotta do that every once in a while.
This was a two-handed weapon drop from the Scarlet Monastery, with a special, unique, weird effect that had a chance on hit to force your character into basically a blade storm for 9 seconds. Your character would spin around and just do
I
damage
love
to
this
everything
weapon.
within its AoE. Except, unlike
This
blade
is
storm,
really it, man.
you couldn't move during this weapon's proc. So
Holy
you were just
shit.
stuck spinning around in a circle, hoping things in it wouldn't move away from you.
That's right.
Which was entirely possible in PvE situations.
Spinning boy.
Now, the damage this ability did was okay for its level.
It was
and procced a lot
insane.
of good class abilities.
What do you mean it was
But most people
insane?
grabbed the axe because of how cool the ability looked, and not really because of its usefulness.
Yeah, there is that too.
As people would use this weapon at max level just to have their character spin around.
Yeah.
They removed the ability to get this weapon and miss, so the only way to acquire this weapon again would be to wait for the classic WoW servers. And at number 7, we have the unique item called Andonius, Reaper of Souls.
Oh.
This is a one-handed
This is for
sword,
the
a
ATS thing.
legendary weapon that only existed for 10 minutes.
Yep.
But it had really good stats for those 10 minutes and did a crap ton of damage. And I guess that's kind of the whole point of the limited real-time duration. The item was used during a quest chain for the ATS staff, where you'd fight a demon called ATS, who is dual-wielding the sword, and drops one of them in the middle of the fight, which
If
you
you
can pick
disarm
up in
him.
order to defeat him with it.
I think that you have to disarm him to get him to drop the sword. I don't remember that. It's been quite a while. But I think that you used to have to disarm him. Yeah, 90 DPS. So I want you guys to just to see that weapon right there. This weapon, melee and range attack, this weapon is better than any weapon, even in Burning Crusade. It was ridiculously fucking powerful.
Sword was unique for being one of only 2 conjured weapons in vanilla WoW. The second being the Hammer of Expertise, of course, which lasted 1 hour instead of 10 minutes. And at number 6, we have the Death Blow. This is a two-handed sword that has a chance on hit effect to deliver a fatal wound.
Who
For a
cares?
set amount of damage.
Who
Now,
cares?
despite the fact that this weapon says it deals a fatal wound, what it really means is that it just does some extra damage.
Yeah.
As in, this fatal wound doesn't automatically kill your target.
No.
It also doesn't mean that it only activates when the target is low on health or something. To, you know, do a fatal wound, it's just a chance on hit to proc some extra damage. Just like other weapons.
It's more like a fake wound. Ooh, or fecal. Is fecal a word? That sounds like fecal. No, never mind.
Take the exact same thing, like the Jeklik Crusher.
Well, I guess it
which is
doesn't.
a
No, that
chance
does
on
make sense because the proc is shitty.
hit to wound the target, producing bonus damage. Fatal Wound just seems like a flavorful way to word the same thing.
Yeah.
And there are 4 other weapons in Vanilla WoW that also state they deal their bonus damage as a fatal wound. There's
Except for
also
it's
items
not.
like the Halbert of Smiting. Unlike the Death Blow, this weapon has a chance on hit to literally decapitate the target and kill them instantly.
If only it actually did
does
that.
It actually do that?
No.
It just does bonus damage instead? Alright, it's just another ability with
That'd be a really good mechanic, you know? Like you just have like this weapon, it accidentally procs and just cuts the head off. Not a big deal, dude. You've watched this before? No, I haven't.
a very flavorful way of saying that it does some extra bonus damage.
Yep.
I don't think Blizzard knows what decapitate means. Well, to be fair, this weapon did have another distinction, where its bonus damage proc could proc its bonus damage proc, kind of like how a Shaman's Wind Fury proc could proc Wind Fury. So it did have a chance to do some really good damage, but I don't think that was intended since it was hotfixed later on.
Yep.
And just turned into a normal proc weapon.
That's a really
One
big
that
proc. That does a
decapitated the
fuckload
target
of
and killed
damage,
them
man.
instantly, of course. And at number 5, we have the Hydro Cane. This staff, which is a drop from a boss in
have this one.
Nomergon, gave a little bit of frost resistance, which is okay, I guess. But it also
Amazing.
allowed the user to just passively breathe underwater.
Yep.
And since this was a weapon, you could swap it in if you were underwater and find
I must have
things
kept this for 10
to allow
years.
your breath meter to reset, and then
Oh,
switch
I
back
kept
to
it
an
until I got
actual
the
good
ring.
weapon later on.
Yeah.
All while still being in combat. And because this item is a weapon specifically, that actually made it really useful, as you could swap it in and out during combat.
That's right.
So it was one of the few weapons that people could actually carry around in their bags to have in some of those just-in-case moments. You know, moments where you have to randomly be underwater for a quest for long periods of time. Moments like this almost never happened, but if they did, you'd be happy you carried around a hydro cane in your bags.
What?
Yeah, I was. I'd keep this around with me for years, and I never used it. Like, there was like maybe 2 times that I ever used it, and that was it.
I'm not paying for the next one.
At number 4, we have the Dazzling Longsword. This sword has an
Keep
effect
on keeping
where
on
when
with
you hit
that,
a
then.
target, you have a chance to decrease their armor by about 100 for 30 seconds. So, armor pen, before that was a stat put in the game. But also, while this armor pen effect was applied, the target cannot stealth or turn invisible. So this sword item basically applied fairy fire to your target, which is really good in PvP against stealthy classes. The unfortunate thing about the sword was that it was a main hand weapon in vanilla.
Okay.
So you couldn't just equip it into your offhand in order to try to fish for procs on classes which could dual wield it. And
we tried using this. Esfond had this during the beta, but we never really had a way to actually make it useful. Well, you guys know what I meant to say.
It was also a low
Actually
level
useful.
epic item, which dropped from random mobs of around level 40. So it was hard to obtain.
I have verbal
there was another
dyslexia,
low-level
okay?
weapon, which was a little easier to get, called the Phantom Blade.
Okay.
With a similar effect, except it lasted
This is for
20
blacksmithing.
seconds
You're
instead
able
of
to make
30,
this.
and was also a main
This is
hand
really,
weapon.
really good.
Late in the Burning Crusade, Blizzard changed both of these weapons to just be one-handed instead of main.
Try to load back in, guys.
Which means they could be equipped in the offhand slots, in order to use its proc more effectively. Although by then, their damage would have been way too low to really mean anything in the Burning Crusade. Although these two weapons seem like they would be really good twink weapons for the 30 and 40s brackets. And at number 3, we have Typhoon. This is a two-handed sword,
from
which give you an
Azergos.
increased 1% chance to parry, which is a really good weapon for Death Knights, who wouldn't be
Classic.
added to the game until 2 expansions later.
Yeah.
In Vanilla WoW,
Yeah.
tanks included warriors, and that concludes the list of classes which could tank.
That's right.
And warrior tanks always equipped a...
Hear that? You hear that, boys? That's it. No paladins, no druids, no fucking shamans.
one-handed weapon alongside a shield, not two-handed weapons. And parry is definitely a tanking stat, so not very useful for classes who
Smitty,
could
log
use
on.
this as damage dealers, as they would love that stat to be something that increased their damage instead. But I guess cases could be made for PvP usages, whatever. There was also another low-level sword item called the Guardian Blade, which was a two-handed weapon that gave you bonus armor and defense stat. Two tank exclusive stats that classes that can use two-handed weapons don't really care about.
I feel like back then, Blizzard, they didn't really know what they were doing. Like, I'm gonna be honest, like they just didn't really know what they were doing. They were just kind of figuring things out. Slowbo, are you logging back on, Slowbo? I'll give Slowbo a few minutes, okay? And uh-oh, are we lagging again?
Beans are corn.
I'm trying to invite Smitty.
You pick.
Oh shit, Wooly, Fear Ward, can you give me a lead? Fear, can you give me a lead real quick and we'll get this done?
But I guess cases can be made for classes using them to level up with, where having a little bit more defensive stats might matter. In case you're wondering, no, druids could not use these weapons. Druids cannot use swords.
They're
so
stupid,
even the
that's why
class
they
who
can't
only
use
cares
swords.
about the stats on the weapon couldn't make use of the defensive stats on these weapons. Plus, bears can't parry attacks anyway. And at number 2, we have Soul Frames, the Lasher. This was a
Soul Thread is a waste of time. Remember how many fucking times I tried to go in this? Like, I don't, like, how many fucking times did I do this stupid ass bullshit? It took me, like, probably like 50 times I went in here, and I still couldn't get this shit done, man. I was so fucking mad. Is Slobo logging back on? If Slobo isn't on, we need, like, another mage or something. We'll find out what else we can get after that. We have one slot open, assuming that Roy's gonna be able to zone in.
two-handed sword with a proc chance to debuff a target, as well as put a dot on them for 15 seconds.
Oh, shit.
It's not on this list for that proc. It's actually here because in order to obtain this weapon, you had to combine 2 other weapons together,
So fucking
which dropped
annoying,
from
dude.
2 different bosses.
So fucking
far as I
annoying.
know, I think this is the only weapon in the game which required you to combine 2 weapons together in order to make it, which wasn't part of a quest or profession. So in order to make this weapon, you have to head over to Zul'Farrak and kill 2 bosses who would each drop a weapon called Jangthraze the Protector,
Yep.
and Sangthraze, the Deflector.
Yep.
Jangthraze had an on-use effect that would combine it with a
That's the one I
Sangthraze from
didn't
your
get.
inventory in order to create Soulthraze. So, unlike other created weapons, you didn't make the weapon through a profession. You literally just combined 2 items from your inventory to create a new one.
This weapon, by the way, Soulthraze, is probably one of the biggest pieces of shit weapons that Blizzard has ever made. Like, it's probably, like, literally the biggest piece of shit weapon that Blizzard has ever done. Like, I really cannot think of a more piece of shit weapon than this. Like, it is the dumbest, most fucking pathetic, awful garbage weapon they've ever thought of.
Which is unique in of itself, and isn't really something, to my knowledge, that's been done since. Of course, there were some weapons which you can click on them in order to transform them into other weapons, but this isn't that, as it's literally combining 2 weapons to create a brand new one. And at number 1, we have the Manual Crowd Pummeler. This was a 2-handed mace weapon with a really good on-use effect, which would increase your attack speed by 50%.
This is so stupid. Like, you'd have to farm these fucking things out if you really want to do top-end damage.
30 seconds. But with the downside that you could only use this effect 3 times total.
Yep.
And then you could never use this effect again.
You have
This
to
is one
farm
of the
out
few
more of them
weapons in
afterwards.
game with limited charges on its ability. That once you used all 3 charges, you just straight up could not use its ability anymore. And it was turned into a normal stat stick.
Yep.
That being said, it dropped off a low-level boss in Nomergon, so if you wanted extra charges as a max-level character, you could just go in there and farm it to have multiple copies of the weapon. And this is exactly what Feral Druids would do. Because you see, on certain illegal servers, people have been playing older versions of WoW for many years, and have metagamed everything there is to know about those old versions of WoW. And it's through these less than legal servers that people found out that Feral Druids could actually pull competitive DPS, as long as they just farmed out a crap ton of manual crowd pummelers. And no joke.
Imagine having to be, imagine trying to be competitive in Raid, but you have to spend all day farming Nomergon. That's all you have to do. That's so fucking sad, man. It really is. How fucking sad is that?
If you look up how to perform the best DPS for Feral Druids in Vanilla WoW, they will include this weapon as part of the normal rotation.
How scuffed.
Despite the fact that you can only use the effect 3 times before the weapon is useless.
Yep.
And why does this work on Feral Druids and not other melee classes? Well, that's because Feral Druids don't care about the weapon's damage. Weapons to them were only stat sticks, as a weapon damage didn't increase their melee attack damage. So, using the Crowd Pummeler to get a 50% increased attack speed for 30 seconds, which is ridiculous I might add, was such a great effect that it let them forego the need of having actual good stats on the weapon. Whereas
Or
other
being
melee
good players.
classes would be completely neutered if they had to use this weapon just for a 50% attack speed proc. Because if you swap this weapon to another one, the effect would end immediately. So only Feral Druids could take advantage of this effect's unique ability at max level. Of course, today, you can still get this weapon, they just removed the charge system in Burning Crusade and gave it a more reasonable haste proc. This weapon was only available and usable in this way in Vanilla WoW, basically. Alright, and that's it for the list. Do you know of any other weird or unique weapons that existed in Vanilla WoW that I may have missed? If so, I'd love to hear about them down in the comments, as well as ideas for future videos just like this one.
This is a really popular video. I never got a chance to watch this before.
Hey guys, HamsterBill Gaming here, and I'm here to talk about what these so-called veteran WoW players are calling the hardest dungeon ever to be conceived by Blizzard. Old Naxxramas. Naxxramas has long been considered to be the hardest dungeon, and for a good reason. It wore on the whole guild, and while Blackwing Lair and Entourage were tough as hell, Naxxramas was unforgivable. Before I start explaining how hard it was and my personal experiences in Nax, allow me to share some numbers with you.
Okay, here we go.
Before the Burning Crusade, there were around 895,000 level 60 characters scattered across 179 US servers. There were only 900 guilds that managed to kill only one boss in Naxxramas, and take a guess at how many guilds actually cleared Naxxramas on US servers.
Wait.
Nope, you're wrong. 23. That's right, 23 guilds managed to clear the entire raid. That means that an average of around 1,000 players got to kill Kel'Thuzad.
That's fucking ridiculous.
Which is less than 0.1% of the entire US player base.
And people like that, I think. There are a lot of people that like that.
Percentage. That is a number that has never been achieved with any other dungeon in the history of WoW. Hell, no other dungeon even came close to that number. So why were there so few guilds and players that cleared the entirety of Naxxramas?
Because BC was coming out and nobody gave a fuck about the gear.
Needed to be able to step into Naxxramas, shall we?
Yeah.
First of all, the absolute minimum requirement in terms of gear was a majority of tier 2 or tier 2.5 gear, and nothing lower than items that were on par with tier 1. If you didn't have that kind of gear, it was back to farming Blackwing Lair or AQ40. So even before you were geared for Nax, you had to run Molten Core to get tier 1, and then Blackwing Lair and AQ4 to get your hands on the tier 2 and tier 2.5.
Progressing through raids.
And keep in mind that all these raids I just mentioned were 40-man raids, and every boss dropped an average of 3 epics. 4 or 5 you were lucky, but definitely 3 on average.
3 for 40 people.
Those 3 items on average had to be split over a 40-man raid group. And don't forget that not every raid had the exact same people. So there were a total of around 60 to 70 people in that guild.
That's why you had DKP.
That needed to be geared up in order to enter Naxxramas. Okay, so after months and months of farming Blackwing Lair, Onyxia, AQ40 and such, you finally had 40 people that were geared for Nax. Does that mean you're ready for this instance? Nope, of course not. Because not only did you need some of the best items in game to start raiding,
you had to get a tune.
You also needed a ton of consumables. That's right, the encounters in Nax 40 were actually so hard that the best possible gear you could get before Nax 40 was not good enough for Nax 40. If Blizzard did that now in Mist of Pandaria, there would be an outrage on the forums of people screaming in terror to buff the items, but in WoW Vanilla, that was it. You had the tier 2 and tier 2.5, and that was it. There was no thing better before Nax 40. Most guilds attempted Nax 40 on weekends, so during the weekdays,
I think tier 2
you were forced to farm consumables such as potions, food, flasks, and other stuff. And this is where one of the things that really, wore on me as a healer. If you were a healer and you had to farm consumables, you were screwed, because you did next to no damage to mobs. There was no spell power back then. Oh no, tier 2 and tier 1 only gave you bonus healing, which meant your offensive spells did no extra damage whatsoever. So farming was extremely slow and extremely painful. Not only that, there was no dual talent option where you could simply switch from Resto to Feral, and even if you could, you probably didn't even have the proper gear for that spec, because all the items that had agility and strength went to warriors and rogues who needed it for their main spec.
Of course.
Even if you somehow got your hands on some decent Feral gear, a respec cost a total of 60 gold every time. That's right. If you were to farm with your off spec, you basically had to spend 60 gold to switch to that spec, and another 60 gold to eventually switch to your raiding spec. That's a total of 120 gold, which was a lot of money back in those days. A lot of money.
I just want to pause and add some context for this. So back in the day, 50 gold was worth something like, I would say the amount that, the amount that it was worth add like 4 or 5 zeros, or add 4 zeros to any number in vanilla, and that's the equivalent gold that it would be worth nowadays. Okay? So if it's 50 gold, add what, that 500, 5,000, 50,000? Yes, yeah, somewhere around there. Maybe even more than that. Honestly, in some cases, it would be even more than that. It's insane.
Alright, now we got 40 people who are geared and have a crap load of consumables. Are we ready to enter this now? Nope. The final step to actually getting into the instance was the attunement quest, which was a bitch on its own. First of all, you had to get honored with the Argent Dawn, which meant you had to either farm quests.
Yes, it was.
No, it wasn't,
This shit was a pain in the
ass.
What do you mean? It was easy.
Now imagine if you are, if you've just done Blackwing Lair, you got a bunch of tier 1, you got a bit of tier 2 gear, and all of a sudden you have to jump into level 60 blue 5-man dungeons just to get honored. That was extremely annoying because obviously you're not getting anything out of those dungeons apart from the
just farming
reputation.
the rep. It's not a big
the items you get there are pretty useless unless for some kind of decent off-spec items. Maybe, but that was really frustrating. And after you get honored, you still had to throw down 5 arcane crystals, 1 righteous orb, and 2 nexus crystals. Those regions used to cost an approximate of at least 200 gold. If you were revered, it only cost 90 gold. If you were exalted, the quest was completely free. But getting exalted was extremely time consuming, so you were
like
better
a lot of
off
people
just
would get
coughing up the
revered.
items to get your pass for next.
Maybe
40.
I'm wrong, but I feel like even I was like revered.
Okay, so now we can finally enter the hardest instance in the entire game. So I guess that now it's time to talk about the difficulty of the actual bosses.
Here we go.
Now there might be people here watching this video saying, well, I've cleared Nax and Wrath Lich King and that was pretty hard. Well, maybe, but it was nothing compared to Nax in Vanilla.
Who said that?
Let me give you an example, such as the Locust Swarm of Anoop Rekan. The effect of Locust Swarm in Wrath caused a dot debuff that did around 1300 to 1700 nature damage every 2 seconds.
What about it?
And it silenced the target. The effect of Locust Swarm in Vanilla caused a dot debuff that did around 1200 damage every 2 seconds, and it silenced the target. That's right. Even though an average geared player in Wrath had at least 10 times more health, the damage of the debuff was almost exactly the same as in Vanilla.
Yeah.
Back then, a proper geared Clothy had about 3,500 health at best, which meant 3 ticks of that debuff and you were dead. 6 seconds and you were dead. You were done. Another boss that comes to mind is...
I want to pause that right there.
What?
The reason that they didn't change the numbers is Blizzard intended on players approaching the mechanic in a different way. At level 60, Blizzard intended for players to kite a Numrikon around the outside of the room, and at level 80, they expected players to have the tank use cooldowns and tank the damage. So that's why it wasn't changed, because the mechanic was intended to be dealt with in a different way.
Yeah, but Nax was still hard.
One second, guys. I want to. Can 2 people queue up and do these islands? Can I leech islands off of anybody just real quick? If I can just leech this stuff. If anybody wants to queue up and do islands while I'm AFK, that'd be great. But I mean, like, if not, that's okay too, because like I'm really not doing anything. I just figured I'd ask because, I mean, fuck it. You gotta take your chances.
Noth. Raids in Wrath could actually ignore the curse and didn't even bother to decurse. However, if there was no decursing going on in Nax Vanilla, it meant an instant wipe for the entire raid.
Yes.
That's how hard it was. Hell, even the 4 horsemen fight, you needed 8 geared tanks. 8! Not 1, not 2, not 1 main tank, 2 off tanks. No, 8 geared tanks.
Oh yeah,
that's absolutely insane compared to today's standards. I remember in my guild we actually had to try and steal geared tanks from other guilds to help us out because A, we didn't have enough attuned tanks,
Everybody
and B,
did that.
they weren't all properly geared.
Everybody obviously did that.
That's how far we had to go to even stand a chance against an encounter that wasn't even one of the last bosses in Next 40.
It was fucking OP.
That's right, it was that freaking brutal. Next 40 had almost the exact same damage values as Nax in Wrath Lich King, which makes Nax in Wrath look hilariously easy.
It was.
Just for a comparison,
it was supposed to be easy.
Nax in Wrath was fully cleared in less than a week after its launch.
That's true.
Let's take a look at Nax in Vanilla.
That's including leveling too.
The patch for Naxxramas came out on the 19th of June 2006, and it wasn't until the 7th of September before Kel'Thuzad was finally killed. That's right.
That was
it
right
took
before
the
I started
entire player base almost 3 months before one guild actually managed to clear the entire instance. That is something that is just extreme if you compare that to other
3 fucking
instances.
months.
I mean, instances in Burning Crusade came kind of
Jesus
close, but this is a
Christ.
number that has been unmatched
Stars was around
for
back
years.
then?
It was
Holy shit.
2006,
Yeah, dude,
it's
remember Death and
2014 right
Taxes?
now.
Yeah, I
It's
remember
been
Stars
8
though.
years, and there hasn't been an instance that came even close
Wow.
to this number. That is absolutely insane.
That's pretty crazy.
Not only that, in order to actually survive insane damage like this, you needed resistance gear.
Here we
Something
go.
that has become obsolete in today's
This was the
WoW.
fun part
I
of
mean,
the game.
I wouldn't even be surprised if people don't even know what resistance gear is for anymore. I wouldn't be surprised. But you actually need to
That's
get your
actually
hands
probably
on
true.
frost resistance, nature resistance, shadow resistance,
Wow.
and fire resistance gear in order to properly withstand all the damage in this instance. And resistance gear, especially for frost, was extremely scarce.
RPG elements. Ew.
There were a few frost items that dropped from bosses
Where's
in
my
that 40,
slot
but once again,
machine?
every single guide in that 40-man group needed to have that gear, so it could take another month before you actually had some frost resistance gear, which you absolutely needed for the fight against Sephiron. And it wasn't like you could just go to the auction house and buy a green level 55 of the frost resistance gear. No, that was not enough. You actually needed purpose-built frost resistance gear. Frost resistance gear with spell damage. Frost resistance gear with increased defense and a lot of stamina. And that took a long, long time. If your raid didn't have any frost resistance gear, you could not do Sephiron. If you couldn't do Sephiron, you couldn't move on to Kel'Thuzad. So basically, if your guild didn't have any frost resistance, you were stuck at Sephiron. That's
There were
it.
so many, like,
that's the farthest
frost
you will
resist,
come.
8 tanks.
If your raid didn't have any shadow or nature resistance gear, it was an absolute bitch to get through the beginning parts of the Plague, Spider, and Abomination
never
Wing,
thought
let
of
alone Loathep. You needed
The
resistance
dick
gear.
sucker himself.
Alright, let's recap a bit before we move on. So let's
Wow.
just check out what aspects we have that make Next 40 really hard so far. So far we have the gear in terms of farming tier 1, then tier 2, and tier 2.5.
Yeah.
And now we have dealing with scarce loot while rolling against 39 other people in your raid.
That's the fun
We
part.
have consumables which cost a crap load of money or took ages to farm if you didn't have a DPS character. We have that freaking attunement quest, which also costed a crap load of money. The insane damage values, and finally the mandatory resistance gear. So now
And
let's
8
move
tanks.
on to trash.
Don't forget about that.
As I just stated above, you needed resistance gear to clear out trash in several wings. But not only that, some trash actually respawned after 30 minutes. That's right, you had 30 minutes to try and kill a boss until you were stuck at the start,
It's like 2 pulls.
having to kill all that trash over and over and over, which can really wear on you if you keep wiping on one boss,
That would fucking
not
suck.
making any progression whatsoever.
Oh
which
yeah,
brings
it
me
definitely
to
sucks.
Wow.
something else I want to bring up. The drama. Next 40 was brutal and it wore out guilds one by one. It was basically farming consumables during the weekdays, which cost a lot of time, and then wiping over and over again during the weekends, only to get stuck on trash after 30 minutes and having to start all over again. It was only a matter
that
of time
coordination
before
with
people
the
in guilds
torrents.
started getting frustrated and started pointing fingers, blaming other people, etc. Many vanilla
That's
players
right.
have said that Nax 40 was the guild breaker. And I quote, if you wanted to tear your guild apart, you should do Nax 40. I guess now is a good time to tell you about my personal experience.
That's
in
about
Nax 40.
right.
I was in one of the top raiding guilds on the Frostmain server called Legio Excisio. We were one of the first guilds to kill Nefarian, and in AQ40 we got to Cthulhu before Nax 40 came out. We had a great time in Molten Core, Blackman Lair, Onyxia, but when we started doing Nax 40 we watched our own guild crumple apart. We got sick and tired of spending hours and hours
This is like Tomb
farming
of Sargeras,
consumables
man.
only to waste them on countless wipes, which meant fights in Vedrillo started happening, people not wanting to do Next Ramus anymore.
Imagine spending 3 hours, spending 160, 120 gold to respec over to DPS, to farm out consumables, spending the 60 gold to respec back to healer, using all of the consumables, going into Nax Ramus, clearing all of the trash, pulling the boss, having one person fuck up, and losing all of that progress and having to re-kill the entire trash again. God, I cannot wait for vanilla. It's gonna be fucking great.
Oh no,
More
Classic's
with
gonna be
red
dead in a month. Dude.
True,
It's gonna be
dude.
over.
Nobody's gonna play
Nobody's
that game.
gonna. No, I mean, everybody will be burned through the content. It's gonna be done. It's over, dude.
Yeah.
Fucking more.
To us not getting any further, and that eventually led into our guild eventually breaking up. We managed to kill Instructor
Yeah, I
Vesuvius,
bet.
Underwood Count, and Patchwork, but after that we pretty much reached a dead end. We were tired of wiping, piping, pointing fingers. We just gave up. We left the guild and we went our own way, and that was pretty much the end of our guild.
That's sad.
Despite all the great times we had in Blackman Lair and Molten Core and the fun,
Great times in Molten Core.
Nax 40 just destroyed our guild. I know it sounds dramatic, but it really happened that way.
That happened in
And,
TOS to
and
mine.
trust me, it happened for so many guilds. And so many people will tell the exact same story I'm telling now. It destroyed guilds because it wore on you so bad. It was, as I've said before, brutal.
It was a cock in
Not
the
only
ass.
that, imagine the lag and the horrible frame rate players had to deal with.
At 70,
Imagine
it was
trying
still
to
hard.
do a raid with 39 other people throwing around spells and killing tons of mobs. I mean, my computer back then was considered to be a pretty decent gaming computer, and even that thing struggled to get more than 25 frames per second. Compare that with WoW today, where even the most basic gaming PC will
12
have
FPS
no
is really
trouble
good.
running WoW at 60 frames per second on medium settings. It was... That just made it extra difficult, not being able to
12
respond
FPS
just
pog.
like that. You basically were just always half a second behind because your frame rate was terrible, and then there was the lag. Hell, some people actually disconnected from the server during fights, such as Thaddeus.
Oh,
I mean,
that
is
makes
just
it fun.
insane. It would be unacceptable in today's WoW, and it happened in vanilla in Nax 40. I've heard people say that Nax 40 can't be hard because the mechanics are a lot easier than today's mechanics from
That's
bosses.
true.
And yes, you are absolutely right. I mean, the mechanics for Garrosh on Heroic are a lot more complicated and a lot more advanced
Heal me, I'm
compared
walking back
to
in.
bosses in WoW Vanilla. But keep in mind that back then we also didn't have nowhere near enough flexibility in terms of spells and longevity. Almost every single spell was mana expensive. I mean, you had healers going out of mana, tanks lacking rage, and almost no AoE aggro abilities,
more.
and hunters also going out of mana.
That's very true.
Yeah, you heard me right.
They'd have to
Hunters had
feign
mana
death
back in
and drink.
those days, and needed to carry around mana potions if they were to last during a long fight.
Hunters with mana is way better than
Getting
focus,
out of mana
by
was
far.
no
I agree.
exception. It happened
I hate
every
focus.
time, and especially in Nax Ramus, you needed to have
Stupid.
consumables just to be able to survive, just to have enough mana, just to continue on healing or throwing frostbolts or whatever. You needed it. Well, I guess that's everything I can tell you about Nax 40 for now. I hope you realize how brutal this instance was back then, and I'm pretty sure there are a few more arguments to explain how convince people how hard Nax 40 was back in WoW Vanilla. Despite that, I still had some glorious times in Naxxramas, and I can't deny
Will WoW Classic die after Naxxramas?
Oh.
Oh, there's Nax right there. There he is, dude. But where's me? Those are the days, dude. Classic WoW. Classic WoW.
MMOs are defined by content updates. It's a never-ending treadmill of gearing up and finishing a raid, and re-gearing up, finishing the next raid, and rinse and repeat.
Yeah,
it's
pretty
like
much.
real life, but instead you get purples instead of depression. Classic is wholly unique in the fact that it has a planned end. And even before its release, the big question has always been, what happens after Naxxramas?
They're gonna do TBC, dude. Like, there's no way they're not gonna do TBC. Like, I mean, let's be honest. Like, they're gonna do TBC. Like, there's no way that they're gonna do Classic Plus content, I don't think. Because the problem is, like, if they bring in Classic Plus content, there will guaranteed be enough people in the game that don't like it to where they think that they ruin Classic, and it would just make them look bad. And it's such a risk to make new content, whereas re-releasing TBC, that's a pretty much guaranteed hit. I'm sorry to say, that's a guaranteed hit. You just re-release the expansion, and people are gonna like it again. Like, think of how many times Nintendo's re-released Mario, and people still fucking buy it.
As of this video, the game is coasting along smoothly through the second to last raid tier on Courage, with most US servers holding a medium, high, or full population. In fact, the game has been doing very well, even exceeding Blizzard's expectations. They had to increase the amount of servers at launch from 13 to over 40, because people are getting queue times like this. The goalpost from Classic's failure has been moved from it'll never launch because people don't actually want it.
Yeah. Do that either. You think you do, but you don't.
To it'll last a week or two before the rose-colored.
It's kind of crazy that that guy's the president now, you know what I mean? It's like, of all the guys sitting in the chairs, of all the guys to make a comment, it's that guy's the one who ends up being the president. Isn't that interesting? He was right. I think he's right for some people and not for everybody, right? I mean, that's how at least I see it.
Goggles lose their touch.
Ooh.
Or after
I like the
people
drum
hit
roll
60,
there.
they'll
That was
quit.
good.
Or, well, give it a month. Give it 3 months.
Yeah.
Give it 5 months. Give it 1 year. It's like those crazy people who predict that the world is going to end every single day.
Yep.
Or it's going to rain
That's
today,
about right.
and it doesn't rain. Well, it's going to rain today, and it doesn't rain.
Well, okay.
Repeat that for about 3 months, and bam. You see? I told you it was going to rain today. You idiots didn't believe me.
Yeah, exactly. They say it every day. It's like, you know what the funniest thing is I actually saw comments about this. It was like in one of the videos where I actually did get a mount drop, and I got the mount drop, and they're like, bro, how did he know he was going to get it? He said, I'm going to get it right here, and then he got it. Blizzard's talking to him. He knew this was going to happen. Like, why is everybody getting excited about this? Like, this is obviously scripted content. What the fuck? And like, people really, yeah, it's like literally the best analogy. A broken clock is right twice a day. That is exactly how it is. And they're dumb as fuck, but there it is. I mean, like, I think that obviously Classic WoW, people's expectations for Classic WoW were probably not met entirely for a lot of the people that were like super unrealistic about it. There was no way that the game could meet those expectations. Like, realistically, people had unrealistic expectations for Classic.
The only difference is that it's annoying because when it turns out they're wrong, they just disappear. That's an internet classic right there. Argue up and down for years that you're right and everyone else is a moron.
Yep.
And when it looks like that's not the case, they don't say, oh damn, I was wrong. Instead, they just delete their account or never return.
Well, I think some of that is okay, right? I mean, you have tons of people that actually played Classic and they got into the game and they said, you know what? I don't like having to wait to level 40 for my mount. I don't like having to wait for an hour to do a dungeon. I want to be able to actually do decent damage as a tank and play solo as a tank. And like, that's what I want to do. I can't do it in Classic, so I quit the game. There's tons of people who actually do that.
Trust me, I fought these people for years leading up to the release of the game.
Yeah.
Paragraphs upon pages upon books. people trying to convince me and others that we don't actually like something, and
Yeah,
now
it's so
they're
weird.
mysteriously absent.
It's really
Whoops.
weird.
But let's get
How'd
back on
that happen?
subject.
Yeah, I wonder why.
It's certainly something that we've had little experience.
I wonder why.
In fact, the only game that I know off the top of my head that tried something similar
Oh!
is RuneScape.
Oh, how about that?
MMOs have come and gone,
Yeah.
of course, but none saw their demise with intention.
Yeah, how
It's
about
like,
that?
okay, guys, we got the IP for Warhammer, a legend in its own right in the world of fantasy. Orcs, elves, undead, and magic.
Oh.
You know, there's another MMO out
Okay.
right now that's doing pretty well. What could possibly go wrong?
Yeah. Ooh.
Or, okay, guys, we got the IP for Star Wars.
Oh my
a
god.
legend
How
in its
could
own
Star
right in the
Wars
world of
fail?
Sci-fi.
How could
Jedi,
Star Wars
Sith,
not do well?
Spaceships and
I never
siblings
even
facing
knew
each
there was
other.
Warhammer
What
Online.
could possibly go wrong?
Or maybe I did, forgot about it.
The death of your typical MMO has 3 routes. There's one huge sudden change in design that completely changes the
Warhammer
focus
Online
of
is
the
an
game.
MMO.
And what made
Yep.
it special is cast aside for the sake of conformity.
Was this game good back in the day, Star Wars Galaxies? Because I remember hearing a lot of positive things about it. I remember hearing, like, Warhammer was shit. I remember, like, hearing almost all negative things about Warhammer, but, like, in retrospective, I think a lot of people are actually positive towards Star Wars Galaxies.
Forming to a new standard. Option B, we have a slow but steady degradation in quality or appeal.
Yeah.
And it just can't replace subscribers
300,000.
as quickly as they're losing them.
Wow.
And alternatively, the game just never had it to begin with.
Jesus,
It was
yeah.
hyped up to be this massive thing, and after the initial launch honeymoon period was
Yeah.
worn off, people see it for what it truly is.
That's what happens with a lot of games now, is like games get like super overhyped, and then like everybody thinks that this game is going to be like the next coming of Jesus. Like, I think a good example of this is like Valorant. Like, how many times did you see all of these like washed up CSGO players or PUBG players with future Valorant Pro in their fucking in their Twitter thumbnail? There were so many of them. And like, obviously a lot of people like the game. You know, a lot of people really like the game, and it's doing well. But like, the thing is, like, so like, here's a good game, or here's a bad game, here's a good game, and here's where people's expectations were. So it's not like Valorant was down here. Valorant was just right about here. And so it still just didn't meet people's massive fucking expectations. And I think that's the difference.
Rushed out, broken down mess. There's a hidden, obscure fourth route here, though. The developers intentionally halt content updates, even if the game is performing
Oh,
well.
I died.
A situation that's
Yeah.
unique to classic World of Warcraft.
That is-
It's a
yep.
catch-22. For the game to be successful, it must be replicated as closely as possible to its original design
For the
cycle
most part,
during
yeah.
04 to 07. And for that to happen, it must recreate its original end, which many people believe is where it will fail.
TBC.
For the game to succeed,
Yeah.
it must end. In short,
Oh,
no one
shit.
really knows what'll happen. Not even Blizzard, I'm sure.
God
Will
damn.
the players be content for the first time in history with an MMO that doesn't release new content? Or will the player base dwindle? How many alts can players make and re-gear them up in the endgame rating? Or maybe PvP is their choice?
I feel like actually Classic WoW won't lose like a massive amount of people whenever they stop releasing content because the content stops being released. I think that people will just stop playing it because they would have felt that they finished the game. Because the truth is, a lot of people that play Classic WoW also play retail. And a lot of people that play retail also play Classic WoW. So there's like this huge overlap. So whenever you're paying your $15 a month, then you'd have a lot of people who are just going to go back and forth between the games. And especially if they bring out TBC servers. So if they bring out TBC servers, we can almost fucking guarantee that what they're going to do it and the way that they're going to do it is they're going to bring out the servers and then they're going to keep some classic servers. So there's going to effectively be 3 versions of the game. There'll be like the vanilla pristine classic servers, there'll be the TBC progressive servers, and then there'll be the Shadowlands servers. That's probably what's going to happen. So if classic isn't good, these people are still getting their sub value from TBC and from from Shadowlands. So the only real reason that they wouldn't be playing the game is if they got bored with it. And I think that's really why a lot of people stop playing, because they stop getting rewards in the game. That's too much, man. I kind of worry about that too, but I feel like retail suffers because of this. I mean, like, really, dude? Like, they don't do shit with Classic. Like, they don't fix, like, there's, like, obvious, like, glaring fucking, like, huge bugs in the game. And Blizzard's like, yeah, that's crazy. So it works that way? Damn, we didn't even know that. That's cool. And that's pretty much about all they say.
Whereas in raiding, there's that drop-off in an already pretty trivial difficulty as people gear up.
Yeah.
But PvP will always provide that challenge. The most difficult hurdle,
I actually disagree with that a little bit. I think that PvP won't provide the same challenge because everybody kind of knows what happens in PvP. So, like, for example, if you PvP in Classic as a warrior, you know that you're probably going to win most fights against rogues. You're going to probably win most fights against hunters. You're going to win probably, like, I'd say 50% of fights against paladins. Maybe 60% versus shamans, and like 0% versus mages, probably 20% versus warlocks, and that's just the way that it's going to go. You see what I mean? And so the game becomes very formulaic to a good player because they know what the outcome of the game is going to be because they know what everybody has. It's kind of like this. It's like, imagine everybody has like a different set of chess pieces that they can use. So like nobody has a full set of chess pieces. But there's like a mage that has like a queen piece and, you know, like 5 pawns. And the warrior has 2 knights and like a bishop. And guess who's going to come out ahead? Well, the fucking mage is going to come out ahead. But you already know going into it that you're going to win or lose. And I think that's why the classic PvP doesn't really have as much longevity. Is because you know going into it most of the time who's going to
I'm on the same quest I've been on this whole time.
In a game, a PvP game is
See
not
this?
really as engaging
23,
as people
25.
watch and play if you know ahead of time if you're going to
Yeah, we
win
can
or
smoke.
lose.
The community.
I like watching.
Classic being so dependent and intertwined with that community. There's a lot
I
at stake.
like watching
There are a
them
lot
burn
of
to
people
death.
who play not really for the game itself, but rather for the people they're playing with.
Wait, Smitty
I think a lot of
Smitty
people
quit
say
my
the
guild?
same for current, but I wager it's more intense with Classic
Boom.
since
Yeah.
it's so community oriented.
I agree
Boom,
with that.
boom.
Completely agree with
I've
that.
seen kill many guilds throughout the game's
Rinse and repeat.
Yeah.
One guy quits, and 2 of his friends
Guys,
quit,
check this
and
out.
2 each of their
Oh,
friends. Oh, there goes the officer, and then
Yeah.
the GM because he can't run it all by himself.
This is what happens all the time. Like I know like
Boom.
for my guild, like what ended up happening is like as soon
Boom,
as some people
boom.
stopped playing, it became harder to find raid groups.
Why do you
And
need
then as
one
soon as people
more?
started having trouble finding raid groups, then it just became hard to do anything else. So this is exactly what happens, right? Is like you start losing people and you lose more people, and then like there's tons of people. If I asked them
Boom.
why they stopped playing, usually one of the big reasons why they stopped playing is because their friends stopped playing. And if their friends were still playing the game, then they probably would still be attached to the game.
In the right environment, this can happen in the span of a week.
Yeah.
There will always be a zealot-like following who will play the game no matter what. But how big is that following is the question. Will it be enough to keep the
Fucking
game alive?
interrupt
I
bullshit.
can't answer that, but I can guess. First, let's clarify the question and assume that we're not getting Classic Plus or fresh servers.
Yeah, probably
I
not.
personally think that it's a 100% chance that we're getting fresh servers at the very least. But for the sake of argument, let's just assume the worst case scenario. Extremis comes out, and then we get nothing. The real question, though, is when do you consider a game to be dead? If all this...
I feel like a game would be dead, for me personally. The game would be dead if you can't complete the raids reasonably in Pugs. So, like, if there's no way to complete the raid in Pugs because there's not enough people playing the game, then I would consider it dead. Like, that would be pretty much the metric that I would use. Obviously, like, because that's, like, in-game content that is not doable. Like, period, just based off of the population. Like, that's probably the metric that I would use. So, BFA is dead? No, there's tons of people that play BFA and do the raids together. Like, I don't know. Like, that's not really... Yeah, that's not really what I would say. But anyway, you're right, though. It's like cross-server and everything. But, like, the culture of the game is much different. But I do think that, yeah, obviously, like, the cross-faction does blur the lines, etc. But what I mean to say is that that's kind of where I would look at the game actually being dead. I think if they don't let you transfer your character over to a classic-only server, they're going to make a lot of people really mad. Because there's a lot of people who have spent the last 2 years working on their gear for their classic character, and they want to have that gear for perpetuity, basically, so they can just have this really badass geared character, in Classic WoW that they've spent all the time on. And if they force people into playing TBC, dude, so many people are going to be fucking furious about that. I can already guarantee it.
Server shut down, maybe there's just a few remaining.
Yeah.
How many? By now, it's about a 99.9% chance that the Burning Crusade is coming out.
Yeah.
I don't think that Classic would ever die unless Blizzard liquidates, but I do foresee that the player base will take a substantial hit when BC releases.
Absolutely.
Current and Classic,
Yeah.
although they share the same name, are MMOs of two different breeds. If you feel like having more than 4 stats, you play Classic.
Yep.
If you feel like doing a dungeon without gold trotting for 20 minutes, you play Current.
Yep.
If you want the Fisher Price version of raiding, you play Classic.
Yep.
And if you want to pay for progression, you play Current. They attract 2 different types of players. And the simple fact of the matter
Just
is
fucking
that
died,
Classic
holy
crowd,
shit.
It'll attract the Classic crowd, and simply put, it'll be a game with quote fresh content versus
Well,
a game
it will
that's
cannibalize the Classic audience. Absolutely. Yeah, this is big, true, and so real. Like, I totally agree with this. Wasn't there a lot of Classic gear used in TBC? There was, but, like, the main reason why a lot of Classic gear was used in TBC is because people weren't good enough at the game back then to clear their raids and be able to actively and, like, effectively decide what's good and what's bad for their characters. So, I think that, like, in real like Classic TBC, you're probably not going to see a lot of people using Nax gear and stuff like that in Karazhan. Like, it will cannibalize to a certain degree, but other than that, like, because the thing is that you're right, but they're not going to release the Karazhan gear whenever it was nerfed, right? So, like, in the beginning of TBC, the Karazhan gear was, like, terrible, and they buffed it later on. They're not going to release the Karazhan gear in the terrible state that it was in. So they're going to release it in a good state.
stagnating. Ask anyone who enjoys playing Classic if they think that the Burning Crusade is a good expansion.
Yeah.
You'll be very hard-pressed, I think, to find someone who says no.
Exactly.
Because it's pretty much Classic, but with more balance, more dungeons, raids, more everything, really. You can bring a tank who's not a warrior, and priests aren't the best healers by far.
Yeah.
Fury warriors don't dominate DPS meters.
Okay. TBC sucks. Never mind. Yeah. I don't want to play it anymore. Change my mind. Yeah, you know what? I don't have... you know, we talked about this for a while, and, you know, I was excited, but there's just certain things that have come to light that have just made me reconsider my, you know, my goals and what I want to do, and not really a big fan of it anymore. And we talked about it, yeah, and we talked about it, exactly. But no, I mean, like, there are going to be some things that are going to be better in TBC, like in vanilla items at the very beginning. Yeah, of course. But once you get into tier 4 content and you're clearing tier 4 content, you're probably not going to be using a lot of Nax gear. I mean, really, you're probably not. I mean, it's probably going to be like just kind of mix and match. But I did like, though, back in the day, how you could use old raid gear from the previous expansion in the new expansion. I think that was fucking awesome.
In PvP, while it still has burst,
Maybe a trinket?
it is not the same level of Classic.
Maybe.
With the advent of the resilience stat.
Like, that's a big maybe.
In my opinion, it's that sweet spot middle ground where there's more balance. But the things that make these classes unique aren't sacrificed. Everyone is closer to each other, but they still have their own charms and quirks that people come to love with Vanilla Classic. The world buff meta doesn't serve as a game genie code to breeze through these raids.
Thank fucking God. Like, the world buff meta, I like doing the raids with world buffs. It actually, in my opinion, makes it more fun. Yeah, it makes it a lot more fun to do the raids with world buffs because you can kill them faster and your character does more damage. It's just cool, right? I mean, you zone in. Like all I'm talking about purely is the gameplay of having world buffs. The gameplay of having world buffs and feeling how powerful your character is, to me, is cool. That's 100% fucking cool. But the problem is getting them. And the problem is, like, all the culture around getting them. And the expectations around getting them. That's what I mean. Until you die. Yeah, exactly. Says the guy who quit Classic. What? What do you mean? I'm playing, like, I have, what? I quit Classic? Are you crazy?
Finally.
Oh my God.
Because Blizzard had cut on to what was happening at that point. It has a PvP system that doesn't require 16 hours a day, 7 days a week to make it to the top, and so on and so forth.
This is going to be
But
awesome.
most important of all, at its release, it's not stagnant. I personally think that there will always be classic servers, and no matter what, it's done well.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it won't be more, but getting at least nearly a year and a half of booming success out of a 15-year-old game is a huge accomplishment, no matter what.
Like, Classic
What
was a
game have
huge
you played
success.
recently that kept your attention for a year and a half? And again, this is all assuming...
That's actually a really, really, really good
still a bunch of... No?
Like what Mad Season just said, that's a really, really good fucking point.
That should be a lot of fights here, but I guess not.
Keeps you interested in it for a year? I would say basically no game. Like... Yeah, I don't even fucking know. Like, OSRS? Yeah, but like other MMOs. Right? I mean, I feel like for 99% of people, not 99, but like for a lot of people, very, very, very rarely do you get connected to a game that much for that long.
No Classic Plus nor Fresh servers. If they do that, all bets are off.
Yeah.
In regards to Fresh servers, the advent of private servers proves this, as they've been in perpetual restarts for the past decade.
That's about right.
People still play them.
I actually think that I said this before, I actually think that the private servers being shut down and never actually reaching full cycle into Nax increased the lifespan and the excitement of playing vanilla WoW. Because it was like they kept fucking... Dude, they kept getting you, they kept edging you, they kept edging you, and they kept edging you, and they never let you finish. They did reach it though?
That's where
Some
the
of them did,
longevity
but many
and
did not.
replayability will be for Classic. You simply replay
Like the fresh
it
servers
over and
actually
over
reinvigorated
every
it
year
a
and
lot.
half or so, or 2 years, starting from scratch with everyone else.
Yeah.
Some people ask, well, doesn't that get boring? Just doing the same thing over and over again?
Yeah, it kind of does.
Well, sex is the same thing over and over, and I don't know, does that get boring? And yes, that just...
All right. If they do classic server fresh servers, classic fresh servers, I think they should change a few things if they do fresh servers. They should change the way like world buffs work, for example. Like if they did fresh servers, I would want to see no world buffs. Like just take them out of the game.
Alright, well, let's go smoke.
They don't exist, period. Like not even out in the open world. They just simply don't exist.
Woman. 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 Puppy. 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 Come here. Fine. Come here. Don't do that to her. She's safe. Come here.
I need to move the chair. Bella, I gotta move the chair.
Come here.
I gotta move the chair.
Come here. What is she doing? Where's she going? Bella. Bella. It's southeast. Okay. You know, I think I'm gonna take this time to switch games. I'm gonna call it a night for a while. Play some more tomorrow. I'm probably gonna like switch to Halo or something.